Now traveling as a group, they crossed Southbridge without further incident and entered the temple close. It was like crossing into another world. The temple was surrounded by herb, vegetable, and dye gardens, quilted with torchlit pathways, a serene sanctuary amid the squalor of Southbridge. A fair-haired girl in a long dedicate robe greeted them at the door with a bobbing curtsy. "We're expected," Raisa said. "We're here for a meeting with Speaker Jemson." "There's a trader already arrived," the dedicate said, eyeing the guardsmen in their dripping cloaks as if they were sweet buns on a plate. "He's with Speaker Jemson in the study. It's just down the hallway on the right. May I take your cloaks?" They piled their sodden rainwear into her arms, and she practically staggered under the weight. "Shall we wait out here?" Garrett asked Eamon, obviously leery about being drawn into some kind of philosophical discussion. "Yes," Raisa answered for him. Eamon looked at Raisa. "Shall I?" "Come with me," she said. "I think you should know what I'm up to." "Finally," he muttered ungraciously as they turned into the hallway. "That would be a first." "You should talk," she said back. "Brother of mine." Speaker Jemson's study reminded Raisa of the temple library in Fellsmarch Castle, lined with bookshelves, warmed by a cheerful fire. Two men were seated by the hearth in large, comfortable chairs, one in the garb of a clan trader, the other in speaker's robes. They seemed to be immersed in a lively discussion, almost a debate. When they entered, the trader rose and turned toward them. Raisa stopped in her tracks. "Father, you're back!" "Briar Rose." Avril crossed the space between them with a few long strides, folding her into his arms. She pressed her face against his doe-skin shirt, breathing him in. He always smelled exotic, of deerskin and spice and fresh air and faraway places. By the Maker, she'd missed him. "I reached Demon Eye Camp day before yesterday. When Mother Elena said you'd sent for a trader, I couldn't resist coming," he said. Holding her out at arm's length, he grinned at her. "Raisa, I've seen you in leggings and I've seen you in court dress, but I can't say I've ever seen you quite like this." "I'm in disguise," she confessed happily, setting her carry-bag on the table and stripping off her wet cloak. "But you're wearing Elena Sinestra's gift," he said, touching the demon eye amulet he wore around his neck. So her father and grandmother had been talking about her. She nodded and fished the running wolf's ring from under her bodice. "Good," he said. He took a breath as if he wanted to say something more, but apparently thought better of it. He looked travel-weary, and his graying hair needed cutting. Speaker Jemson had stood also, and when Raisa turned her attention to him, he bowed respectfully, but somehow warily. "Your Highness, Lord Demon Eye wouldn't tell me the purpose for your visit, but we are honored to have you here at Southbridge Temple." Raisa extended her hand, and he kissed it. "We've never officially met," she said, "but I've heard you speak at Temple several times. I was impressed with what you had to say about your school and about our responsibility for ministering to the poor. You suggested that the aristocracy could be doing much more." Jemson colored slightly, but he didn't flinch, which Raisa liked. "Ah, well, Your Highness, I hope you didn't take my words as too harshly critical of the Queen and Council. It's a topic I'm passionate about, however, and—" "Your words were critical, Speaker Jemson, and maybe rightly so," Raisa said. "In Fellsmarch Castle, we're insulated against the hardships our people experience every day. We don't ask questions as we should, and if we do ask questions, those who surround us often tell us what we want to hear." "I suppose that must be true," Jemson said, in the manner of a man who knows he should guard his tongue but can't restrain himself. "But it's frustrating to those of us who are immersed in this city, who see how great the needs are every day." We can't help but wonder why so much money goes to support the army and the wars in the South. It seems to me that we have no dog in that fight." "I don't know much about it," Raisa admitted, embarrassed. "I want to learn more so I can make good decisions when the time comes. That's one reason I'm here. But I'd also like to do something in a small way to aid your ministry." "Aid us how?" Jemson asked, looking nonplussed. She glanced at Eamon, who stood by the door as if guarding it. "Corporal Byrne has been very, frank with me about the problems in Southbridge and Ragmarket." She put her hand on her carry-bag. "I would like to provide funds to support your school and to feed the hungry." Jemson raised both eyebrows. "You've brought a bag full of gold through Southbridge?" he asked. "Well, not exactly." She looked at her father. "This is where you come in." "I was sure I had a purpose here," Avril said. Raisa unfastened the flap on her bag and dumped the contents onto the table. Jemson, Avril, and Eamon gaped at the pile of jewelry and art objects. "Father, you're the best trader I know," Raisa said. "Could you take these things to market and sell them for as much as they will bring? Then give that money to Speaker Jemson for his ministries." Avril leaned over the table, fingering the jewelry, holding precious stones up to the light, picking up one object, then another. He looked up at Raisa. "This is high quality, most of it," he said. He held up a diamond brooch, a gift from some minor lord in Tamron. "Except for this one, it's cut glass." He tilted his head. "Where exactly did these come from?" "Well," Raisa hesitated, "they're gifts for my name day. They're coming in by the wagon load, so—" Avril laughed, that deep belly laugh she loved. "So you're selling off the dreams of your hapless suitors, Raisa?" "Well," Raisa shrugged, "it's not like I'd marry someone because they gave me a bauble." She frowned and nudged the Tamron brooch with her forefinger. "Though I will not marry someone who takes me for a fool." "Then my work is done, daughter," Avril said, laughing again. It was such a relief to hear someone laughing for a change. It made Raisa feel that maybe things weren't so bad after all. "It's not like I'll have much to say about who I marry anyway," Raisa said, half to herself. She looked up at Avril. "So, Father, how long do you think it will take to turn this lot into money?" He thought a moment. "Marisa Pine's market day is a week away. That attracts more Flatlander traders, so you might get a better price. Though I'll take them to Demon Eye Market if you want me to sell them a greater distance away. Perhaps you don't want anyone to recognize their hand-chosen gifts on the sale table." "I don't care," Raisa said bluntly. "I kept back the pieces that had historic, personal, or political value. Most of these were probably chosen by proxy. None of these gifters have even met me, so it's not like they're emblems of undying love. This is a better use for it than sitting in my vault." Speaker Jemson's face was alight with plans. "Even a little money could make a huge difference. There are so many things we need at school, so many students who could attend with a little help. We'll put books into the hands of children who've never owned one before. We'll call it the Briar Rose Ministry in honor of you, Your Highness." "Oh, no," Raisa said, wondering how her mother, the Queen, would react to this. "I'd rather keep this quiet. It's just something I thought I could do on my own." "But don't you see, Raisa," her father said, "if people know you're contributing to Southbridge Temple School, it will make it the stylish thing to do at court. It will attract more donations beyond your own. People will even donate in your name, if you're willing to let them know about it, that is." "Oh." Raisa hadn't thought of that. Once again, she felt caught between her two strong-willed parents. "Well, I suppose, if you think it would help." "Splendid," Jemson said. "Perhaps you could come back during the day and meet some of the students. It would do them good to see their benefactor. It would send the message that they're important, that their rulers haven't forgotten them. Raisa nodded. Well, right. I'd like that. And maybe we could eventually connect them with apprenticeships and clerkships in the castle close. We'll need to speak with your mother about that, Averil said, when the time is right. Raisa couldn't help wondering what would happen now that her father was home, how much her father knew about Mariana's relationship with Gavin Bayar. How much did she know about it herself? She took Averil's hand. Are you coming back with me to court, Father? Does Mother know you're back? Averil nodded. Aye, I've sent word to the Queen. He hesitated for a heartbeat, then added, I'm to be at Kendall House until space can be found in the keep. Kendall House was within the castle close, but at some distance from Fellsmarch Castle itself. Raisa blinked at him. Until space can be... What about your old apartments? What's wrong with them? Apparently they're being redecorated and are, for the present, uninhabitable. Her father had his traitor face on, signaling that now wasn't the time for this discussion. But Raisa couldn't help herself. Then they should make somebody else leave, she said. This is unacceptable. I'm going to speak with Mother as soon as I'll speak to Queen Mariana on my own behalf, daughter, Averil said. Give me some credit, will you? I am a traitor, after all. And he smiled, looking into her eyes. Briar Rose, your mother needs to get used to having me home again. He knows more than he's saying, she thought. My father was never a fool. All right, Raisa said, nodding and forcing a smile of her own. But any time you need a place to stay within the keep, you can stay with me, and come to supper tomorrow night. She embraced her father, reluctant to let him go after his long absence. She glanced over at Eamon, who shifted his weight, looking eager to be on his way. I guess that's it for now, she said. Corporal Byrne will let you know when I have more, things to go to market. They turned toward the door, but before they could reach it, somebody barreled through. It was a young man, Raisa's age, or a little older, with muddy red-brown hair, dressed in clan leggings and shirt. Jemson, 3 of the raggers have been nabbed by the Bluejackets. Seems they mean to make an example of... His voice trailed off when he saw the people gathered in the room. Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't know you had company. His eyes flicked to Averil, then Eamon, and widened in alarm. He recognizes them, Raisa thought. Let's discuss this later, Hansen, Jemson said quickly, jerking his head toward the door. Hansen began backing from the room, but Eamon said, Wait, what's that about raggers? The boy blinked at him, blank-faced. Raggers? I didn't say nothing about raggers. Yes, you did, Eamon said, walking purposefully toward Hansen. Have we met? You look familiar. No, the boy said. Not likely. He was tall, nearly as tall as Eamon, though more slender in build, with brilliant blue eyes. His face bore evidence of a recent beating. His right eye was blackened, and there was a blue and yellow bruise over one cheekbone. His right forearm was splinted, but he didn't favor it. He seemed to be trying to keep his face turned away from them, as if he were embarrassed by his injuries. This must be one of Jemson's students, Raisa thought, with a rush of sympathy. What happened to you? She asked, moving closer so she could examine his face at close range. She touched his arm. Who did this? Hansen flushed. Wasn't nothing. Just my da. Gets mean sometimes when he's in his cups. Just then, Eamon's hand snaked forward. He gripped the boy's splinted arm and raked back his sleeve, exposing a wide silver cuff. So, Hansen, he said, I think we have met after all. You ever go by the name Cuffs? He said. Cuffs? Raisa looked from Eamon to the other boy. Wasn't that the gang leader who'd killed all those people? Then it seemed like everything happened at once. The boy slammed his free fist into Eamon's face and twisted away with the ease of long practice. Eamon drew his sword and stepped between the boy and the door, yelling for the other cadets. And then the boy called Cuffs grabbed hold of Raisa, drawing her back tight against him. She felt the prick of a blade at her throat and tried hard not to swallow. "Hansen, no!" Speaker Jemson shouted, pale with horror. "Now then," Cuffs said, close to her ear. "Back off or I cut the girlie's throat." His voice shook a little, with fear or nerves or excitement. Raisa couldn't tell. Raisa thought of the 6, dead in the street. Tortured, they'd said. Done by this pretty blue-eyed boy holding the knife. "Please," Jemson pleaded, "in the name of the Maker, let her go. You don't know who—" "No." Averill raised a hand to shush the speaker, his eyes fixed on Raisa. He wouldn't want Cuffs to know who it was he held captive. "Listen," he said to the boy. "Perhaps we can make some kind of trade." "Here's a trade," Eamon said, stepping away from the door. "Let her go and leave, and you'll stay alive." "With all the bluejackets snapping at my heels," Cuffs snorted, "I'd not make it far as the bridge." Eamon's face had gone stony hard, his gray eyes like chips of granite. "If you hurt her, I swear on Hannaleah's blood and bones you'll regret it." By now the other gray wolves had arrived and were clustered in the doorway, gawking. "You there," Cuffs said to the new arrivals. "Get over with the others." "Do as he says," Eamon ordered. As the cadets shuffled to the back of the study, Raisa could hear the ragger's heart thumping against her back, feel his breath hot on her neck. He kept adjusting his grip on the knife as if he was nervous. Don't startle him, Raisa thought, looking from Eamon to Averill to Jemson, sending messages with her eyes. "I don't mean to hurt anyone," Cuffs said. "Just don't mean to go to jail and be tortured into admitting something I didn't do." Raisa stiffened, and the boy's grip on her tightened. "The Queen's Guard doesn't torture anybody," she blurted. "You'll receive a fair trial. If you're innocent, if you really didn't murder all those people, you can clear your name." The boy laughed softly. "Ah, girlie," he said. "Would that was true. There's lots that go into jail and are never seen again." Raisa felt stupid and naive. What was it that Eamon had said? If I was being dragged back to the guardhouse for interrogation by Mac Gillen, I'd do whatever it took to escape too. Cuffs wrapped an arm around Raisa's middle and dragged her past the others to the door of the study. "Your keys, sir," Cuffs said to Jemson. He was polite, well-spoken, like the gentleman thief from the stories. "Hand them to the girlie." He has a traitor face, Raisa thought. He puts it on at need. "Hansen," Speaker Jemson said, "this is a mistake. You know it is. You're better than this. Let the girl go." Cuffs shook his head stubbornly. "I've been in jail. Not going back." Despite everything, Raisa couldn't help wondering what was the relationship between Speaker Jemson and this street lord. Jemson seemed to know him, seemed to believe in him for some reason. Maybe Hansen, Cuffs, had fooled him, though the speaker didn't come off as gullible. Jemson dug in his pockets, fetched out a ring of keys, and passed them to Raisa, while Cuffs kept her pinned tightly to him, her head locked under his chin, his knife in the ready position. Sweat trickled down between her shoulder blades, dampening her linen blouse. "Please," Jemson said again, "don't do this. There's another way." "I'm sorry, sir," the boy said, and he did sound sorry. "If there's another way, I don't see it." Cuffs backed out through the doorway, dragging Raisa with him. "Now, pull the door shut behind us and lock it," he said, as if they were co-conspirators. That'll slow them down a bit. Then give me the keys and we'll be off." "No," Eamon shouted. "Leave the girl here. Take me instead." Cuffs looked from Raisa to Eamon and shook his head, grinning. "Nuh-uh. I'm guessing she'll be less trouble. And she's prettier, besides." Traitor face, Raisa thought. Eamon's expression promised death for a start. "I should have let Gillen beat you to death," he said. "What I get for being a bleeding—" "Mercy is never unbecoming, mate," Cuff said. He pointed at the door with the tip of his knife. "Go on, girlie. Do as I said. We haven't got all day." Raisa complied, pulling the door shut and locking it, her hands shaking so much she could scarcely fit the key into the keyhole. It was a stout wooden door to a windowless room, built like a fortress. Behind the door, she could hear faint shouts and cries for help, followed by a muffled thud of bodies against wood. Cuffs was right. It would slow them down for sure. The dedicates were fast asleep across the courtyard. It was unlikely anyone would hear them until morning filled the corridors again. A lot could happen before morning. Cuffs gripped her wrist hard and tugged her down the corridor toward the door. "Leave me be!" she shouted, trying to set her heels on the stone floor, then collapsing into a heap. Swearing under his breath, Cuff stowed away his knife and slid his hands under her, slinging her over his shoulder like a sack of turnips. He was surprisingly strong. "Now be quiet," he muttered. "Don't make me do something I don't want to do." He obviously meant to take her someplace and torture her, as he had the others. Raisa groped at her waist, found the hilt of her knife, and yanked it free. Could she really stick it into him? Gripping the hilt with both hands, she aimed for the center of his back, closed her eyes, and went to drive it home. Instead, she found herself flat on her back on the floor, seeing stars from slamming her head on the slate. He'd unceremoniously dumped her. Cuffs seized her wrist and took the knife from her. "Next time you go to stab someone, do it quick," he advised her. "Don't study on it so long." He expertly patted her down, running his hands over her bodice, down her sides and back, and up and down her legs, even pulling off her lace cap, looking for other weapons. Although he was businesslike about it, the blood rushed to her face at the touch of the street lord's hands. He was good at it, and very quick, his hands deft and sure. He found Elena's ring, with its circling wolves, on the chain around her neck, but didn't take it. And the little velvet purse, heavy with coins, she'd tucked into her bodice. He weighed the purse in his hand, then handed it back to her. She blinked at him, surprised. He then hauled her to her feet, handed back her cap, dusted her off with mock chivalry, and finished with a rude pat to her behind. Despite the grim situation, there was something about him, a kind of wild, untamed humor and bravado and dogged stubbornness that tugged at her. He expects nothing, she thought, because he's never had anything, and nothing was expected of him. He was free in a way she never would be. "You're a fool and a romantic," she thought, "a worse fool than Missy, and you'll likely end up ravished or dead at the hands of a street thug." He looked her up and down speculatively, as if devising a plan of attack. "You're not heavy," he said, "but you are bloody awkward to carry." She extended her purse toward him. "Take my purse, but leave me here." "I don't want your purse," he said, scowling. The words hung between them. Well, if he didn't want her purse... Raisa swallowed hard. One thing she knew, there was more chance of escape if she were on her own 2 feet. "I can walk," she muttered, trying to recover some dignity. "Right, but can you run?" he asked, grabbing her wrist and yanking her out the temple door. A moment later, they were racing through the rain across Southbridge toward Ragmarket. Halfway across, he dropped the ring of keys into the river. Once on the rag market side, he led her off the way onto a side street. They turned again into an alley, and he pulled a large handkerchief out of his pocket and tied it over her eyes. "You always carry blindfolds, do you?" she said, trying to keep a quaver out of her voice. For once he didn't reply, but took her hand and led her forward. "You'll never get away with this," she thought of saying, but it seemed likely that he would, whatever this was. Chapter 13. The Raggers. Han couldn't say what possessed him to take the girlie along. She was inconvenient and uncooperative. She only slowed him down, not to mention trying to stick him with her fancy knife. No doubt he'd have been across South Bridge and into the safety of Rag Market sooner without her. With any luck, Jemson and the others wouldn't be freed from the study until morning, so he didn't really need a hostage. And now he had the problem of what to do with her. At least she wasn't actively fighting him anymore, but trotted obediently beside him as he led her deeper into Rag Market, twisting down streets and alleys so she'd never find her way back on her own. He found his way by the map in his head. It was dead dark away from the main street, so it wouldn't have done the girlie much good to have the blindfold off. Still, he could tell from the way she cocked her head and counted under her breath at each turning that she was trying to keep track. She'd be looking for another chance to escape. There was something about the girl that intrigued him. She was dressed like a blue-blood servant in overlarge clothes, carried a heavy purse, and had the manners of a duchess. So sure of herself. Entitled, even. Where does that come from, he wondered, the idea that you deserve to take more than your share from the world? "The Queen's Guard doesn't torture anybody," she'd proclaimed, like she was some kind of expert. "You'll receive a fair trial." Sorry, girlie, he thought. I'm the expert on that, and I'm not buying what you're selling. He pondered what he knew about her. She'd been closeted up with Jemson and a clan trader who might be Averil Lightfoot Demon Eye, patriarch of Demon Eye Camp. It had been 3 years since he'd seen him. Han's visits to Marisa Pines had been sporadic these last 3 years on the streets, and Lord Demon Eye rarely visited Marisa Pines, but his wasn't a face you forgot. That tall, dark, intense boy, the one who'd recognized him, he was that Corporal Byrne who'd been with the Blue Jackets that had grabbed him outside the Keg and Crown. Plus, there were those other baby Blue Jackets who'd come running when Byrne had called. What were they all doing there, out of uniform? Jemson wasn't in the habit of entertaining the guard. Course, it could be just his usual bad luck. That, at least, was consistent. Corporal Byrne. Was he the girlie's sweetheart? He'd guess so, the way he'd acted. Han had another thought. Maybe they'd come there to be married, with his mates as witnesses. The speakers did marriages all the time. Han pushed that idea away. He didn't like it. The girlie was beginning to wear out, breathing hard, lagging behind, so he had to tug her along. He needed a place to hide for a little while. He felt cut loose and vulnerable, having lost the shelter of the temple. He'd probably ruined whatever chance he had of solving the mystery of the murders. Here. He pulled her into an alley, then turned down a passageway between 2 buildings that was so narrow they had to slide through sideways. It ended in a small brick-paved courtyard, half-roofed against the rain. Up against one of the buildings was a set of wooden cellar doors, set into a stone pad and secured by a sturdy-looking padlock. Han had it open in a heartbeat. It pleased him to know he was still a deft gilt with a pick. The hinges protested as he pulled the doors open, and a rush of dank cellar air swept over him. Didn't look like anyone had been there since he'd left the life. He led the girlie to the steps. It's a dozen steps down. He took her elbow so she wouldn't fall. Feel with your foot. She hesitated on the edge. Please, she said, lifting her chin and squaring her shoulders. Have mercy. Just kill me now. I've not done anything to you. I'm not going to kill you, Han blurted out, surprised. I don't want to be tortured or ravished. I'm not going to torture you, Han said desperately. Or anything. I'm cold and wet and tired, and I just want to quit walking for a while, all right? I don't want to go down there, she persisted, shuddering. Please don't make me. Look. He reached over and untied her blindfold, then pulled it off. Here we are. He smiled at her, his best, most charming smile. This is kind of a hideout. I promise you, it's more comfortable than it is out here in the rain, and I'm coming down with you. That is not reassuring, Mr. Cuffs, she said, with some of her old spirit. Look, what's your name? He asked. Rebecca Morley, she said, trembling, teeth chattering from either cold or fear. Rebecca, I can't turn you loose in Rag Market in the middle of the night, he said. Hang on. I'll light a lantern, but you have to promise not to take off on me. Hold it over the steps to light my way down, she commanded, then added as an afterthought, Please. She descended the steps with great dignity, head high, like a saint walking into the flames. He followed after her, setting the lantern in the center of the room and pulling the cellar doors closed after them. It was really quite cozy, for a cellar. No golden thrones or heaps of jewels and coins, or captive women, as Dory had imagined, but there were 3 sleeping cots and blankets, and a stout wooden chest that contained spare clothing, and candles, and several jars of dried beans, jam, biscuits, sugar, and grain. The grain had gone moldy, but the rest looked all right. Even better, this cellar had a back door, a narrow staircase into the warehouse beyond. Han always liked having a back door. So this is your hideout? Rebecca said, looking disappointed. She seemed rather the worse for wear, like a street waif gone wrong. The hair that had been tucked under the cap had come down and hung in long, wet strands around her shoulders. Green eyes shone out from an olive-skinned face, suggesting a mixture of bloods, clan and Vale, maybe. A lush, kissable mouth was centered over a stubborn chin. Her long skirts were smeared with mud all around the hemline, and her blouse appeared to be soaked through. But when she turned her head, in profile, she looked somehow familiar. Perhaps he'd seen her at the markets, or... Have we met? He asked. I am sure we have not, she said, sniffling a little, looking miserable. Blood and bones, he thought. Please don't go crying, as if things aren't bad enough. Hey now, he said. I'm the one should be crying. Thanks to your blue jacket, I've got no home, no job, no prospects. Maybe you should have thought of that before you killed those people. I didn't kill anyone, he said, stung. I told you, that wasn't me. She said nothing, only wrapped her arms around herself and shivered a little. If you'd like some dry clothes, he said, you can look through the trunk and see if anything fits. I could, turn my back or go back outside. Into the rain. He was really going above and beyond with this girlie. I'm fine, she said, too quickly. She sank into a puddle of skirts in a defensible corner, watching him with big, wary eyes. Would you like something to eat? Biscuits? Or biscuits with jam? He gestured expansively, the proper host. Biscuits with sugar on? No. He sat, cross-legged, at a distance that he hoped would make her comfortable. "What were you doing at Southbridge Temple?" he asked. She paused long enough to make up a lie. "Applying for a job." "Really? What kind of job? What are you good at?" Her expression said, "Cutting the hearts out of thieves and kidnappers." He tried again. "Where do you live?" Another pause. "Near the Castle Close, on Bradbury Street." "That's rather posh," he said, surprised. "I'm a servant. Tutor. In the Bayard household." She lied in little fits and starts, making it up as she went. Either she wasn't very good at it, or she didn't care to be convincing. But she'd got the name Bayard from somewhere. "Lord Bayard's the High Wizard, right?" he said, aiming for casual. She nodded, looking surprised that he had heard of him. "So, what are they like, the Bayards?" he asked, gnawing on a hard biscuit. "Is it true they're really decent sorts once you get to know them?" She narrowed her eyes, reappraising him. "Why did you bring me here?" "Well, like I said, I thought we could rest until morning, and—" "No," she said impatiently. "Why didn't you lock me in with the others back at the temple?" Han had to admit she had starch. It was a risky question to ask when she didn't know what the answer would be. "I thought I might need you to get across the bridge, and—" She hunched her shoulders and glared at him. She wasn't buying it. "I don't know," he said simply. "Just a spur-of-the-moment thing, I guess. Does everything have to have a good reason?" In fact, he'd been asking himself that same question. There, in the study, she'd come toward him, saying, "What happened to you? Who did this?" with this kind of fierce look on her face, like she was totally on his side, ready to do battle on his behalf. She had touched his arm, and it had warmed his center like a coal fire. Then Byrne had named him a murderer, and she'd yanked her hand back with this look of revulsion. And the next thing he knew, Han was dragging her across the bridge, like he might somehow drag her back into his corner. Well, if she was on his side before, he ruined it now. 6 or 8 murders was a big hurdle to overcome. Plus, he'd end in jail if he showed his face in Fellsmarch again. There was another barrier right there. To what? What did he expect from this girlie? Did he think they'd go walking out together? Would she call on him in his palace over the stable? Rebecca kept sliding glances at him, as if memorizing every detail, probably so she could pick him out of a lineup. "Where'd you get the wrist cuffs?" she asked unexpectedly. "Did you steal them from somebody?" It was almost like she was trying to provoke him, to end the suspense. "No," he said, "I didn't." "You know they're looking for us," Rebecca said, just full of good news. "They won't rest until they find us." "Try and get some sleep," he suggested. "That's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow, I'll figure out a way to turn you loose." He rooted in his trunk and tossed her a blanket that wasn't too smelly, and a pair of breeches and shirt that were way too small for him now, just in case. Then he dragged one of the cots over to the bottom of the stairs and curled up resolutely. Sleep was a long time in coming. He heard rustling from Rebecca's corner, the whisper of fabric sliding over the floor. She'd apparently decided to change out of her wet clothes after all. He stared out into the darkness, trying to keep that image out of his head. It would only cause trouble. Eventually, she quieted, and he could hear a soft, rhythmic breathing that said she was asleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the green serpent amulet, like it was engraved on his eyelids. He was beginning to think it was a bad luck charm. His recent troubles had started when he'd found the thing. Maybe Micah Bayard had cursed it when it came into Han's possession. Maybe he should ignore Lucius and dig it up and return it to its rightful owner. Only, according to Lucius, The Bayars weren't the rightful owners. But why wouldn't they be? They'd killed the Demon King and taken it from him, hadn't they? Maybe that was it. Maybe it was only good for dark magic. But all the tools of dark magic would have been destroyed after the breaking, right? Finally, he slept, and Corporal Burns' face haunted his dreams. Somehow Raisa slept, though she'd have said it wasn't possible, trapped in this dirt-floored cellar with a multiple murderer. She woke early, unravished, though stiff and aching all over from sleeping slumped in the corner. The lamp had gone out, but pale morning light leaked around the cellar doors. Cuffs was asleep, sprawled on his cot at the base of the steps. Raisa watched him for a bit to make sure he was really out. He slept fitfully, muttering and twitching as if troubled by dreams. Or a guilty conscience. Raisa creaked to her feet, padded across the cellar, and looked down on him. He looked younger somehow when he was sleeping, his splinted arm over his chest, his other arm flung out to the side, his eyes moving under his bruised eyelids. His knife lay half underneath him. He was handsome under the bruises, though his muddy red-brown hair didn't match his coloring. She resisted the urge to reach out and run her fingertips over his fine-boned face. Why would he be wearing clan garb, she wondered. It was just one of many mysteries she'd never have the answers to. Could she trust her instincts, the ones that said he wasn't capable of doing the crimes he was accused of? Did he really mean to let her go? He hadn't harmed her yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. Then again, maybe it would be better just to let him cut her throat. When her mother heard about this adventure, Raisa would be locked up for sure. Eamon would be exiled to Chalk Cliffs, and it would be her fault. Even now, the whole of the Queen's Guard was probably combing the city. She'd spread her cloak, skirts, and petticoats over a chair to dry. When she fingered them, she found they'd gone from dripping to stiff and only damp. She considered changing back into them, but worried she'd wake Cuffs in the process and be caught betwixt. The breeches were overlong and loose at the waist, so she found a length of rope and threaded it through the loops, rolling the hems to fit. The shirt was dingy white and hung nearly to her knees. She buttoned it up to her neck, wrinkling her nose at the scent of boy sweat. She found a brightly colored rag on a pile of clothes and tied her hair back with it, then draped her cloak around her shoulders. Would she be able to slip up the stairs and out the doors without waking him? She'd need a good lead, since he knew this neighborhood and she didn't. Heart pounding so loud she felt sure it would wake him, she stepped over his prone body and put her foot on the first step. She shoved off with her other foot and climbed the steps as quickly as she could, expecting at any moment to feel his hand close around her ankle. When she reached the top, she looked down, taking a long, slow breath. He was still sleeping in his rowdy fashion. Raisa reached up with both hands and shoved at the double doors. Screech! The squeal of the hinges split the early morning silence. Below her, she heard Cuff's measured breathing break off, followed by a sleepy exclamation. Well, there was no going back now. She thrust herself upward, slamming open the doors, squinting against the light outside. After a moment's panicky tangle with her cloak, she was out of the cellar and sprinting across the courtyard. She heard a muffled shout behind her as she slid into the sliver of space between the buildings. She popped out the other side like a cork from a bottle, and then she ran, twisting and turning through the narrow streets, not knowing or caring where she was or where she was heading, just wanting to put distance between her and her former captor. She ran until a stitch in her side and a lack of breath forced her to stop and huddle in an alleyway. She stood for a time, catching her breath, listening for pursuit, looking up and down the street. Then she began to walk. She'd try to find an inn or shop that was open. Perhaps someone there would be willing to go for help, if she could convince them there was a reward in it. But the taverns were locked up tight, the houses too, the streets deserted at this early hour. She tried pounding on the doors of some of the more prosperous-looking dwellings, but no one answered. If anyone saw her, it was unlikely they'd let her in. She must look a fright, a ragged, filthy creature of indeterminate gender. To the east, the towers of Fellsmarch Castle pricked the horizon, silhouetted against the rising sun. It was several miles away at least, somewhat farther than they'd walked the night before. Was it really just a day ago she'd crossed Rag Market with Eamon and her secret escort? There was no choice but to leg it. She headed for the towers, navigating the twisting streets and alleys, feeling as if she walked 2 miles for every one in a straight line. It was like the maze in her rooftop garden, only walled in with decrepit dwellings and paved with cobbles, broken brick, dirt, and debris. She was crossing a courtyard when a young girl ran out of an adjoining alleyway, all in a panic. She was thin, maybe a year or 2 younger than Melanie, with long blonde hair scraped back into a plait. "Young miss, in the name of Madeline the Merciful, help, if you please. It's my baby sister. She's sick." Raisa looked around to see if she might be speaking to someone else, but there was no one in the courtyard. "Me? What's wrong with your sister?" "She's choking, turning purple." The girl tugged at Raisa's hand. "Please come." Raisa followed the girl down the alleyway, her mind racing. Maybe here was a chance to do some good. The choking sickness had been going around. There were healers in Fellsmarch Castle Temple who had been successful in treating it. Maybe... Suddenly, she and the girl came up against a brick wall. Raisa turned and saw that they were no longer alone. 5 others came out of the adjoining streets, 4 boys and another girl, surrounding them. Her stomach did a nauseating flip. "Hey now," the new girl said, squinting at her. "Where you going in such a hurry?" Her accent said she was from the Southern Islands. She was older than the first girl, maybe 16, with dark skin and long, wavy black hair wrapped with thread into sections. She had high cheekbones and a generous mouth. She wore breeches and a sleeveless vest, exposing muscular, tattooed arms. The girl reached out and ripped Raisa's makeshift scarf from her hair. "What are you doing with this?" she demanded, shaking it in front of Raisa's face. "Where'd you get it?" Raisa saw then that all of them wore bandanas of similar weave and color knotted around their necks. "Raggers," she blurted. "You're raggers." The girl flinched and looked up and down the alley before she replied. "Are not? Who says?" "Did Cuff send you?" Raisa demanded, furious at being taken so easily. "Well, you can tell him for me that I don't care how many cutthroat street ruffians he sets after me. I'm not—" "Shut it." Now the girl looked angry and frightened at the same time. "We've got nothing to do with whatever Cuff's Alistair be up to. He not in the raggers anymore. He don't give the orders in Rag Market. Now let's see what you got in your carry bag, hmm?" The raggers closed in on Raisa, and she backed away until she came up against the wall of the building. An older boy in a faded red velvet coat reached out and fingered her hair, and she slapped his hand away. He smiled, revealing a tongue bright red from chewing razor leaf. "You got any family, girlie? Somebody who might pay to get you back?" He leaned closer, and his razor leaf breath made her eyes water. He seemed jumpy and jittery, like leaf users often did. "There you are, Rebecca." Everyone swiveled, and Cuffs came swaggering down the alley like some pirate prince in his clan leggings, fancy clan-made boots, and a beat-up deerskin jacket over top. He nodded to the other raggers. "Hey, Velvet, thanks, mate, for looking after my girlie for me. I tell you, she's been nothing but trouble." As Velvet gawked at him, Cuffs grabbed Race's arm and shoved her behind him, planting himself between her and the others. He pressed something into her hand, and she felt cold metal. Her knife. She palmed it and peeked out from behind his back, head spinning with confusion. The raggers stared at Cuffs with the avid interest given murderers, adulterers, kings, actors, and other notorious people. All except the tattooed girl. The expression on her face was more complex, a mixture of anger, desire, and betrayal. She's sweet on him, Raisa thought, and he's jilted her. "Get off, Alistair," the tattooed girl said to Cuffs. "The girlie's ours." "Nuh-uh, Cat," he said. "I saw her first. Not much swag for a flimper like you, but she's pretty at least." "Is she the one that beat you up?" Cat sneered. "Or was it the Southies, like everyone says?" "What's all that in your hair, mate?" Velvet asked. "Blood or dirt?" Cuffs touched his head, looking momentarily puzzled. "Oh, right," he said, his confusion clearing. "Just trying out a new color. What do you think?" "He's in disguise, mates," Cat said. "Can't even walk the streets as himself anymore." "Are you coming back, Cuffs?" a younger boy piped up hopefully. "Shares was always good when you was street lord." He clapped his mouth shut and darted a nervous glance at Cat. "No, he's not coming back," Cat said, stepping out in front of the others, her hand on the dagger shoved into the waistband of her breeches. "It's his fault Flynn and the others got pinched. Cuffs is poison. We gang up with him, the Blue Jackets'll be all over us." "The Blue Jackets is all over us now," an older boy pointed out. "We can't move for the guard. Cuffs always kept 'em bought off, at least." "Shut up, Jonas," Cat said, glaring at him, and Jonas shut his mouth. "There's 8 Southies down on the bricks," Cuff said. "That was a daft move. You can't daub your way out of that." It was like Cuffs had slid into his street lord skin and began speaking a foreign language. Cat glared at him. "You act like we did the Southies." Cuffs shrugged. "Who else?" Raisa, feeling ignored, had been shifting from one foot to the other, debating her chances of making a run for it. Now she focused more closely on the conversation. Cat snorted. "Us? We had nothing to do with it. We figure it was you. That's who the guard is blaming anyway." "The Blue Jackets are blaming all of us," Cuffs said. "Look, how could I have done the Southies, all by myself?" He grinned. "You, maybe, Cat. Me, I'm good, but not that good." Cuffs is a charmer, no doubt about it, Raisa thought. Cat studied him suspiciously. "You're not with anyone else? The Keepers, Widowmakers, Bloodrunners?" Cuffs shook his head. "We heard you was bringing Leaf up from Weenhaven," Jonas said. "Heard you'd made a killing selling it off to pirates in Chalk Cliffs." "I don't do business with pirates anymore," Cuffs said. "They're more likely to cut your throat than pay up." "How you getting on, then?" Cat asked, rolling her eyes. Cuffs cleared his throat, as if embarrassed. "This and that. I'm a runner for Lucius Frowsley. Do some trading, shine the gentry's shoes." He touched his knife. "Get in a little barbering." Laughter rippled through the raggers, all except for Cat. Cuffs noticed. "Look," he said, going serious. "I got no idea who's doing the Southies, but we're all paying for it. I need your help. If you know anything." "How about this?" Cat said, leaning toward Cuffs. "We'll hand you off to the Blue Jackets. Then maybe they'll leave us be." "You can try," Cuffs said. His voice was calm, his manner unruffled, but Raisa noticed that he straightened and gripped the hilt of his knife. "Course, I'd not sell you out. I think mates need to hang together, but that's just me." The raggers shifted nervously, stealing glances at one another, some of them nodding. "I can learn something from Cuffs Alistair," Raisa thought. "He's been here 10 minutes, and he has them all in the palm of his hand. Except for Cat, who has a grudge against him." Cuffs moved in closer to Cat, fixing her with his blue eyes, his voice soft and persuasive. "Give me a moment, will you?" He looked from her to the other raggers, raising his eyebrows. "Please?" She hesitated, then waved the rest of them off. They shuffled to the open end of the alley and huddled there. Velvet scowled, shooting dark looks their way. "What about her?" Cat hissed, nodding at Raisa. Cuffs gave Raisa a little push toward the closed end of the alley, keeping himself between her and the way out. "Stay there," he growled, then withdrew a few paces to talk to Cat. Raisa pretended to ignore them, all the while straining to make out their conversation. "Who is she, and what's she to you?" Cat tilted her head toward Raisa. "Some girlie who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time," he said. "I gave my word I'd let her go." "Your word?" Cat laughed bitterly. "Good luck to her, then." "Cat," Cuff said, extending his hands, then dropping them. "I never made any promises." "No, you didn't." Her expression said promises were implied, if not spoken. "I had to leave the life. I had no choice. It had nothing to do with you." Cat stared at him incredulously. "Had nothing to do with me? How do you figure that?" Cuffs tried to patch it over. "What I mean is, I didn't leave because of you." "You didn't stay because of me, neither," she spat. "Anyways, what makes you think I care where you go or what you do?" Cat shook her hair back. "The Blue Jackets pinched 3 of my runners because of you. They'll be torturing them now, trying to make 'em tell where you are. They'll torture them dead because they got no idea." Cuff stilled and focused. "I heard there was 3 raggers taken. Flynn and who else?" "Jed and Sari, too," Cat said. Cuffs glanced toward Raisa, lowered his voice. "Where are they keeping them?" "Southbridge guardhouse," Cat said. Raisa heard Cuff's intake of breath. "Bloody bones. Gillen?" Cat nodded. "As if you cared." There was a certain challenge in her stance, an expectation of disappointment. "You know I don't spill nothing to the Blue Jackets, but I'd give you up to save them." Cuffs stared out into space, a muscle working in his jaw. "First, I need to settle the girlie. Will you let us go, then?" Raisa understood the gesture. He was submitting to Cat, recognizing her status as street lord. "Fine," she said, her face expressionless, her voice flat. "Off you go. Just don't ever—" "Meet me at the far end of Southbridge tonight," he interrupted. "I'll help you spring Sari and the others." Cat studied him appraisingly. "How do I know you won't bring the guard with you?" she said. "How do I know you won't sell us out?" He gripped her elbows, looking into her face, his voice low and fierce. "Because this time I am promising." Rag Market was waking up around them as they headed uptown. Somehow, Han needed to shed the girlie before they ran across a nosy Blue Jacket or some other troublesome person. Only now he felt somehow confident she wouldn't turn him in. Every time he looked at Rebecca, she was studying him through narrow green eyes, like he was a cipher that needed solving. He was beginning to think he preferred the wide-eyed, terrified look. How much of the conversation with Kat had she overheard? "That Kat, she was your sweetheart, wasn't she?" she asked him, as if she were privy to his thoughts. "Not exactly," he replied. She rolled her eyes in that way girlies had. "What?" he said irritably, skirting a large pile of potato peelings at the curb. Could be worse in Rag Market. "Obviously, she thought so. Well, she's with Velvet now." Why was he telling her this? Han decided to change the subject. "You know, you look good in breeches," he said, running his eyes over the display. "Very, shapely," he added, grinning and demonstrating with his hands. That shut her up. She blushed bright pink, and there was no more talk of sweethearts. She did look good in breeches, in fact, and it wasn't that he was dazzled by the novelty of it. Clan girls wore leggings, after all. In the camps, they told stories of tiny, beautiful wood nymphs that would catch you in their snares and challenge you with riddles. Rebecca could have been a character in any of those. Her waist was so small he could have spanned it with his hands, but there was a wiry toughness to her that appealed to him. Glancing sideways at her, he wondered what it would be like to kiss her. "Leave it alone, Alistair," he thought. "You got trouble enough. Whoever she was, she had powerful friends." "I'm going to leave you on the way," he said, pulling her by the hand, pushing between the delivery wagons and crowds of laborers and shopkeepers in the narrow street. "There's lots of traffic this time of day, and it should be safe. You can easily walk back to the castle close." "I'm fine on my own, you know," she said, putting her nose in the air. He snorted. "Right. You were fine when I found you in the alley. Cat and them would have eaten you alive." "Why'd you save me?" she asked. "I mean, I ran away." Sometimes Rebecca seemed plenty sharp, and other times she'd say the stupidest things. "I was the one that dragged you off from Southbridge Temple," he said. "You end up with your throat cut, I'll get the blame. I got enough problems as it is." "You're going to try to rescue the Raggers, aren't you?" she said. "The ones taken by the guard?" Hannah Leah's teeth. He had to get shed of her while he had any secrets left. "Where'd you get that idea?" he asked. "You are, aren't you?" she persisted. "Well, that'd be bloody stupid, wouldn't it?" Han said. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "No. You think it's your fault they were taken. But it's not, if you're innocent." She nearly tripped on her long breeches, and he grabbed her arm to right her. "So, now you think I'm innocent, do you?" "Of murdering the Southies, at least," she said, giving him the evil eye that said he was still guilty of plenty. "They'll catch you if you try, you know. They've got to be expecting this sort of thing. That's probably why they took them in the first place, to lure you out of hiding." As if he didn't know that. "Well, not your worry, is it?" A few more blocks, and he'd take his leave, and... She suddenly set her heels, practically skidding to a stop, her eyes alight with some new scheme. "Take me back to Southbridge Temple," she commanded, like the bloody Duchess of Ragmarket. "I forgot something." "Are you out of your mind?" He said it louder than he intended, and passers-by turned and stared at them. "We just came from there," he said, forcing his voice down. "I only just got away, and I'm not going back." "You'll have to go back anyway to free the Raggers," she said. "Southbridge Guardhouse is right by the temple close," she added. As if he didn't know that. "No, you're going home. If you really want to help me, you'll keep your mouth shut about everything that's happened." She set her lips into a thin line and drew herself up to her puny best height. "Fine. I'm off to Southbridge Temple on my own, then." It was like one of those nightmares that gets worse and worse until you think you'll die or bust a vessel, but you still can't wake up. It was his bloody luck to take a crazy person hostage. He looked around, but there was no dragging the girlie anywhere, with the streets so crowded. He had a notion to pitch her in the river and see if she sank. Instead, he turned up his collar and trailed after her, grumbling, back toward Southbridge. Chapter 14. On the Wrong Side of the Law. Despite all the troubles she'd had over the previous 2 days, the kidnapping and threats and robberies and rain and dirt and all, Raisa was intoxicated, bewitched, and bemused by freedom. She strode through the streets in her breeches and shirt, anonymous to the citizens around her, drinking in the details of the colorful neighborhood known as Ragmarket. Colorful was a word for it. It was also stinking and clamorous and spicy and terminally interesting. Pregnant with possibilities and risk, the bubble that usually protected the princess heir of the Fells had burst, and multiple sensations flooded in, the sights and smells and raw emotions of the queendom she was to rule one day. She grappled with the notion that it was only context and clothing that made her recognizable. Was that really all she was, the random occupant of a spot in the lineage of queens? Could any girl be chosen off the streets, dressed up, and put in her place? Did she have any natural ability to do this job? The guard was thick on every street, bristling with weapons and bravado, yet no one recognized her. There was no undercurrent of rumor, as there would be if her disappearance were common knowledge. Puzzled, she stopped and asked a shopkeeper sweeping his steps to tell the news. "Somebody said there was a kidnapping," she said. "Is that why the guard's all about?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Don't know nothing about a kidnapping. It's those murders in Southbridge. The guard is searching every tavern, inn, and warehouse in Ragmarket. Bad for business it is. I say if the street rats want to murder each other, let 'em." He glanced about, lowering his voice. "They say it was that Cuffs Alistair. He's as bloodthirsty as they come." Raisa couldn't help glancing over her shoulder. Cuffs was trailing half a block behind her, as if he hoped he wouldn't be seen, by her or with her. Raisa wasn't sure. It was somehow thrilling to know he was back there, in pursuit of her, like in the story of Hannaleah and the Highwaymen. But this wasn't a story. This was real, and she meant to find out what was really going on. The towers of Southbridge loomed ahead of her. The guardhouse crouched hard by the bridge on the Southbridge side. It was a squat, sturdy stone building with tiny barred windows. A paved courtyard surrounded it, with stables behind for horses. The Grey Wolf banner flew overhead, proclaiming that this was the Queen's outpost, even amid the squalor of Southbridge. The line for the bridge was longer than usual. A half-dozen fully armed guardsmen stood at each end, questioning all who sought to cross. Raisa's stomach did a sickening flip. Surely she'd be recognized by anybody who'd been sent out specifically to find her. On impulse, she turned aside into a bake shop. Inside, it was relatively clean and well-kept, with displays of sticky buns and meat pies and pastries. The boy behind the counter wore a slouched red-wool muffin cap to contain his hair. "Good morning to you," she said. "I would like 8 sticky buns, wrapped for travel, and your hat." After a brief negotiation, Raisa left the shop with 8 sticky buns in hand, her hair tucked up under the boy's cap. "I'll probably end up with the itches," she thought. Cuffs was waiting for her outside. He grabbed her wrist and yanked her into a doorway. "What are you doing?" he hissed, his face inches from hers. Close up, she saw that his blue eyes were flecked with gold, his lashes thick and pale, the angry bruises on his face fading into pastels, a bit of blonde stubble on his chin. She held up her sack of buns. "I'm a bake shop girl," Raisa said. "This ain't a game," Cuff said. "You need to turn yourself into the Blue Jackets on the bridge. Tell them you're the girl that was stolen from the temple, and go home." "I've got something to do first." "Look, I can't cross the bridge while it's swarming with Blue Jackets," he said. "I can't help you if you get into trouble in Southbridge." "Fine. You're done with me. I'm on my own, all right?" Raisa said, thinking, "You can't help me where I'm going." She wrested free of him and headed for the near end of the bridge. She looked back once to see him staring after her, hands stuffed into his pockets, a scowl on his face. It took a good 10 minutes to get through the line. Raisa tapped her foot impatiently, anxious for the encounter to be over. She wasn't used to having to wait. At the checkpoint, she bowed low before the guardsman, as she'd seen others do. "What's your name and business, girl?" the guardsman demanded, scratching himself in a rude place. "Rebecca Morley, Your Honor," Raisa said, staring at the ground, still worried about being recognized. "Mean to sell bakery goods across the river." "Bakery goods, you say? Let's see." Raisa mutely opened the sack of buns and extended it toward the soldier. He reached a filthy paw in and removed one. He bit into it, grinned approvingly, and took another. Raisa's cheeks flamed, and it took all of her self-control to keep from snatching the bag back. If she were truly a bakery girl, the cost of the buns would come out of her own pocket. "These is good," the soldier said, handing back the depleted sack and swiping at his mouth with his sleeve. "Save me a couple for when you cross back." And he waved her on, grinning. Raisa fumed all the way across the bridge. So this was the Queen's face to the people, a common thief and bully. No wonder Eamon considered rebellion a possibility. On the Southbridge side, the temple stood on one side of the way, the guardhouse on the other, like emblems of good and evil. Raisa leaned against the temple wall and studied the guardhouse. It looked impregnable, its windows like slitted eyes sneering at her. There was no way Cuffs and his gang were getting in and out of there. At least she could find out if what they said was true. Were they really holding 3 raggers in the guardhouse? And were they really being tortured? She took a deep breath and tried to center herself in her work, as Elena always said. Then she crossed the way to the guardhouse door. The lone guard at the door surveyed her in a bored fashion. In the guardroom beyond, several soldiers diced and played cards. "What do you want?" he barked.
It's my sister, Sari," Raisa said in a whiny voice. "She got ta'en by the Queen's Guard the other day, in Rag Market. I was told she was here. I brung her some dinner, is all."
She shook the bakery bag. The guard grabbed it away from her.
"We'll see she gets it,"
he said, dismissing her. Well, that wouldn't do at all.
"Please, sir," Raisa persisted. "I was hoping I could see her, you know. It's been 3 days, and I wondered how she was getting on. She's been sick lately, and 3 days in jail can't be doing her good."
"No visitors."
He squinted at her suspiciously.
"You should know that already."
Raisa snatched at his sleeve, and he slapped her hand away, gripping the hilt of his sword.
"Stay off, you bloody little—"
"Please, I've got some money, sir,"
Raisa quavered.
"Not a lot, but some, and—"
The guard turned back to her, interest lighting his face.
"If you've got money, let's see it then."
"I will. You'll see, sir. Only maybe after—"
Raisa began. The guard's hand snaked forward. He gripped the neck of her shirt and yanked her toward him.
"Don't play games with me, girl."
He drew back his huge fist, and Raisa's mouth went dry with fear. But then a voice came from behind.
"Let the girl in, Sloat. Let me see her."
Sloat released her and stepped aside. The man who'd spoken sat at a table by the fire with greasy plates, playing cards, and several empty mugs arrayed before him. He had a thin, cruel face and muddy brown eyes, lank hair that hung to his shoulders. He wore the blue uniform of the Queen's Guard, and the bars on his collar said he was a sergeant.
"Come here, girl,"
the sergeant said, motioning to her with a smile that turned Race's bowels to water. Reluctantly, she crossed the room and stood before him, keeping her eyes downcast. Why had she thought this was a good idea?
"You're Sari's little sister, are you?"
She nodded mutely. He gripped her wrist, twisting it hard.
"Speak when you're spoken to, girl."
Raisa gasped in pain, tears springing to her eyes.
"Yes, sir. I'm Sari's sister."
She held up the bakery bag with the other hand, like a shield.
"I brought her dinner, sir."
"The Sari what's in the raggers?"
the sergeant continued. She glanced up quickly, then away.
"The raggers, sir? What's that?"
The sergeant laughed. He let go of her wrist and took a swig of beer.
"What's your name?"
"Rebecca, sir."
"You're a right pretty little thing, Rebecca. How old are you?"
Raisa cast about desperately for an age. Younger was better, she decided.
13, sir,"
she said, hunching her shoulders, trying to remember what 13 looked like.
"Ah."
He grinned wider.
"Would you like to see your sister, then?"
"I would, sir."
The sergeant stood and took her by the arm.
"Come on, then."
Sloat began muttering a protest.
"Sergeant Gillen, I already told her, no visitors." "Shut it, Sloat," Gillen said. "We'll make a special exception in this case."
He hauled her down a long corridor lined with stout-looking wooden doors, her feet touching the floor only at every third step. And all the way, Raisa kept thinking, this is the brutal Sergeant Gillen, the ones the raggers whispered about, the one Eamon spoke of, who beats people in the street. What have I gotten myself into? At the end of the hall was a metal gate, and beyond that, another wooden door that Gillen unlocked with a large metal key. Gillen took her through both, stopped long enough to light a torch, and then propelled her down a narrow staircase to the cellar. Raisa shivered from fear and cold. It was chilly and damp on the cellar level, and she knew they must be close to the river because of the stink. Or maybe it was the stink of death all around her. This was an evil place where evil things were done. Images of disaster circulated through her head. She felt panicked, claustrophobic, and she knew she had to get out.
"You know, sir, I'm thinking maybe it's best I come back tomorrow,"
she said, turning back toward the stairs.
"Come on, Missy. We're almost there."
Gillen seized the scruff of her neck and yanked her forward so hard she nearly fell. Instinctively, she knew that any sudden claim to royalty would be disregarded. In the unlikely event he did believe her, he wouldn't hesitate to throttle her to death and drop her in the river to prevent her from carrying this story back to Fellsmarch Castle. Gillen had a killer's heart under his royal blue uniform. She'd thought of it as an adventure, like something Hannah would do. She'd thought she understood the stakes she'd be playing for, and she'd been wrong. Had Hannah been frightened when she confronted the Demon King? Raisa felt plenty frightened now. Ahead was a metal grillwork bolted into the stone with a massive metal lock at one side. As the torchlight bled through the cage door, Raisa could see movement in the gloom beyond, a shuffling of bodies. It was a girl and 2 boys, 15 or 16 maybe, though it was difficult to tell. They were thin and filthy, and they'd been beaten so badly they were scarcely recognizable as human. They didn't crowd forward, as one might expect, but pressed themselves back into the corners as if hoping to escape Gillen's notice. Raisa was sickened, and furious to know that what Cuffs Alistair had said was true.
"Hey, sorry,"
Gillen crooned, unfastening the door.
"I've brought you some company."
"Go away,"
came a whisper from the dark.
"We can't tell you what we don't know. We ain't seen Alistair in months."
"Come now, don't be like that,"
Gillen said, his voice silky.
"Someone's here to see you."
"Who'd come to see me?"
she demanded.
"I've got little Rebecca here, love. She's brought some supper."
"Who?"
Overcome by curiosity, Sari shuffled out of the shadows and into the light. She was tall for her age, and broad of hip and shoulders. She looked like no relation to Raisa.
"Now your baby sister is here, I think we'll get somewhere,"
Gillen said with a bone-chilling smile. He tightened his grip on Raisa.
"Maybe it'll loosen your tongue when we put her on the rack."
Sari gaped at Raisa, then back at Gillen.
"Who the bloody hell is this?"
In stories, Queen Hannaleah fought off the powerful demon king through strength of character and the power of good. In the clan camps, they spoke of the small overcoming the mighty through the force of a focused mind. Eamon Byrne had shown Raisa street-fighting techniques meant to disarm a bigger and stronger opponent. Raisa was smart enough to know that her chances of overpowering someone like Mac Gillen were slim to none. But when a person gives no quarter, if she's fighting for her life, it can make a difference. When she slammed both feet into Mac Gillen's kneecaps, she knew it was unlikely to disable him. She hoped it would be enough to distract him. In that, she succeeded. He screamed like a stuck pig and went down, clutching at his knees, swearing.
"Get him!"
Raisa shouted recklessly, rolling to her feet.
"To me! Come on!"
With the strength born of desperation, the three raggers jumped on Gillen, dragging him to the floor, kicking and punching for all they were worth. Gillen was like a massive bear set upon by coyotes who were snapping and biting and growling, but doing very little damage. Gillen's hands fastened around Raisa's throat, and he squeezed, stopping her breath. She twisted and turned, but couldn't break free. The blood roared in her ears, and spots swam before her eyes, coalescing into wolf-like shapes. Then somebody plowed into them, and the pressure on her throat was released. Greedily gasping for air, Raisa snatched up the fallen torch and jammed it, still burning, into Gillen's face. He screamed with pain and rage and left off pounding one of the boys. Suddenly, he seemed less interested in beating them to death and more interested in getting to the door. Raisa hooked a foot around his ankle and sent him sprawling, and Sari lifted a heavy iron chamber pot and slammed it into his head. Gillen finally lay quiet. Chapter 15. Strange Bedfellows. Eamon Byrne wasn't the kind of person who dwelled on things. He usually made a decision and moved on, but this time was different. He'd done more second-guessing over the past 2 days than he'd done in his lifetime before then. They'd not been released from Speaker Jemson's study until the morning after Race's abduction. By then, the trail was cold. Eamon had sent his grey wolves racing into Rag Market to search for any trace of Cuffs or Raisa, while he went straight to his father to confess what he'd done. He found his father at breakfast, dining alone, as was his habit. Once the first few words were out of Eamon's mouth, Captain Burns stopped eating, sat back, and listened, stone-faced, firing a question here and there. When Eamon finished, his father threw his napkin on the table and sent his orderly to fetch his duty officers to the garrison room. Eamon extended his sword to his father, hilt first. "I'm sorry, sir," he said stiffly. "I hereby resign my
"Keep that,"
his father growled.
"You'll likely need it."
"Sir," Eamon stammered, confused.
But when the queen hears, they are headstrong, the Grey Wolf queens, his father said. No one knows that better than me. The most difficult task a guardsman faces is to say no to his sovereign when he knows it may result in his own dismissal, imprisonment, or death. He fixed Eamon with his hawk-like gaze. But sometimes you have to say it. You should have said it to the Princess Heir.
But how can we do that, sir? Eamon restored his sword to its scabbard.
I mean, we serve the queen, and so we serve the line of queens, his father said. We serve the throne. Sometimes an individual makes a bad choice.
Eamon stared at his father.
But isn't that treason?
Captain Burns smiled thinly.
Some would say so. Who are we, after all?
He rose, walked to the hearth, and prodded the fire with a poker. The careful arrangement of logs collapsed in a fountain of sparks.
We Burns are here by a covenant made with Hanalea, the first of this stubborn line, his father said, staring into the fire. It's a tricky business, for sure, but we'll be all right as long as we can keep our eyes on the good of the line and the good of the realm. But not everyone in the Guard is there for the good of the realm,
Eamon said, thinking of Mac Gillen. His father nodded.
Time was the captain chose every man and woman who went into the Guard. That's no longer true. Politics have come into play. I didn't choose Mac Gillen, and I've been unable to dismiss him, much as I've tried.
Who chose Mac Gillen? Eamon wanted to ask, but didn't.
What are we going to do, sir? He asked.
His father continued to gaze into the flames, his face hard and unreadable.
We're going to risk everything to protect the line.
What do you mean?
The Princess Heir has her name day this summer, after which she'll be eligible for an alliance by marriage.
He turned and leaned against the mantel, looking as grim as Eamon had ever seen him.
It may be best for the long-term defense of the Fells if the Princess Heir marries a southern prince, but they're conservative in the southern kingdoms. If they find out our princess was held captive overnight by a street thug, it may affect her prospects for a match.
Eamon's stomach clenched. He thought of Cuffs Alistair, his knife at Race's throat, declining a hostage switch. He found himself actually spluttering.
He wouldn't. If he's touched her, if there's...
His father held up a hand.
The facts are less important than the perception when it comes to marriage contracts, Corporal.
The facts are important to me, Eamon thought.
They wouldn't name Melanie heir, would they? If the Princess Heir is tainted, he said, not really sure who they might be.
Eamon shook his head.
They may try, but we can't allow that. Melanie isn't the blooded heir as long as Raisa lives. The naming doesn't recognize politics. I hope Her Majesty won't be influenced.
His voice trailed off.
We're direly in need of a strong queen, he said softly, rubbing his forehead as if it hurt.
Duh, Eamon said, anxious to get back to his subject. When you said we'd risk everything to protect the line, what did you mean by that?
His father fixed back on him. Here it is. We will not announce that the princess has disappeared. We will set the guard looking for one Rebecca Morley. That was the name you said she used, wasn't it? Who fits the princess's description, taken from Southbridge Temple by Cuffs Alistair. Rebecca, we'll say, comes from a wealthy family, but wanted to do good works for the poor. We'll offer a very generous reward for information.
Eamon wasn't sure he understood.
But we'll tell the Queen the truth.
His father looked him straight in the eyes.
No.
Eamon couldn't believe it. His father, the soul of duty and propriety, was proposing a massive deception, one that could have dire consequences if it went bad. It would be perceived that the captain of the guard had risked the Princess Heir to protect his son. It could be his career.
"Duh, we can't do that. If you're found out, remember what I said. We are bound to preserve the line, no matter the cost. If this Cuffs knows who he holds, it will put the Princess Heir at greater risk. He might be frightened enough to kill her on the spot. He could carry her across the border and sell her off to some southern prince, or align himself with the Grey Wolf's enemies."
"If she's even still alive," Eamon forced himself to say. "It's been hours and hours."
"She's alive," his father said. "I would know if the line was broken. And you will too, once you're truly named."
His father put his hand on Eamon's shoulder, stopping his questions.
"I know the Queen enrolled you in the Guard, but anyone can be enrolled, as I've said. This is different."
He left it at that, but Eamon was glad to take his father's word for it. Glad he wouldn't have to insert the language, "if Race's still alive," into every speculation.
But how will we explain Race's disappearance?"
Eamon persisted. He was half relieved he wouldn't have to face the Queen right away, half convinced this scheme would never work.
"She must have been missed by now. They're probably already in a panic." "Averal Demon Eye will help us," his father said. "He'll say Race has gone back to Demon Eye Camp for a pre-naming ritual. Very secret, very sacred. Lord Bayard will be furious, but we can live with that."
A smile ghosted over his face.
"Why would Averal do that? He's her father. He has to be worried. He'll want to keep it secret for the same reasons we do, for the good of his daughter and the good of the line." "What would you have me do?"
Eamon asked humbly, knowing he deserved no role in this, but desperately desiring one.
"You'll comb Rag Market and Southbridge. You'll use all your contacts. You'll talk up the reward in taverns and inns. After all, you know the streets, and you know Racer, and you can identify Cuffs. And that's important when most members of the Guard have never seen the princess in the flesh."
Over the next 2 days, Eamon walked the streets around the clock, mostly in Rag Market, since that was Ragger turf, and Cuffs was seen crossing the bridge with Racer immediately after the confrontation in the study. Eamon threw money around in taverns, but never drank himself. He interviewed countless people, asking after Rebecca Morley, describing her in detail, showing a secret sketch of Racer that his sister, Lydia, had done for him. Eamon pushed himself so he wouldn't have to think. When he did think, guilt washed over him. He was the one responsible for Cuff's escape in the first place, that day they'd collared him outside of the Keg and Crown. And by going along with Race's plan to go to Southbridge Temple, he'd put her in Jemson's study when Cuffs barged through the door. And finally, his decision to confront Cuffs then and there, in the temple, had resulted in his taking of Race. Of course, there was a chance that by now Race had already told the street lord who she was. Eamon could picture that conversation, but he couldn't picture what would happen next, except sometimes in nightmares, so he did his best not to sleep. Consequently, Eamon was less than alert in the days after Race's disappearance as he walked the narrow streets and alleys of Rag Market, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He'd arranged to meet the wolf pack at the bridge at noon to see if anyone had news. He wasn't optimistic. He was nearing the river, walking a narrow alley, when someone behind him called his name. "Corporal Byrne!" He swung around. It was Cuffs Alistair, in a side courtyard, on the wrong side of a wrought-iron grillwork. A half-dozen other raggers stood in a cluster behind him. No Race. Eamon lunged toward Cuffs and came up against the grillwork, which was too fine to insinuate even his hand through. Still, Cuffs skipped back a step, as if he thought Eamon might somehow manage it. "Where is she?" Eamon demanded, looking for some way over or around the fence. "What have you done with her? If you've touched her, I swear I'll—" "Rebecca, you mean?" Cuffs frowned, as if confused. "Right.
Rebecca.
Eamon's mind stumbled to a conclusion, so the street lord still didn't know Race's true identity.
Who else would I be looking for, you murdering, thieving...
She's in Southbridge guardhouse, Cuff said, cocking his head right toward the river.
Southbridge?
Eamon struggled to control his voice.
What's she doing in there?
I don't exactly know what she's doing in there. Cuffs fingered the silver at his wrists. But she went in there yesterday and hasn't come out. Something's up. I was hoping you could, take a look in. Make sure she's all right. Eamon was lost. There was something crucial the street lord wasn't telling him.
Why shouldn't she be all right?
And why hadn't Eamon heard she'd been found? Cuff shrugged.
Mac Gillen's in there, for one.
Mac Gillen was a brute on the streets, but what did that have to do with Raisa?
How did she come to be in there?
Eamon asked, choosing his words carefully, trying to resist the impulse to beat on the metal door between them.
Did the guard find her, or did she escape from you, or... Well, I believe she went in to rescue some raggers from the pits,
Cuff said.
She wasn't all that specific. She went in to rescue... Why would she do that?
Eamon gripped the ironwork, studying the street lord's face. Was he lying? And if so, what was the purpose?
Guess she's kind of taken with us, Cuff said. You know, the glamour of the gang life and all, getting beat up every other day, arrested for crimes you didn't commit, long nights in jail, sleeping in the cold and wet. It's seductive.
He raised an eyebrow. Eamon couldn't help thinking Cuffs had chosen that word on purpose. Yet, despite his sardonic tone, the street lord's face was pale and anxious under the dirt and bruises, and he practically twitched with tension. Was he worried about Raisa? No, he wasn't allowed.
Why should I trust you? Why should I believe you about anything? Eamon asked.
Cuffs spat at the ground.
All right, then. If it's too chancy for you to walk into your own guardhouse and find your own girlie, I'll go myself. I just thought you might get a better reception.
His face had gone hard, his blue eyes bright with anger. Eamon wavered, unwilling to lose Cuffs now that he had him in his sights, even if he was tantalizingly out of reach.
Look, Cuff said, rubbing his chin. I'm sorry I took your girlie. I don't want her to get hurt, and the longer you wait, the more likely that'll be. I don't know what else I can say. You wait here, Eamon said. Don't you move. As if he had some power to enforce it.
All right, Cuff said, smiling slantwise.
You go on. I'll be waiting here.
Eamon turned and raced toward the bridge, but hadn't gotten more than a few paces when he heard his name again.
Eamon! Corporal Byrne! Where have you been? Wasn't we supposed to meet at noon?
He turned and found his Grey Wolf cadets clustered around the bridge pillar. On impulse, he said,
Come on with me to the guardhouse. I hear there's trouble.
They cut to the front of the line for the bridge. The guardsman on duty saluted.
Are you the reinforcements?
He asked, eyeing Eamon's companions.
Right, Eamon said. Reinforcements. What seems to be the trouble? Dunno. Some kind of prisoner riot.
Eamon set a killing pace across the bridge, which cut down on the questions from the wolf pack. The door to the guardhouse was ajar. Several guards stood around outside, armed with clubs. Eamon slowed his pace and approached cautiously from the side. When he peered around the doorframe, he saw a handful of guardsmen bunched at the end of the corridor that led to the cells.
What's going on?
Eamon asked, leading the others inside.
Where's Sergeant Gillen? Corporal Byrne, thank the Maker, one of the guardsmen said, only too happy to hand over responsibility. The prisoners took over the cell block yesterday morning. They have the gate barricaded, and they're holding Sergeant Gillen and some others hostage.
Eamon blinked at them.
How did all this happen? The man shrugged. Search me. This young girl come in looking for her sister, said she was being held in the cells. Sergeant Gillen, he took the girl down to the pit. A young girl? Who did she want to see? It was one of them raggers what Sergeant Gillen's been interrogating. The next thing I know, all hell's broken loose and the prisoners are demanding a way out or they'll cut Gillen's throat.
Well, Eamon thought, that'd be a shame to sacrifice Sergeant Gillen for the good of the realm. Aloud, he said,
"Who's their spokesman?" "That girl and her sister, I guess. We didn't know what to do, so we've been waiting for word from the captain."
"Captain Burns sent me to, investigate." Eamon poked his head into the corridor. The prisoners had stuck torches on either side of the gate, blinding him so he couldn't see beyond them. "You, in the cells. This is Corporal Byrne. I need to talk to you."
"Corporal Byrne? Really?"
It was Race's voice, and Eamon nearly collapsed from relief. He had no idea what she was up to, but she was alive at least, and out of Cuff's hands. Now all he needed to do was get her out of there without giving away her identity and raising lots of questions they didn't want to answer.
"Yes," he said. Who are you?"
It seemed like the safest question.
"I'm Sary's sister, Rebecca," she said, hesitating a little over the name.
"I'm the officer in command,"
he said, feeling foolish as he said it.
"Truce for a meeting?"
He heard a flurry of conversation, more like an argument, and then a new voice said,
"You come to us, unarmed, hands raised. Try anything and I'll spit you like a pig."
"I wouldn't do it, sir," someone said behind him.
"They'll just take you hostage, too. We'd best starve them out, I say."
Eamon unsheathed his sword and handed it to one of the guardsmen.
"I'm coming," he called. "Unarmed, under truce," he added, just as a reminder.
All the while wondering how this would end, wondering what his father would do. He walked slowly down the corridor, hands in the air. When he reached the gate, he paused. A girl's rough voice said,
"Come ahead."
And he passed between the torches, skin tingling, expecting at any moment to feel the prick of a blade. When he entered the cell block, Eamon was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of urine and unwashed bodies, and the metallic reek of blood. As his eyes adjusted to the dark, he saw that he was surrounded by nearly 24 prisoners of all ages, from children to one cadaverous, matted-haired old man who stared down at his hands, muttering to himself. 2 prisoners stepped forward. One was a taller girl wearing an ill-fitting guard uniform. Her face was layered in bruises, her nose badly broken, and those were just the injuries he could see. Alongside her was Raisa, carrying a short sword and clad in trousers and shirt, her hair stuffed under a boy's cap like some knights-errant page. Her neck was mottled with bruises, and there was a jagged cut over her cheekbone. She looked up at him, green eyes wide, and her finger to her lips.
"I'm Rebecca,"
she said, in case he'd forgotten.
"This is Sary."
At that point, Eamon didn't know whether to embrace her or throttle her, so he took a middle path.
"Where are Sergeant Gillen and the other guards?" he asked.
"They're safe put away in the cages,"
the tall girl, Sary, said, grinning smugly.
"Like the animals they are." "What is it you want?" Eamon asked.
"We want safe out of jail, for one," Sary said. "We want the guard to quit trying to make us confess to something we didn't do." "We want Gillen reassigned," Raisa said. "Send him to the borderlands, where people fight back."
"Kill him!"
somebody shouted from the back of the crowd.
"Then there's no chance he'll come back."
Eamon cleared his throat.
"Could I speak with Rebecca a minute, in private?"
Sary looked from Eamon to Raisa and shook her head.
"If you got something to say it to all of us."
Eamon's mind raced.
"All right. I can bring you out of here, but you're going to have to give up your weapons, and I'm going to have to take you out under guard."
Loud protest erupted from all sides.
"Listen to me!"
For a small person, Raisa had a commanding voice.
"Listen! she repeated. I know you've reason to hate bluejackets, but I know Corporal Byrne, and I know he wouldn't lie to you. Then she turned to Eamon and demanded, Why do we have to give up our weapons? Eamon leaned in close and spoke so only Raisa could hear, ignoring the dirty looks from the others. Because it can't look like I'm setting you free, he said. The Bayars have eyes and ears everywhere. They don't care about dead Southies, but if it looks like I'm loosing criminals on the streets, they'll use it against my Da.
Sari pushed her way between them.
Who are you, anyway? She asked Raisa. How come you and this bluejacket are so chummy? You say Cuff sent you, but he may be dead for all I know. I've not even seen him for a year.
Eamon was losing patience.
If you all don't want to come, fine. You stay here, but Rebecca's coming with me.
There was more grumbling all around, and he added, Take it or leave it. This was followed by a clamor of, Put him in the cage with Gillen, and We're leaving it then. But Sari raised her hand for silence, her eyes locked on Eamon's face.
Fair enough, she said, but we'll take our shivs with us, hid under our coats.
She stowed her dagger under her jacket.
And I'm keeping the girlie close to me. Try anything, and she'll be the first one down.
She put an arm around Raisa and drew her in close, her other hand resting on her weapon. Eamon's impulse was to rip Raisa free and drag her away with him, but she looked at him and shook her head, a movement so slight Sari missed it.
All right, he said. Give me a minute.
He ducked through the doorway, between the torches, and walked back toward the front, painfully aware that his back made a tempting target. Back in the duty room, the other guards peppered him with questions, and he had to hold up a hand for silence.
They want an audience with the captain, Eamon said, to tell their grievances. I agreed, so we're going to bring them out under guard.
Ignoring the muttering of surprise and muted protest, he scanned the crowd and chose out his cadets.
Mick, Hallie, Garrett, Woad, Kiefer, come with me. You want us to jump 'em soon as you're clear of the cells? One of the bluejackets asked, fondling his club. No.
Eamon looked around the room, meeting every eye.
Nobody so much as touches his weapon. I mean to get them out of here without spilling blood. Any soldier that makes a move on them will be brought up on charges.
There was another mutter of protest, but Eamon thought they'd follow orders. They made a rather odd procession, like refugees from some poorly planned and provisioned war. 25 or so prisoners limped, shuffled, and swaggered at the center, loosely ringed by Eamon's mostly beardless cadets. They marched through the duty room and out the door, crossed the courtyard, and turned onto Southbridge. Guards stared at them, perplexed, as they streamed across. Citizens cleared out of the streets ahead of them, but peered out of windows and leaned out of doorways after they'd passed. Eamon's racing heartbeat slowed a bit once they'd made it to the other side of the river. They marched straight down the way of the Queens until they were out of sight of the guardhouse.
"Turn here,"
he commanded, veering off into a side street. They walked a ways farther, made another turn, and Eamon brought the parade to a halt.
"All right," he said. "You're free to go. Just don't land in jail again, all right? That'd be hard to explain."
Most of the prisoners melted quickly into the shadows and were gone. But Sari blinked at him, then glanced around, suspicious to the bone.
"Just like that? You're springing us? How come?"
"Because your princess heir commands it," Eamon thought of saying. "Because I'm a fool. Because I still haven't figured out how to say no."
"Because you've been ill-used," Eamon said. "Because some of us don't believe in beating a confession out of a person." "Such a pretty speech, Corporal."
And just like that, Cuffs was there with the rest of the raggers. The Grey Wolves bunched up, prickling with weapons.
"No worries,"
Cuffs said, grinning.
"Cat and me just came to meet and greet."
He nodded toward another ragger, a tall Southern Islander with a scowl on her face.
"Let's go,"
Cat said, and all of the raggers, including the 3 held by the guard, bled into the surrounding streets. All of the raggers but Cuffs. He came and stood before Raisa, sketching out a little bow.
"Rebecca," he said, "bravo. I do think you're a ragger at heart."
"She's not," Eamon said, pushing between them.
"If by that you mean she's a thief and kidnapper."
"Eamon," Raisa said, laying a hand on his arm.
"I'm thinking your girlie doesn't seem that happy to see you," Cuff said, shaking his head sadly. "I thought she'd be all over you with happiness, not even a chaperone kiss." "I'm thinking you should answer for taking her," Eamon said. "I want to know what you—"
He swallowed hard.
"I want to know if you've hurt her in any way."
"I'm fine," Raisa interjected, pressing her fingers into the flesh of his arm. "He never touched me." Eamon looked down into her face. She raised her eyebrows, signaling him to leave off.
"What about the dead Southies?"
Eamon went on, not able to help himself.
"Convince me you weren't involved. You gonna put me on the rack then, like the others?"
Cuffs asked, still smiling, though it looked kind of frozen to his face.
"Yank out my fingernails? Smash my—"
"You stop it," Raisa said sharply. "Eamon is not a torturer. He was the one who freed your street runners from jail. If not for him,
"They're not my street runners," Cuffs interrupted.
"Fine," she said, glaring at him.
"Fine,"
he said, rolling his eyes. Eamon was beginning to feel a little extraneous.
"You know Gillen's going to come after you again," he said to Cuffs. "It'd be better to turn yourself in." "Would it? Let me think about it." "No, thanks," Cuffs said. "I'll be off then. Good luck with your girlie, mate. I think you'll need it."
And before anything more could be said, he'd turned the corner and was gone. Aflame with anger and embarrassment, dizzy with relief, Eamon whistled for his triple, and they assembled around him, jittery as colts.
"First of all, great work, everyone," Eamon said. "You should all be proud to have pulled this off without any bloodshed."
The wolf pack elbowed each other and grinned.
"Second of all, nobody says a word to anybody about what happened over here. Don't ask questions, because I can't answer them. This is the Queen's business. The fewer who know about it, the better."
Their faces fell, and Eamon knew hopes of tavern bragging and free rounds of drinks were evaporating.
"Now, we're going to take Rebecca back to the castle close," Eamon said. "Fall in."
Eamon marched his little army back to the way and turned toward Fellsmarch Castle. The guardsmen walked a few paces ahead and behind, giving Raisa and Eamon a little space in which to talk.
"What's going on?" Raisa whispered. "Is my mother furious or worried or both?" "Furious," Eamon said. "The Queen is fuming, and Lord Bayard is making all kinds of threats, but not for the reasons you'd guess. My Da and Lord Averill told her you went back to Demon Eye for a week for some kind of name-day clan ritual."
Raisa blinked at him. "They did? Why did they say that?"
Eamon cleared his throat. "My Da is worried that if news gets out about you spending the night with a street lord, your prospects for marriage might be diminished."
She stared at him.
"I'm the blooded princess heir of the Fells,"
she declared through gritted teeth, those green eyes dark as the deep ocean.
"Any prince or noble in the entire 7 realms should be thrilled to marry me. No questions asked."
Her voice was getting louder and louder, and Eamon put his finger to his lips.
"Shh, I agree, and Da agrees, but the southern princes have old-fashioned ideas about women," he said. "They think brides should be pure when they come to— Bones, Raisa, just trust me, all right?"
His face was flaming. He shouldn't be having this conversation with the princess heir of the Fells. It was just wrong.
"And we want to keep those options open since we think— Da thinks it might be more advantageous for you to marry south than to marry someone within the realm."
"And he thinks this because—"
"Well, because we may need allies when the Ardennes Wars are over," Eamon said lamely. "And Lord Bayard seems to be against it," he added to himself. "So now the captain of my guard and one of his officers are laying plans for whom I should marry," Raisa said, in that quiet voice that meant trouble, "and dithering over my reputation like two old aunties." "Anyway," Eamon said hurriedly, hoping to bring this conversation to a quick close, "he thought it best if we avoid that whole thing by lying to his liege queen?" "Well, yes, basically." Eamon cleared his throat, feeling the blood rush to his face. She paced along, taking 2 steps for his one, her dark brows drawn together. "So nobody knows about the trip to Southbridge and the kidnapping or anything?" "Different people know pieces. The Queen's Guard has been searching for a girl named Rebecca. My triple thinks you're my sweetheart." He looked over at Raisa. "What does Cuffs know?" She shrugged. "He thinks I'm your sweetheart too, I guess," she said wryly. Eamon felt a spark of optimism. "So maybe this will work," he said. He glanced over at her, wanting to ask for a rundown of everything that had happened since she was grabbed from the temple. Something had happened between them, of that he was certain, and he didn't like it. One overnight with Cuffs Alistair, and Raisa had turned into some kind of outlaw. So he said, Are you sure you're all right? That Cuffs... Did he... Me? I'm fine," she said distractedly. "But we've got to do something about the guard. They're torturing people. That old man who came out with us, he'd been down in the pit for 15 years. Mac Gillen is a heartless brute." "So you went into the guardhouse to rescue them?" Eamon was still trying to understand. "I went in to see if what Cuff said was true. He told me he wouldn't submit to the Queen's justice because there is no justice, and he was right." "Not everyone's like Gillen," Eamon said, feeling the need to defend the guard. "And you can't believe what Cuff says. He's accused of murdering 8 people." "But it was true, what he said, and I don't believe he did those killings. He thought the Raggers did it, and he hasn't been with the Raggers for a year." Maybe it was all an act for your benefit, Eamon thought, but he didn't dare say it aloud. "If not him, then who?" he asked. "I don't know," she said irritably. "You're the one in the guard." "Don't forget," he said, "he sent you in to rescue his friends. How would it be if you escaped from a street lord only to be killed by your own guard?" "I didn't escape. He let me go. And he didn't send me. I went on my own." "But you can't take chances like this," Eamon exploded. "Things are unstable enough as it is. We can't risk a change of succession." "The succession. The bloody succession. Well, if you ask me, the lineage of queens is like a chain around my neck," Raisa muttered. "I'm no good to anybody if these kinds of things are being done in my name, and I expect you to help me stop it." With that, she strode on in silence, hands fisted at her sides. Chapter 16. Demons in the Street. Han didn't know whether to hope his mother was home or not. It might be a long time before he saw her again, but he just didn't think he could deal with more drama. He wrinkled his nose as he mounted the stairs, catching a whiff of cabbage cooking, a scent that always meant hard times. When he pushed open the door, Mam and Mary looked up from the book they were reading. "A book?"
"Han!"
Mary squealed, scrambling to her feet. She charged across the room and fastened herself to his leg like the lamprey eels from faraway oceans he'd read about in one of Jemson's books.
"I've got a book all my own. Speaker Jemson handed them out. He said the Princess Raisa bought them for us. He says I can keep it."
"That's great, Mary," Han said, distracted, looking over Mary's blonde head at Mam, hoping for a clue. His mother's expression mingled relief and apprehension.
"Thank the Maker,"
she said. She crossed the room and pulled him into her arms, awkwardly patting his back.
"The guard's looking for you," she said, smoothing down his hair. "They've been all over Ragmarket, asking after you. Sergeant Gillen, he's in a fury. They said you busted some raggers out of jail."
How come he always got the blame? Not exactly, he said, thinking Ma'am must have really been worried to skip the lecture. Have they been here? She shook her head.
"But you can't stay here, you know," she said. "He'll catch you sooner or later." "I know. I'm going back to Marisa Pines. I'll stay up there until things calm down."
He hesitated.
"What are you doing home? I thought you'd be at work." "I'm not working up at the castle close anymore,"
Ma'am said, releasing him and stirring the cabbage on the hearth.
"But it's good, because it makes it easier for me to take Mary to school."
That had been his job, to convey his sister safely to Jemson's care.
"You're not working for the Queen anymore?"
Han gently detached Mary from his leg and led her over to the hearth, sat and pulled her onto his knee.
"Why? What happened?" "I ruined one of the Queen's gowns."
Ma'am shrugged.
"The seed pearls were made of paste, that was the problem. Didn't like it there anyway. Fellsmarch Castle, I mean. People were snooty. At least in Ragmarket they treat you like you're human."
"But what are you going to live on?" Han said. "It's going to be hard for me to come into town, to carry for Lucius, or sell what I glean up mountain."
"We'll get by," Ma'am said. "There's always rags and laundry, and now they're giving away food at Southbridge Temple 2 or 3 times a week. It's part of that Briar Rose ministry Princess Raisa started."
"Princess Raisa?" Han repeated, surprised. Was she slumming in Southbridge or what?
"Huh. I wonder how long that will last." "She's doing good work," Ma'am said. "Everyone says it's a blessing, and it helps until I can find something steady again."
Han thought of the girl Rebecca Morley. She knew people in the castle close. Maybe she could pull some strings, help Ma'am get her job back, or get another job just as good. Or maybe it was just an excuse to see her again. But no, he couldn't risk giving away his connection to Ma'am and Mary. He liked to think of them as safe, separate from his life in the gangs, hidden away in the room above the stable.
"Hanson,"
Ma'am said, in the manner of a person launching a prepared speech. Han sighed. He should have known there'd be a lecture by and by.
"You can't just hide in the mountains all the time," Ma'am said. "And you can't seem to be here without getting into trouble. You're 16 now, and you've got to find a vocation. You could go to Odin's Ford, enter the warrior school, and become an officer. That don't take no connections, and there's lots of call for soldiers these days, so they don't ask a lot of questions."
Officer? Most of the soldiers he knew were in the Guard, and they'd never take him. Plus, he couldn't see himself smashing heads on the street. But what if he could be an officer in the regular army? He'd have armor and a sword, and his enemies would be out in front of him. He wouldn't always have to be looking over his shoulder. Only there was one big barrier to all of this.
"It costs money to go to Odin's Ford," he said, "and we don't have any."
And then he had a thought. He scraped back his sleeves, exposing the silver cuffs.
"We could sell these," he said. "They ought to bring enough money to live on for a year or more."
Ma'am shook her head, looking from the cuffs up into his eyes, her face pale and strained.
"I think you'd best leave well enough alone. They ain't meant to come off. Not ever."
Hans stared at Ma'am. There was some knowledge in her eyes, and fear as well. He wanted to grip her by the shoulders and shake her. He wanted to yell, "What do you want from me? It's that or thieving. I got nothing else." But he couldn't, not with Mary in the room.
"I'll ask Willow about it again,"
he said, tugging his sleeves back into place.
"There must be a way."
There was a way. One good taking, one good mark with a heavy purse, and Mam and Mary would be set for a while. A few more takings, and he might have the swag to go to Odin's Ford. He thrust the idea from his mind. Fetching his rucksack from the corner, he stuffed his spare breeches and shirts into it. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled his ragger neck scarf from under the mattress. He thought about the amulet buried out in the yard. His fingers itched, longing to touch it again. But no, it was safer where it was. If anything happened to him, it would rest there forever, out of the reach of the Bayards. It gave him some small satisfaction. Mam handed him a cloth bag.
"Here's some bread and an end of cheese for the road," she said. "Tell Willow thanks for your keep," she said roughly. Tell her I'm sorry I can't provide for my own son." Her lower lip trembled, and tears stood in her eyes. "It's all right, ma'am," Hans said. "Willow doesn't mind, and it's my own fault I have to leave." Mary was crying too, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You can't go away again," she said. "You only just came back." Han attempted a smile and ruffled her hair. "I'll be back before you know it, and I'll expect you to read to me when I come back." "I can read to you now," Mary said, grabbing up her book and extending it toward him. "Stay and I'll show you." He shook his head. "I've got to go." And there was nothing else to be said, so he left. By now it was dead dark, so he wound his way through back streets, alert for guard patrols and other inquisitive folk. Once or twice he thought he saw movement in the spaces between buildings, or heard soft footfalls behind him. But each time he turned around, there was nobody there. It had begun to rain, a cold, constant drizzle that sucked up the light and added to his misery. 2 blocks over from home, he stopped in at Burnett's Meats. Out in back of the butcher shop, a long trough carried blood and offal into the gutters. Hans soaked his spare breeches and shirt and neck scarf in the blood. He came at the river a mile east of the bridge, where there'd be less traffic. Scrambling down the bank, he arranged his bloody clothes at the edge of the river, finishing with his gang scarf. He wrote, "Cuffs, double crosser," in the mud with a stick. It was crude, but it might fool the guard anyway. The bells in Southbridge Temple Tower were sounding too as he trotted across the bridge, keeping close to the wall. Over the temple's side entrance hung a new banner proclaiming the Briar Rose Ministry, and, in smaller letters, "By the grace of Her Highness, Princess Reza Anna Mariana." Huh, Han thought. Seems like her worship is everywhere. He kept in the shadow of the temple for 2 long blocks, thinking of Jemson, somewhere within its walls, probably sleeping. "Sorry, Jemson," Han whispered. "Sorry I let you down. Don't let it keep you from believing in somebody else." Tears came to his eyes, and he scrubbed them away, feeling sorry for himself. The streets were deserted, unusually quiet, save for the guard. They were thick. Twice he ducked into a doorway as a triple of guardsmen passed. Fortunately, they were loud as barroom brawlers and easy to avoid. So he turned east, away from the temple, meaning to travel through Southbridge on back streets. He'd cut back to the way as it exited the Vale, and hoped patrols were less frequent up that way. Once or twice he thought he heard footsteps behind him, but when he swung around, no one was there. "You're jumpy as a fell's deer," he thought. "Good thing you're leaving town." He was just crossing a small cobblestone courtyard when they materialized from the darkness. 3 tall, cloaked figures who came at him from 3 directions, seeming to drift soundlessly over the pavement. "Blood of the demon," Han muttered, backing away, his mouth going dry and metallic with fear. Their hoods were pulled forward, obscuring their faces, if they even had faces, and they wore black leather gloves, so there was nothing about them to even suggest they were human.
They seemed to glow through the misting rain, smears of light all around them that spoke of sorcery. He'd heard of things like this, demons who walked the streets, seeking souls for the breaker when business was poor.
"Don't go so soon,"
one of them said, his voice as sibilant as a snake's.
"We want to talk to you. We're looking for someone."
I can't help you," Han said, his back coming up against a wall. "I don't know where anyone is." The monster's laugh was bone-chilling.
"I think you do. I think you can help us. In fact, you're going to be very, very eager to help us before we're through. If you help us, we'll let you go," the tallest demon said. "Such a pretty boy. A shame if anything happened to you."
"Who are you?" Han asked, his voice squeaky with fear.
"We'll ask the questions," the snake-voiced demon said. "We're looking for a boy named Shiv."
And then Han knew. The dead Southies. These were the ones responsible. He thought of the burned and mutilated bodies, and his insides seemed to liquefy. "I never heard of him," Han said, sidling along the wall, trying to escape the circle they'd put around him, but the tallest demon stuck out his arm, preventing further progress.
"Oh, I think you have," he said, "and I think you'll tell. But first, we'll take you somewhere more private."
The three demons seemed edgy, looking over their shoulders like they were worried about being interrupted, which was odd. Why would demons be afraid of the guard? The third demon reached under his cloak as if groping for a weapon, and Han knew it was now or never.
"Murder! Bloody murder on the streets!" he screamed. "Somebody call the Queen's Guard!"
The demons flinched, and the one with his hand inside his cloak reached out and grabbed Han's arm, but screeched and let go quickly like he was burnt, slapping his hand against his side. Han kept screaming, and then he heard the pounding of feet and someone calling out, "Hold, in the name of the Queen!" The demons hesitated for 2 long seconds, the dark holes of their hoods pointed toward Han, then, hissing, they melted into the nearby streets. It was the second time in less than a month that he'd been happy to see the guard arrive, which said something about how his life was going. Only now he had to avoid being taken himself. He pulled his sodden cap low on his head and pointed in a random direction, forcing his voice into a plaintive whine.
"They went that way. Bloody street rats took my purse and threatened to cut my throat, they did. Hurry or they'll get away."
Han reasoned that if demons were mentioned, the bluejackets would be less likely to pursue. The guard charged off in the direction he pointed. "There's a reward in it if you get my purse back," he called after them, for good measure. Han stumbled away on shaking legs in a completely different direction, not really watching where he was going, focusing only on putting distance between him and the place he'd encountered the demons. As he ran, he noticed that his wrists were warm. When he yanked back his sleeves, he saw that the silver cuffs were glowing. What was that all about? Had the demons done something to him? Done something to his cuffs? Could they use the cuffs to track him? Desperately, he tried to pry them off, mangling up his hands in the process, but with no more luck than any time before. Thoughts spiraled through his mind. Who were the demons, and why were they looking for Shiv? Had his sins been so great that the Breaker sent a special team of servants to claim him? Or was it some kind of war among the Southies themselves, or between the Southies and another gang? If so, he'd put his money on the side with the demons. Finally, exhaustion made him slow his pace to a walk, and his pounding heart began to quiet. By then, he was thoroughly lost. He looked up at the sky, but got a faceful of rain for his trouble. He sniffed the air. The stink of the river seemed to be behind him, so he should strike the town walls before long if he headed the other way. A sudden flurry of sound behind him made him fling himself sideways. A body flew past him and hit the ground hard. At first, Han thought it was the demons come back again. But no, this figure was much smaller than the demons had been, only a boy with a knife in his hand. Han released a long breath in relief, but then realized his troubles were far from over. The other boy was up like a cat and moving toward him, leading with the blade. This can't be happening, Han thought dispiritedly. Oh, go away, he felt like saying. I'm at my limit. The boy came forward, passing under the streetlight, and Han started in surprise. It was Shiv Connor, looking gaunt and hollow-eyed, all of his manic confidence evaporated. "What do you want?" Han demanded. "I don't have anything worth stealing this time." Unless you mean to chop off my hands again, he thought, but he wasn't going to bring that up. "Call them off," Shiv whispered, glancing about as if they might be overheard. "Call who off?" Han asked, bewildered. "I don't know what you're talking about." Those things." Shiv licked his lips. "Your demons. Call them off or I'll cut you. I'll kill you, I swear. I got nothing to lose." "You're talking about those monsters?" Han asked, his mind clearing. "I can't call them off. I don't even know what they are." "So it's coincidence, is it, that we beat you up in the street and right after they come hunting me?" Shiv tried to sneer, but sneering's not easy when you're as scared as Shiv seemed to be. Han shook his head. It was like the Maker's hand was pointing at him all the time. He's the one. Blame him. "I don't know who they are," Han said, lowering his voice. "I just ran into 3 of them, north of here." "And you come out of it alive?" Shiv forced a laugh. "Fought 'em off, did you?" Han just shook his head wordlessly, keeping his eyes on Shiv's blade, his hand on his own. "I can kill you, you know," Shiv said wildly, cutting the air with his knife. "I'm better than you with a blade one-on-one." Han knew Shiv was right, but he was not about to admit it. "I don't want to fight anybody," he said, and that was the absolute truth. "Why would you? You got demons to do your fighting for you." Shiv swung his head from side to side as if the monsters might suddenly appear. "The Southies, they'll turn on me, you know. Give me up to save themselves. There's 8 dead already, and they—" His voice trailed off, and he swallowed hard, as if he'd said more than he meant to. Han regarded his enemy with more sympathy than he'd ever have imagined possible. "Maybe you should leave," he suggested. "Hide out somewhere until things cool off." "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Shiv snarled, on the defensive again. "All of Southbridge under your lordship." He raised his scarred hands, spreading his ringed fingers, indicating their surroundings. "I built this," he said. "I fought for it. It's my turf. Mine. I got no place else to go." His voice actually broke at the end. Han recalled the demon's snake-like hiss and shuddered. "There's some things you can't fight," he said softly. Shiv stared at him a moment, his eyes narrowed. "What is it about you? People can't stop talking about you, telling stories. It's all I hear about. Cuffs Alistair this, cuffs Alistair that. It's like you're golden." Han was speechless. Golden? He'd just faked his own death and was sneaking out of town with the guard on his heels. He couldn't even support his mam and little sister. Shiv rattled on. "I need to know. How'd you do it? Conjure them demons? Did you sell your soul to the breaker? Did you make some kind of deal?" Shiv looked desperate to make a deal of his own. Han was growing impatient, eager to bring this awful encounter to an end. "Look, it don't matter how many ways you ask it.
I got no idea what's chasing you."
Shiv stared at him defiantly for a long moment. Then his body kind of settled, almost shrunk into itself.
"All right. You win."
He took a deep breath, then fell to his knees in the streaming street. He looked very small amid the shadows of the buildings. Bowing his head, he extended his knife, hilt first, toward Han.
"I, Shiv Connor, pledge fealty to Cuffs Alistair as Street Lord of Southbridge and Ragmarket. I pledge my loyalty and my blades and weapons to his use and place myself under his protection. I promise to bring all takings to him and to accept my gang share from his hands as he sees fit. If I break my promise, let me be torn apart by...
Here his voice faltered. If it was possible to feel more miserable, Han did.
"I can't protect you," he said. "I'm sorry. My advice is to run."
He left Shiv kneeling in the rain. Chapter 17. Party Warfare. There was a spate of name-day parties in June because most who shared Race's birth year preferred to avoid competing with the Princess Heir's festivities in July. Some, perhaps, hoped to secure matches before the stakes were raised by her entry into the marriage market, while the more optimistic among the boys might be saying, "Why not me for royal consort?" The gifts still came thick and fast, and it gave Raisa a fierce pleasure to redirect them to her father and, through him, to the temple school. Not that it was easy. Queen Mariana was most displeased with her husband, following Raisa's supposed visit to Demon Eye Camp. She made it clear that Averil was not welcome at court in all the various ways available to queens. So even though her father was back in the Vale, Raisa didn't see as much of him as she would have liked. Would her own marriage be like this, Raisa wondered? This constant sparring, shifting alliances, hidden agendas, the gaining and losing of ground? She loved both of her strong-willed parents, but it wasn't easy to be caught in the middle. If Raisa had felt trapped before, she felt stifled now, the cage of expectations closing tightly around her. She was almost never alone, and there were always spies, servants, lords, and ladies ready to carry tales. Queen Mariana meant to make sure her headstrong daughter took no more unauthorized excursions. Often, Aemon fell into the role of courier, ferrying messages and trade goods to Averil. Raisa worried about that, knowing she shouldn't be encouraging the Queen's guard to go behind the Queen's back. It set a poor precedent for when she came to the throne herself. The Queen even ordered Magret to sleep in Raisa's room, which made it difficult for Raisa to meet Aemon in the garden. She was able to slip out a few times when Magret drank sherry for her aching bones and fell fast asleep. Once, though, Raisa emerged from the closet to find Magret awake and peering under the bed, looking for her lost charge. Raisa made up some story about drifting to sleep while fondling her new dancing shoes. The only other name-day party to rival Raisa's in extravagance would be the one thrown by the Lord and Lady Bayard in honor of Micah and Fiona. The fusion of magical and political power, glamour, and hints of wickedness wasn't to be resisted. Parents used whatever influence they had to make sure their offspring were included. Those invited were ecstatic. Those not so favored were socially ruined. Lady Bayard issued word that all guests were to be attired in black and white, in honor of her striking children. Tears were shed, plans and wardrobes scrapped, homes were no doubt mortgaged, and every bit of black and white cloth in the Vale was snapped up. Dressmakers and tailors were called in from all over the queendom, and silks and velvets ordered from Tamron Court and Wiehenhaven, despite the price gouging caused by the wars. It was whispered that the fabric for the Bayard's clothing came from the Northern Isles, and had sorcery woven right into the cloth.
What if I wore purple and green pantaloons? Raisa said, as she submitted to the final fitting. Do you think they'd bar the door against me? Hold still, Margaret said, teeth gritted around the pins in her mouth. She stood on one side, the dressmaker on the other, pinning out the extra fullness in the hips. When they'd finished, the black dress fit like a second skin, and Raisa wondered if she'd ever be able to squirm in and out of it. Secretly, Raisa was pleased with the fashion mandate. Approved colors for boys and girls on their name day were spun sugar shades of blue, pink, and green. Black and white was deemed much too sophisticated for them. She'd not been alone with Micah since their argument outside her room. They'd been at table together in the dining room, surrounded by courtiers, exchanging stiffly polite comments on the food and the weather. He'd continued to ply her with small gifts, notes, and proposals, but she'd never responded. She often felt the pressure of his eyes across a crowded room. Holding a grudge against Micah had grown tedious, though. She'd decided it was time to forgive him in honor of his name day. Her heart beat faster at the thought of seeing him again, of sparring with him in conversation, and the possibility of stolen kisses. Life was much more interesting with Micah Bayar in it. She was also pleased because it would be another opportunity to see Eamon. Though there was no love lost between Micah and Eamon, the Bayars wouldn't dare exclude the cadets. Many of them were younger sons and daughters of the prominent nobility. Name day parties were a chance for them to connect with a fortune through marriage. "Your Highness, it's nearly time," her comber complained, "and I need to get at your hair." Raisa backed onto a high stool and sat while her comber coaxed her hair into a cascade of ringlets pinned high on her head. Raisa heard a commotion in the corridor outside her room. Then the door flew open and the Queen swept in, resplendent in white satin, sashed in black, wearing a necklace of pearls and black onyx. Queen Mariana walked all the way around Raisa, inspecting her from every angle, a small frown on her face. She poked disapprovingly at Elena's battered ring, which hung on its chain above Raisa's bodice. "You don't mean to wear this?" Raisa shrugged. "Well, I thought "What about the diamond pendant, Your Highness?" Margaret said, rummaging through Raisa's jewelry case. "Or your pearl choker, that'd be lovely." "What did the Bayars send for your name day?" Queen Mariana asked. "Jewelry, wasn't it?" "Here we are!" Margaret pounced, seizing a velvet box. She opened it and turned it toward the Queen. It was the emerald and ruby serpent necklace. "Perfect," Mariana said. "You can wear this in their honor." "Well," Raisa said uncertainly, "maybe I could wear both together." She'd grown used to the weight of the ring settled between her breasts. She liked having it there. "Nonsense," Queen Mariana said. She lifted the chain over Raisa's head and set Elena's ring on the dressing table, then circled Raisa's neck with the emerald pendant, fastening the clasp with cool, dry fingers. "You look lovely, darling," Queen Mariana said, kissing her on the forehead and slipping an arm through hers. "Now, let's be off. Your father and Melanie are already waiting in the carriage." There were times that Raisa thought all would be well between her parents, if only her father's work as a trader didn't so often keep him away from the Vale. They complemented each other. He with his wiry, powerful build, wind-burned skin, brown eyes set under thick, dark brows, and silver hair, and she with her cool reserve and tall, spare figure. He could always make her laugh, and the Queen's cares seemed to fall away when he was home. When he was home, she seemed grounded. When he was gone, she was like one of the aspens on the slope of Hanalea, swaying and trembling in the political winds. Tonight, Avril wore clan robes, long black and white panels of rough-spun silk replacing his usual brilliant colors, and heavy rings of silver and onyx on his hands. The royal carriage was bracketed on all sides by the Queen's guard.
Neither Eamon nor Eden would be riding with them, since they were also guests. A long line of carriages snaked up Old Road, which led up Grey Lady. Where the way broadened, other carriages pulled aside to let the Grey Wolf pass. The Bayard estate nestled in the skirts of Grey Lady, named for a queen so ancient her name had been lost to the mists of time. Further up the mountain stood the wizard council house, frowning down on the city. From here, wizards had once ruled the Vale. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones said they'd arrived. The footman swung open the double doors of the carriage and placed the steps. Averil emerged first, then turned to offer his arm to the Queen. The entire front of the Bayard mansion was ablaze with torches. Wizard lights pricked the darkness along the paths in the gardens and tangled in the trees, creating a fairyland. Servants in the Bayard's stooping falcon livery clustered in the entries, collecting wraps and directing guests. Lord and Lady Bayard waited in the entry hall, resplendent in black and white. Raisa and her mother entered together, as was protocol, with the consort and Princess Melanie trailing a few yards behind. Lord Bayard swept down into a deep bow as his lady curtsied.
"Your Majesty," he said, "and your Highness, this is indeed an honor. Micah and Fiona will be so pleased you've come. You'll find them in the ballroom."
Lord Bayard nodded courteously to Averil.
"Lord Demoneye, welcome back," he said. "From everything I hear, your business is prospering."
Raisa wondered if this could be a dig at her father, the tradesman, but if so, there was no evidence of it on the wizard's face. Indeed, Bayard continued, "I'm hoping we can do some business in the coming weeks. I'll send my factor around, shall I?"
"It would be my pleasure, Lord Bayard,"
Averil murmured, inclining his head. The familiar ballroom had been transformed from a cold, marble-floored room into an elegant space lined with dimly lit, cozy retreats. Servants circulated with platters of food and drink, and the room was fronted with tiers of small dining tables, enclosed with black and white screens and centered with candles and black and white lilies. Falcon banners in black and white lined the walls.
This is beautiful," Raisa exclaimed, enchanted. "I've never seen it like this."
Queen Mariana surveyed the scene, biting her lip, no doubt comparing it to her own plans for Raisa's name day. Micah and Fiona stood at the far end of the room, greeting a procession of guests. As usual, they complimented each other. Micah wore a white coat that fit closely over his lean frame, black trousers, boots, and a rich black stole, bearing the falcon crest. His black hair hung shining to his shoulders. Fiona wore a long black dress slit to her hip, black gloves, and a white stole of her own. Diamonds and platinum glittered around her slender throat and wrists. Raisa couldn't help comparing her own small frame to Fiona's elegant height. As they entered the room, the crier was announcing the arrival of other guests. "Lady Amelie Herresford, Thanalee of Herresford, in Arden," he intoned. Lady Herresford was a plump girl of Raisa's age, with red hair, creamy skin, and a sprinkling of freckles, dressed in the covered-up Southern style. With her flat black dress and black lace pinned into her hair, she might have been one of the professional mourners the wealthy sometimes hired for funerals. She kept her head high, eyes straight ahead, like an old painting of Hannah walking through the field of demons. Raisa's heart went out to her. She looked scared to death. Following after her, unannounced, was a tall, bulky woman upholstered in black and a tall man shrouded in priest's robes. His face was twisted, as if he smelled something bad. In the fells there was a saying, "Sour as a flatland priest." Well, Raisa thought, that's right on target.
"This is unusual,"
Averil whispered to Raisa.
"Southerners sending their women north with only a governess and a priest for protection. In the South, marriage to a wizard would be scandalous. but it shows how desperate things are. Lady Herresford's father, Brighton Herresford, was executed by Gerald Montan, one of the contenders for Arden's throne. She's the heiress to Herresford Castle, but needs to marry someone strong enough to help her hold it. She's a catch for the right person. Raisa nodded, grateful to her father for the information, but thinking it should be her mother providing it. "Her Royal Highness Marina Tomlin, Princess of Tamron," the crier said. "His Royal Highness Liam Tomlin, Prince of Tamron." "Ah," her father said, nodding. "Tamron is hoping for an alliance with the Fells as some protection against Arden. They'll begin negotiations with the Bayars, but nothing will be settled until after your name day. They could match Liam with you, or Marina with Micah Bayar. Failing that, Liam could marry Fiona, and Marina will make a match in the south." Raisa surveyed the Tomlins with interest. They were tall, copper-skinned, and graceful, fine-boned as racehorses. Liam Tomlin had dark curly hair, a strong nose, and a brilliant smile. He wore lots of silver with his requisite black and white. In their way, the Tomlins were as striking as the Bayar twins. Now it was their turn. The crier went ahead of them, announcing, "Queen Mariana Annalisa of the Fells and her daughter, Raisa Anna Mariana, the Princess Heir." To either side, courtiers dropped into bows and curtsies like a field of black and white grass felled by a sharp blade. Raisa and her mother swept forward, their skirts swishing over the marble floor. Behind them she could hear her father and Melanie announced. Ahead, Micah and Fiona knelt side by side in a nimbus of light, like a god and goddess come to earth. At last they reached the front of the ballroom. "You may rise," Queen Mariana said, and there was a rustle of silk and satin all around them. Micah came gracefully to his feet. Queen Mariana extended her hand, and he lowered his head to kiss it. He turned to Raisa. His eyes lingered for a long moment on her face, then traveled down, pausing again at the top of her bodice until her face grew warm with embarrassment. "Ah," he said, "you finally wore it, Raisa. I was afraid you didn't like it."
"Of course I like it," she said, fingering the necklace. "It's beautiful. Is it a family heirloom?"
"Yes,"
he said, still looking at her with such intensity that she grew a little flustered. Micah was always forward, but tonight he'd shed his usual mocking edge. She thrust out her hand. He pressed it to his lips, still looking into her eyes. His kiss burned against her skin, and she felt a little dizzy.
"Am I finally forgiven, Raisa?"
"Yes,"
she whispered, her cheeks burning.
"You're forgiven." "Would it be bad of me to claim every dance?"
he asked, still keeping hold of her fingers. She withdrew her hand reluctantly.
"You're the guest of honor," she said, "and you know you have a job to do. Winning the hearts of all the young ladies is the easy part. You'll need to dance with all the old ladies, and the aunts and grannies and mothers, maybe even some of the fathers, now you're in the marriage market."
He laughed.
"Save some dances for me, Your Highness," he said. "I'll need refuge from the aunts and grannies."
He held her gaze for a long moment, then turned to greet Melanie and her father. She danced with Miphis Mander and the wizard Will Mathis, who spent the whole time looking over her shoulder at Fiona. Mick Bricker and Garrett Fry, cadets from Odin's Ford, who made awkward small talk and towed her around the floor as if she were breakable. Then her father, who was as skilled at court dances as he was in the more challenging clan steps. The entire time she was aware of Micah's presence, drawing her attention like a lamp in a dark room. Whenever she looked for him, it seemed he was looking at her. Kip Cleemath asked her to dance, and then Keith, then Kip again. The brothers apparently meant to pass her back and forth like a satin-clad kickball, but behind her someone said, "Your Highness, may I have the next dance?" while Kip and Keith were arguing over who was next. She turned, and there was Eamon Byrne, tall and broad-shouldered, in dress blues that fit his frame perfectly. She grinned at him and said, "Absolutely," and he spun her away as a storm of protest from the Clemath brothers erupted behind them. "Where have you been?" she asked. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming." "I got delayed," he said. "There was some business I had to take care of in Ragmarket." He took a breath, like he was going to say something more, but then seemed to think better of it. "Where'd you learn to dance?" she asked as they circled the dance floor. "I don't remember your knowing how." "I've learned a few things in the past 3 years," Eamon said. If she thought he was going to elaborate on that, she was disappointed. They circled the room again in silence. He'd look into her eyes, then avert his gaze as if afraid he'd give too much away. Eamon had never been known for his flirtatious banter, but on this evening he had almost nothing to say. She tried again. "Didn't you say you don't have time for dancing at Odin's Ford?" she said. "I said I didn't have time for sweethearts," he said. Raisa was surprised he recalled their conversation in such detail. "Then where did you learn to dance?" Raisa asked, feeling like she was prying each word out of him, like mussels out of their shells. "Tamron Court isn't far from Odin's Ford. We'd go over there if we had a day off duty." Tamron Court, the capital of Tamron, had the reputation of being a wicked city, the place to go for fancy women and gambling and illicit entertainment. "Oh, really, Corporal Byrne?" Raisa lifted her eyebrow. "And do what?" "Well, dance," he said, as if it were obvious, "and play cards. I'm a fair card player," he said, almost defensively. "Well," she said, "of course. You're a soldier." She tried to imagine Eamon carousing in a tavern and failed. He didn't reply, seeming lost in thought, so she changed the subject. "How are things going in Southbridge? Did they ever find out who killed those Southies?" He flinched as if she'd caught him out somehow. "Actually, I have some news," he said, avoiding her eyes. "News? What kind of news?" Eamon glanced about as if worried they'd be overheard. The song was over, so he drew her aside, off the dance floor, and to one of the more private tables. A servant offered a tray. Eamon took 2 glasses and handed her one. Raisa flopped into a chair, a little relieved to be off her feet. "I need a drink to hear this news?" she asked wryly, taking a cautious sip of wine, aware that she hadn't had anything to eat. "Well, first of all, my da tried to get Gillen dismissed again and got nowhere." He grimaced. "He must have powerful friends." Raisa slammed her glass down on the table, spilling her wine over her wrist. "Not more powerful than me," she said. "That's it. I'm going to my mother. This can't stand." Eamon reached for her hand, then hastily drew his back, glancing about again. "Please, Raisa, you can't tell the Queen about that whole Southbridge thing. Trust me. You just can't." He drained his glass and set it down. "Don't worry. We Burns don't give up. We'll get him sooner or later." That was unsatisfactory. What was the good of being the heir to the throne if you had no real power? Raisa looked up, and Eamon was still watching her with that peculiar expression on his face. Wary, almost guilty. "What?" she asked irritably. "That street lord. Cuffs," he said. He cleared his throat. Images came back to her. Cuffs sitting cross-legged on the dirt floor of his cellar hideout, offering her stale biscuits to eat. Cuffs armored in his leggings and deerskin jacket, his blade in his hand. She'd thought of him often since her adventure in Southbridge. She'd hoped he'd managed to avoid the guard, even wished she could see him again. What about him? "He's dead. Murdered in Ragmarket." "What?" She spoke louder than she intended, and he flinched, shushing her. "When? When did this happen?" she demanded, her insides funneling into her toes. "Likely it was last night. They found his things this morning on the riverbank." She felt ambushed, betrayed. It wasn't possible.
His things? They didn't find a body?
He shook his head. Just his clothes and Ragger's scarf. Whoever did it must have thrown him in the river.
How did you know the clothes were his, then?
They scratched his name in the mud, Eamon said. A warning of sorts. Cuffs Alistair was dead. Raisa recalled the last time she'd seen him, on a street corner in Rag Market, his sardonic bow on parting. "I think you're a ragger at heart," he'd said. It wasn't true. He'd been a free spirit, and Raisa was everybody's prisoner. Was death the price of freedom?
"You don't know he's really dead, then," she said stubbornly. "If there was no body."
There was blood everywhere," Eamon said, glancing around, seeming to realize that this might not be the time or place. "I'm sorry, Raisa. I guess I shouldn't have said anything, but the good news is, maybe now the killing will stop," he said. "You see, that same night they found another body, boy named Shiv Connor, who's street lord of the Southies. He'd been tortured and killed like the rest. We think Cuffs was done in revenge for that."
Or maybe he had nothing to do with it. Maybe the same people that killed this Shiv killed Cuffs, if he's even dead.
She looked up, hope kindling.
He's tricky. What if he just wanted us to think he's dead? The guard's been hunting him forever. Maybe he just decided to disappear for a while.
Eamon didn't reply, but he wore a pitying expression that infuriated her.
"Fine," she said,
blinking back the tears that burned in her eyes.
"You win. He's dead. Are you happy?"
Eamon looked as if she'd struck him. "Ray, come on. I never wanted—"
"I'd better go finish off my dance card,"
she said, rising in a rustle of satin.
"I'm sure I'm way behind."
She pushed blindly through the draperies separating the table from the dance floor and ran right into Micah Bayar. He gripped her elbows to keep her from falling. "There you are," he said. "I was looking for you." He focused in on her face. "What's the matter? You crying?"
"Oh,"
Raisa said, swiping at her face.
"I'm fine. I just ate some hot peppers is all."
"Hot peppers?" Micah laughed. "There is danger everywhere tonight. For instance, that Lady Herresford is cold as Harlotsborg at solstice. I tried to steal a kiss, and those guard dogs of hers practically assassinated me."
"What about Princess Marina?"
Raisa asked, thinking that Tamron's ways might be more to Micah's liking.
"She's lovely."
Maybe a little too lovely. "Right now I want to dance with this princess," he said, bowing gracefully. "I've just escaped from the aunts and grannies. Let's take advantage, shall we?" He led her out onto the dance floor as the orchestra launched into a waltz.
"Why aren't you dancing with someone who might do you good?"
Raisa whispered as they navigated their first circuit of the ballroom.
"Missy Hackham looks positively sullen over there in the corner, and you know Princess Marina is here for the wooing."
All this was true, and yet she had the urge to keep Micah Bayar entirely to herself.
"You should make the most of your time tonight," she said dutifully. "This must have cost your parents a fortune."
"I am making the most of my time," he murmured, pulling her in closer than was entirely proper. His fingers burned through the fabric of her dress. Raisa felt dizzy again, as if the wine had gone to her head.
"Or have you already made your conquests?" she said recklessly. "Any marriage contracts in the offing? Any trysts planned for later on tonight?"
"There's only one conquest I want to make," he said, leaning down and speaking into her ear. "Only one heart I want to win."
"Oh, no,"
she protested feebly. "Don't waste your time flattering me," she wanted to say, but somehow she couldn't get the words out. It seemed that her wits had deserted her. So she gave in and rested her head on his chest, hearing his heart thump through the fabric of his coat. Even his scent seemed intoxicating. "I only had one glass of wine," she thought. It seemed whatever she had to say, he had a clever answer. So they danced 3 more dances, and with each twirl she felt more weightless and insubstantial in his arms, like she was disappearing. Can we get something to eat?" she asked, thinking maybe food would help. "Of course," he said, leading her through a maze of black and white fabric to a secluded table. He settled her into a chair, resting his hot hands on her bare shoulders for a long moment. He must have left, but she scarcely noticed. Even the music seemed diminished, as if everyone else were far away. Then he was back, with plates of food and 2 more glasses of wine, and she startled awake, although she didn't think she'd been asleep. He pulled his chair next to hers and sat close, his leg pressing against hers. He draped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her head down on his shoulder, and fed her bits of food with his other hand. He raised the glass of wine to her lips, and she tried to say no, but before she knew it, she'd drunk. He cupped her chin in his hands and kissed her, and again, longer and sweeter, and again, and her resistance evaporated. He kissed her lips, her chin, her collarbone. Wizard kisses, she thought murkily, are dangerous things. And now she was kissing him back, snaking her arms around his neck, getting lost, wanting to somehow burrow into him. And he was laughing a little at her enthusiasm, but his breath was coming quicker too, and there were spots of color on his cheeks. "I don't care who you are," she thought. "I don't care about who I'm supposed to be. I'm tired of following old rules." Micah pushed his chair back and stood. "Come on," he said, gently lifting her to her feet, steadying her with a hand under her arm. "I know somewhere we can go." She nodded mutely and gripped his one hand with both of hers to keep from swaying. He led her through the maze of silk tents, past candlelit tables and murmured conversations. A sound insinuated its way into her clouded mind, a familiar voice, someone calling, as if from far away. "Raisa, where are you?" Micah's hand tightened on her arm. "Don't answer him," he said. "But it's Papa," she said. "He sounds worried." "He just wants to keep us apart," Micah said. "They all do. Come on." He pulled her in the opposite direction. "Let's go this way." They ran, twisting and turning, toward the side exit, ducking away from Will Mathis, who was chatting up a girl in the corner, and Melanie, who was edging close to the dessert tray again. It was exciting, like a game of hide-and-seek in dress-up clothes. They slipped out into the corridor and came face to face with Eamon Byrne, who blocked the way. "Oh!" Raisa skidded to a stop in her stocking feet. She seemed to have lost her shoes. "You again," Micah said. "How is it possible you can be everywhere at once?" Eamon ignored him. "Your father's looking for you," he said to Raisa. "Didn't you hear him calling?" "Well, She looked at Micah, somehow at a loss for what to say. "We're going somewhere else." "This is none of your business," Micah said, pulling Raisa forward as if he meant to bull right past Eamon. "Out of our way." Eamon didn't move, but looked from Raisa to Micah, scowling. "What'd you do to her?" he demanded. "She looks like she's in some kind of trance." Again, Raisa heard her father's voice, coming closer. "Raisa!" "Lord Demon Eye," Eamon shouted. "She's here, in the corridor, with Micah Bayar. Hurry up!" "Blood and bones," Micah swore. "When will you learn to stop meddling? You pay for this." He let go of Raisa's hand and chose a pastry from a nearby tray. They leaned against the wall, waiting. And suddenly her father was there, his face like a thundercloud over Hanalia. "Ah, well, I'll be going then," Eamon said, edging back toward the ballroom. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he were pleased with himself. "You, stay where you are until I get this sorted out," Averill said, and Eamon froze in place. Averill picked Raisa's wrap-up off the floor where it had fallen and settled it over her shoulders. As he did so, he seemed to fix on Race's necklace. He stared at it for a long moment, then turned back to Micah.
"What are you two doing back here?"
he demanded, glaring at him. Micah shrugged and waved the pastry. He was trying to look casual, but his hand was shaking.
"I was encouraging the princess to eat something. I think she's had a bit too much to drink."
"Oh, really? Is that what it is?" Averil took hold of Race's chin and gazed into her eyes. He looked so peculiar. She laughed, then flinched when he gripped harder.
"Not so hard,"
she complained, wresting herself free. Why was he being like this?
"Micah and I were just leaving."
"Were you?" Averil suddenly seemed very tall and imposing in his clan robes.
"I was going to show her the view off the terrace,"
Micah said, popping the rest of the pastry into his mouth and licking his fingers. He had powdered sugar on his lips, and Raisa impulsively pulled his head down and kissed it away. His kisses had been sweet-hot already, and who knew how much sweeter they might be now.
"Raisa,"
Micah whispered rather thickly, sliding his arms around her again, ignoring Averil's glowering expression. Micah seemed a little intoxicated himself.
"Raisa!"
Averil pulled her away and pushed her down into a chair.
"You're not yourself. I think it's time we called for your carriage." "It's early yet,"
Micah said. He cleared his throat, looking from Raisa to Averil, back to Raisa.
"Please, Your Highness, stay a while longer. It's my name day, after all."
"I think not," Averil said, his voice hard and even.
"Go on back to the party, Jinxblinger. But first I want to know where you got this."
Averil's hand closed on Micah's wrist. He lifted Micah's hand, displaying an elaborately carved ring set with emeralds and rubies.
"Let go of me!"
Micah struggled to free himself.
"It's none of your business."
"It is my business, actually," Averil said, releasing him.
"I've seen this design, but only in old manuscripts. It predates the breaking, and it's forbidden these days."
Micah rubbed his wrist.
"Someone sent it, a name day present. I've a whole vault full. What's it to you?"
Raisa squinted down at it, bleary-eyed. Somehow she hadn't noticed it before, and now that she looked closer, she saw that it was a ring in the form of a serpent, coiled around Micah's finger, with rubies for eyes. But there was something familiar about it. She reached up and touched her necklace. The gold pendant that rested against her skin matched Micah's ring. It felt warm to the touch. Averil's eyes flicked between the two pieces of jewelry.
"Where did you get that necklace, Raisa?"
For a moment she couldn't remember.
"Oh, it was a gift from the Bayars."
Averil gripped the pendant and lifted it away from her chest. Beneath it was a red mark burned into her flesh, a snake's head. With a roar of anger, Averil ripped the necklace away, breaking the clasp and sending bits flying. He flung the jewelry into Micah's startled face.
"Just what was it you hoped to accomplish, Jinxblinger?"
he demanded. Micah blinked at him, then glanced down at the necklace on the floor. He looked completely bewildered.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Raisa doubled over, pressing her hands to her breast, feeling as if her father had ripped out her heart.
"Merciful Maker,"
she gasped. Averil looked at her, then closed his eyes for a moment, as if struggling for composure. He turned back to Micah. "I'm Clan, remember? Demon Eye. Did you think I wouldn't recognize it?" Averil gripped the front of Micah's fancy coat and gave him a hard shake. "She's not for you. Do you understand that? That will never happen." Now anger flooded into Micah's face, replacing bewilderment. "Why not? I'm good enough for the princesses in Tamron." "Then marry one of them," Averil said. "Who said anything about marriage?" Micah said, his black eyes glittering. "But, now that you mention it, why can't we marry if we want? I'm tired of living by stupid rules made 1,000 years ago. You try anything like this again, and the clans will go back to hunting wizards, starting with you."
They've never left off hunting wizards, Micah said bitterly. We know what you're plotting up in the camps. We know you're a demon eye warrior. We have spies of our own. As for the necklace, he nudged it with his foot. All these tales of evil magical amulets are just that, tales. You demon eyes always see a magical conspiracy where there is none. Micah stooped, scooped up the necklace, and put it in his pocket. Take her home, then. I'm going back to the party. As he passed Raisa, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Then he looked up and grinned crookedly at Averil. But I like kissing her, and from what I can tell, she likes it too. Just try to keep us apart. And he was gone. Averil stared after him for a long moment. Eamon shifted his weight, as if unsure whether to stay or go. Raisa's insides churned. It was as if her body were a battleground, sensations rushing out and rushing in like the surf at chalk cliffs. Her lips still tingled from Micah's kiss, and she wanted to run after him, to tell him she was sorry her father had gone barking mad. She felt dizzy, sick with need. Putting her head between her knees, she breathed deeply, determined not to faint. Eamon knelt in front of her, gripping her hands in both of his. "Ray, Your Highness," he said, his face drained and pale. "Can I get you anything?" She looked up into his face, and he looked wary, yet determined, as though he were afraid she might spit in his face, but willing to take the risk. Instead, she vomited all over him, and herself. Horrified, she tried to apologize, but he looked so solemn and ludicrous with sick in his hair and all over his dress blues that soon she was laughing. He glared at her, then pulled out a handkerchief and carefully wiped off her face. Averil grabbed her wrap out of danger. "Where are your shoes, Raisa?" he asked, glancing about. She shook her head helplessly. Now she was crying, big, fat tears, shivering uncontrollably. What was wrong with her? "Don't take my shoes," she said, struggling to rise. "I've got to find Micah. I need to tell him something." "Eamon," Averil began, "go tell the Queen." He took a better look at Eamon and reconsidered. "No, I'll go tell the Queen that the Princess Heir has taken ill. You take Raisa back to Fellsmarch Castle. Don't let anyone see you. Take her to her rooms and keep her there, no matter what. Don't take your eyes off her for a moment. Stay there until I come." He turned on his heel and stalked away. Eamon helped Raisa to her feet, but she nearly collapsed again, saved only by his grip on her arm. Eamon glanced around for witnesses, then whipped a tablecloth off a nearby table, flinging the devilweed and calla lily centerpiece onto the floor. He draped the tablecloth over Raisa, covering her head to toe, then tipped her into his arms.
"Eamon, put me down,"
she protested, struggling feebly, her voice muffled by linen.
I've got to go."
He put his lips next to her ear, and she could feel his warm breath through the fabric. "Come on, Ray," he said, desperation edging his voice. "Don't make this any harder, all right?" He carried her through several twists and turns, the light changing as they passed through darkened hallways and brightly lit rooms. Finally, Raisa breathed in the night air and knew they were in the courtyard. She recalled Micah's kisses, his hands on her shoulders, and her heart beat faster. Desire crashed over her again.
"No!"
She began squirming again.
"I've got to go back and get my shoes."
Eamon whistled, and she heard the squeak of carriage wheels coming toward them.
"What you got there, soldier?"
the driver asked, laughing.
"Souvenir from the party?"
"My sister," Eamon said, sounding unamused. "She's not well." Raisa heard laughter.
"Care to introduce us, Corporal?"
someone shouted.
"I am not your sister,"
Raisa growled.
"Why do you keep saying that?"
But Eamon was wrestling her into the carriage, and she heard the snap of the reins, and they rattled off into the night, farther and farther from Grey Lady and the fascinating Micah Bayard. She must have slept, because the next she knew, Eamon was clumping up a flight of stairs, still carrying her in his arms. He turned and walked 100 paces down a corridor, then carefully set her down on her feet. He unwound her from her makeshift shroud like a corpse from its wrapping, keeping one hand fastened around her arm. They were standing in front of the door to her room.
"Let me go,"
Raisa said, trying to pull away.
"I forgot something. I need to go back to Grey Lady."
He pounded on the door.
"Open up!"
Raisa heard Magret on the other side of the door, grumbling her way toward them. Bam! The door slammed open, revealing Magret in her dressing gown.
"A body can't catch a little sleep without—"
Magret's eyes focused on Raisa.
"Your Highness, what happened to you?"
"She's not feeling well,"
Eamon said.
"Phew,"
Magret said, waving away the vapors with one hand.
"Begging your pardon, but you both reek of sick."
She eyed Raisa suspiciously.
"You've not been into the brandy, have you?"
"Lord Demoni asked me to bring her back here to you," Eamon said. "He said you'd take care of her."
Magret puffed up with importance.
"But of course he'd say that. He knows old Magret, he does."
She took Raisa's arm and drew her inside, then made as if to shut the door in Eamon's face.
"Lord Demoni told me to stay until he comes,"
Eamon said stubbornly, sticking out his boot to keep the door from closing.
"She's in danger. He told me to stay right with her."
"He did?"
Magret said, flustered.
"Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day. Young men inviting themselves into a young girl's room in the middle of the night."
She studied him for signs of depravity, then shook her head.
"Well, come ahead, then."
"Magret,"
Raisa said desperately,
"I need to go back to the party. Corporal Byrne has kidnapped me and dragged me back here against my will." "Is that so?"
Magret eyed Eamon with new hostility.
"It's so,"
Eamon said, with that direct Byrne look that could be so convincing.
"But it was on Lord Demoni's orders. He'll be here soon."
"Well,"
Magret said grudgingly,
"she can't go back to the party if she's sick, can she?"
Eamon shook his head solemnly.
"No, doesn't seem wise."
Raisa hated both of them.
"Come,"
Magret said, pulling her toward the bedchamber.
"Let's get you into your bath, dearie."
When Eamon made as if to follow, Magret straight-armed him.
"You sit here by the fire, Corporal Byrne."
"Lord Demoni told me to keep a close eye on her until he came,"
Eamon said stubbornly.
"She's not herself."
Magret scowled at him.
"Where's she going to get off to with you out here by the door?" she said.
"I gave my word,"
Eamon said, and Raisa knew he was thinking of the passage that led from the closet to the garden. He wasn't about to give her the chance to escape that way. Raisa cursed the day she'd shared that secret with him. Eamon displayed the usual Byrne boneheadedness, and in the end, Magret put up a screen around Raisa's tub, and Eamon plunked himself down in a chair next to the window. It seemed strange to know he was just on the other side of the screen when she had no clothes on. Once she was pronounced clean, Magret helped her into her nightgown, and Raisa emerged from behind the screen to find Eamon, his shirt off, wet hair sticking up, scrubbing down using a basin and pitcher. His broad shoulders and muscular arms shone in the firelight. This image reverberated with memories of Micah Bayard's planed face and dark eyes until Raisa thought she might be sick again.
"Sweet martyred lady,"
Magret said, actually blushing and closing her eyes to shut out the view, then opening them again and peeking back at Eamon.
"Come, your Highness, let's get you into bed."
Raisa had just climbed under the covers when there was a knock at the outer door. Magret gave Eamon the evil eye of warning and went to answer. It was her father, Averil, and her grandmother, Elena, both still in their clan ceremonial robes from Micah's party. Elena carried a beaded remedy bag.
"Thank you for your help,"
Elena said to Margaret, and somehow maneuvered the nurse out the door. Then she crossed to Race's bedside. Smiling down at Race, she laid her palm on her forehead.
"Briar Rose, granddaughter, how is it with you?"
"I don't know, Elena Sinestra," Race said with spirit. "I may be sick, but everyone around me is crazy."
She glared at her father and Eamon Byrne, who must have found a shirt somewhere because he was covered up now. Elena laughed, slapping her thigh, and Race immediately felt better. Elena would sort everyone out.
"Let's see this mark of yours,"
Elena said, untying the string at the neck of Race's gown. She spread the fabric and studied the mark at the base of Race's neck. There were blisters now, centered around an area of tender pink skin.
"Does it hurt?"
she asked.
"No, I didn't even know it was there,"
Race admitted.
"I must have reacted to the pendant."
"So it seems." Elena studied the wound some more, and then fished in her bag, producing a stone jar.
"It doesn't seem to have gone too deep," she said. "I'm not the healer Willow is, but I have some skill."
She yanked out the stopper and held out a jar of light green ointment.
"It's rowan and some other herbs. With your permission?"
"All right,"
Race said warily. Elena dipped her fingers into the ointment and smeared it over the blisters on Race's neck. It smelled like pine and fresh air and seemed to cool her entire body. She settled back into her pillows, releasing a long breath. Her head stopped spinning. Where she had been feverish and agitated, now she felt calm and focused. Her mind slowly cleared of doubt and confusion and desire, like sediment settling from a mountain lake.
"Thank you, Mother Elena," she whispered. "That's much better."
Elena recorked the jar and dropped it into her remedy bag.
"Your father said you were with the wizard Micah Bayar. What happened between you?"
Race wasn't certain exactly what her grandmother was asking.
"Well, we danced and kissed."
"Nothing else?" Elena's eyes were fixed on her face. Race's face burned with embarrassment. This wasn't the sort of conversation she wanted to have with her grandmother, much less the matriarch of Demon Eye Camp. And not with Eamon Byrne watching. At least he had the decency to look embarrassed.
"That's pretty much it," she said bluntly.
Elena and Averil exchanged meaningful glances.
"So I don't see what all the fuss is about," Race said. "If I want to dance with Micah Bayar, I will. He's a good dancer," she finished lamely. "And charming."
Eamon Byrne rolled his eyes, and Race resisted the urge to stick out her tongue at him.
"The necklace the Bayars gave you was a seduction amulet, Race,"
Averil said.
"In common use before the breaking, but forbidden these days. It works with the ring young Bayar was wearing to create a powerful attraction in both parties."
"You finally wore it, Race," Micah had said in his intense fashion. "I was afraid perhaps you didn't like it."
"But why would he use it on me?" Race asked. "It does him no good."
There was a plague of throat clearing, and her face went hot again.
"I mean, aside from, you know, whatever he said at the party, he knows we can't marry. He should be using it on Princess Marina or someone like that."
As soon as she said it, she realized he wouldn't need it for that purpose either. Political marriages were what they were, arranged by others to create alliances and build power. Seduction had nothing to do with it. And even if it did, Race had no doubt Micah Bayar would do quite well on his own.
"That's the question, isn't it?"
Averil said, looking grave.
"Why would he use it on you?"
"I know somewhere we can go," Micah had said. "And yet—"
"I don't think he knew what it was," Race said. "I think the whole thing took him by surprise."
"Race," her father began, looking troubled. "I know you like to think the best of people."
Raisa put up her hand.
"Just stop. I do not like to think the best of people. In fact, I often think the worst, especially about Micah Bayard. But he looked completely blindsided when you ripped off my necklace and threw it at him. I think he had no clue there was a connection between his ring and my necklace. He thought he was charming me all on his own."
Eamon spoke for the first time.
"Let me get this straight. You think it was a coincidence that you were both wearing Jinx pieces?"
He raised that annoying eyebrow.
"If it wasn't him, someone else arranged it," Avril said. "The question is, why? And if they have this weapon, what else do they have? And where are they keeping it?" "Where's the ring I gave you?" Elena asked abruptly. "I told you to keep it on."
Raisa frowned, remembering.
"Oh, I was going to wear it, but Mother suggested I wear the emerald necklace instead."
They all stared at her.
"What?" Raisa asked irritably. "You think my mother, the Queen, is involved in a conspiracy against her own daughter?" "No, I'm sure it was a matter of fashion, not politics." "Where is the ring now?" Elena asked.
Raisa struggled to remember.
"It's on my dressing table."
She waved vaguely toward the sitting room.
"I'll fetch it,"
Eamon said, and bolted through the doorway as if glad to have a job to do. He returned moments later with the ring clutched in his large fist. He handed it to Raisa. She hung it around her neck again. The ring felt cold against her heated skin.
"Micah questioned why he shouldn't be allowed to marry you," Avril reminded her. "He said he planned to continue to court you."
"Kiss me," Raisa said. "He said he liked kissing me and planned to keep it up." "What about you?" Elena asked. "Do you plan to keep it up?"
Raisa was suddenly tired of the interrogation, tired of being made to feel foolish when she was doing the best she could. Tired.
"I don't know,"
she said, yawning.
"I might."
As she fell asleep, her last recollection was Avril, Elena, and Eamon Byrne, their heads together, whispering. No doubt planning a conspiracy of their own. Chapter 18. On the Borderland. It wasn't like Han expected to be the center of attention at Marisa Pines, but he wasn't used to being overlooked entirely, and that was the way it seemed. The renaming ceremony was bearing down on them. It was only a week away now. Bird spent long hours of every day in seclusion in the women's temple, meditating on her future. Han tried sneaking in for a visit once, figuring she would welcome the distraction, since she already knew what she wanted to be, after all. He'd had hopes they'd get back to kissing, and move on from there. He got rudely evicted for his pains. Even when Bird wasn't meditating, she was consumed in plans for her name day. She had no time for hunting, for fishing, for swimming in the Durnwater or Old Woman Creek. She didn't want to hike up Hanalea to camp by the lake or take in the view from the top. Like anything forbidden, she became fascinating to Han. When she walked through the camp in her summer skirts, he couldn't help noticing the sway of her hips, her rare, brilliant smile against her dusky skin. Even often overlooked parts, like elbows and knees, seemed appealing. But he was relegated to watching from a distance. Dancer was different, but worse in a way. He'd always been slender and fine-boned, but now he looked hollow-cheeked, almost cadaverous. Was he ill? Or was the anger he carried around burning away his flesh? Whatever grievance lay between him and his mother seemed to have deepened. Han was staying with Willow and Dancer in the Matriarch Lodge. They scarcely spoke to each other in public, and within the lodge the tension was oppressive. Sometimes they welcomed his presence as if it was an excuse not to deal with each other. Other times he would walk in on conversations that collapsed into stony silence. Sometimes he slept elsewhere just to avoid feeling like an interloper. Willow also spent hours in meetings with the elders of the clan. A delegation came from Demon Eye on the eastern slopes, and all of the elders closed themselves up in the temple for hours. A dozen Demon Eye warriors accompanied the visitors, and Han found excuses to pass by their camp. They were proud, elite, mysterious, the stuff of legends that dated from before the breaking to the wars between the wizards and the clans. In the old days, it was said that the Demon Eye put a braid in their hair for every wizard killed. Many of them still wore braids studded with beads, and some said killing a wizard and taking his amulet was still the price of admission to their ranks. It's like any gang, Han thought. You have to show what you're made of to get in. The Demon Eye warriors rode the best horses and carried the most powerful enchanted clan-made weapons. They wore the Demon Eye symbol around their necks, an eye radiating flames. It was said they floated over the ground, leaving no trace of their passing. Han often saw birds sitting at their fires, eating from their common pot, raptly listening to what they had to say, having little to say herself for once. Han couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy, more than a twinge, a bone-deep ache. Truth be told, he felt left out. For the nobility in the city, name-day parties proclaimed them of age and eligible for marriage. Some of them came into their inheritances then. Wizards received their amulets and left for the academy at Odin's Ford to explore the mysteries of their calling. Among the clans, the renaming ceremony admitted the young to full membership in the lodge, launched their life's work, welcomed them to the temples, and often began the dance of courtship. Han was in a kind of no-man's land of existence. His 16th birthday had come and gone months ago, scarcely noticed. Ma'am had brought home a honey cake from the bakery on the corner and had reminded him that he needed to find a real job. No ceremony marked Han's transition from littling to grown-up. He just oozed over the borderlands like any creature close to the ground. So Han was envious, yet Dancer seemed miserable. Was he having trouble choosing a vocation? Was Willow pressuring him into something he didn't want? He tried to talk to Dancer about it one day when they were fishing. At least Dancer would fish with him. In fact, he seemed eager to be out on the mountain and away from camp. He'd seize any excuse to do so. "So," Han said, flicking the tip of his pole so his fly lighted on the water, "Digging Bird barely talks to me. She always has her nose in the air." Dancer grunted. "She'll talk to you, don't worry. After the ceremony." Dancer set down his pole and lay back on the riverbank, closing his eyes. His eyelids looked like great bruises in his unusually pale face. If I had to choose, I don't know what I'd be," Han said, feeling like he was rattling on against Dancer's silence. "I've had lots of vocations already." "A vocation is different from a job," Dancer muttered. "Trust me." "How is it different?" Han asked, encouraged by Dancer's response. "A vocation isn't something you slap on like a coat of paint and change whenever you want. A vocation is built into you. You have no choice. If you try to do something else, you fail." This last was said with deep bitterness. Han nodded. Sometimes it seemed like he'd never escape his past life as street lord of Ragmarket. If you were good at something, if you made a name, that something stuck to you, haunting you all of your days. He fingered the silver cuffs around his wrists. They seemed to symbolize his lack of options. If he could just get them off, he might turn into someone else. At least he wouldn't be so easily recognized. "I guess it's important to figure out what it is you were meant to do," Han said. "What would you do if you could choose anything?" Dancer opened his eyes, squinting against the shafts of sunlight leaking through the trees.
"I always thought I'd like to apprentice with a demon-eye goldsmith, like Elena, and learn to make jewelry, amulets, and magical pieces."
Dancer had always gravitated toward the gold and silversmith tables at the markets.
"Have you asked her?"
Han asked. Dancer closed his eyes.
"She won't take me on."
That was strange. Elena knew Dancer, would know him to be a hard worker and honest.
"Well, can your vocation change? Are you locked in? Do you have to do the same thing all your life?" "It depends," Dancer said. "Some of us have no choice at all."
He swiped at his eyes with the heels of his hands. Then he stood and walked away into the woods, leaving all his fishing gear behind. A week after his arrival at Marisa Pines, Han decided to visit Lucius Frowley's place. He had to let him know he'd no longer be able to deliver his product to Fellsmarch. He hoped Lucius would give him some other kind of job, something he could do without going to town, but he knew that was unlikely. He descended using the spirit trail, then cut away on the path leading to Lucius's place. The cabin looked deserted as usual, no smoke curling from the chimney. But Lucius wasn't fishing on the creek bank or tending his still on the hillside. In fact, the fire under the boiler had gone out and the brick liner was cold. That never happened. Lucius might be slow, but he was consistent. Han piled wood under the boiler and replenished the wash, but didn't light it, and left the distillate where it was. Perplexed, he walked back to Lucius's cabin, which was the last place he'd expect to find him on a sunny spring day. He could leave a note, but that'd do no good to a blind man. He had a last bit of money he owed Lucius, but he hated to leave it in the cabin when the old man wasn't there. He knocked loudly. There followed a spatter of barking, and then Dog's solid body hit the door. He must be here, Han thought. Lucius and Dog were always together. "Hey, Dog," he said, pushing open the cabin door. Dog was all over him, slapping his face with his long, wet tongue, all in a dog frenzy of joy. "Where's Lucius?" Han asked, feeling a twinge of worry. His eyes adjusted to the dim light, and then he saw movement on the bed in the corner. "Lucius?" There were no lamps, of course, but Han ripped the curtains open to admit some light into the room. The old man was sitting on his bed, curled up against the wall, cradling a bottle, sick or drunk or something. Han glanced around the cabin. Dog's water dish was empty, and his food dish, too. "Lucius, what's the matter with you?" "Who is it?" the old man quavered. Then his voice changed, grew shrill and defiant. "Cowards! Have you come for me, too?" "It's me, Han," Han said, hesitating in the doorway. "Don't you know me?" Lucius slung his arm over his face as if he could hide behind it. "Go away! I know the boy's dead. I already heard, so don't try to fool me. You've got what you wanted, so leave me alone." Han crossed to Lucius and patted him awkwardly on the shoulder. The old man flinched away, clutching his bottle like a lifeline. "What are you talking about? I'm not dead. You're talking crazy." The old man opened his clouded eyes. "You don't have it, do you? The jinx piece. The boy hid it good, did he?" Lucius cackled. "Well, I don't have it, if that's what you're after. Do your worst. You can torture me, but I can't tell you what I don't know." "Just stop it, Lucius," Han said, losing patience. "I'm going to get you something to eat." If Lucius hadn't fed Dog, chances were he hadn't fed himself either. Han went out to the pump in the yard and filled a bucket with water. He brought it in and filled Dog's water dish and dipped some into a cup for Lucius. "Here," he said, gently wresting the bottle out of Lucius's hands. "Drink this instead." He dug in his carry bag and pulled out a biscuit, pressing it into Lucius's hand. When the old man just sat clutching it, Han broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. Lucius chewed mechanically, his bristled jaw working up and down. Dog lapped noisily at his water. Han rooted through Lucius's cupboards and found an end of ham that he broke into pieces. He put part into Dog's food dish and fed the rest to Lucius, bit by little bit, alternating with sips of water. Dog wolfed his down.
"They said you was dead,"
Lucius mumbled, and Han knew he was back to his senses.
"I thought it was my fault for telling you to keep the Jinx piece." "Who said I was dead?" Han asked. "They said you was murdered down by the river," Lucius went on, "ripped apart by demons."
Understanding flooded in.
"Oh, that was my doing. I wanted people to think I was dead."
Lucius stopped chewing.
"Are they after you, then? The Bayars?"
Always the Bayars.
"No, the Blue Jackets are after me, the Queen's Guard. They think I killed a dozen people."
"Ah!" Lucius heaved a great sigh of relief.
"Thank the Maker it's nothing worse."
"It's bad enough," Han exploded.
"I can't go home. I can't make a living. I'm stuck here on Hanalea." "There's worse things," Lucius said, eating on his own now. "Did you kill them? Those people?" "No, I didn't kill them. You know better than that. I'm out of that. Or trying to be." "Well then, give the Blue Jackets time. Once the hoopla dies down, they'll be biteable again."
Lucius licked his fingers and reached down, groping for the bottle. Han put the cup of water in his hand.
"I think you'd better stick with this."
Lucius sighed and said,
"So you're going to stay at Marisa Pines?" "For now. I'm not going to be able to deliver for you for a while anyway. I'm sorry." "Where's the amulet?" "It's hidden. Back in town."
Which was inconvenient now that he thought about it. It would be difficult to get. Lucius coughed and spat on the ground, the way old men do.
"Maybe you should consider going south to Bruinswallow or Weanhaven, or east to Chalk Cliffs and get a job on the docks. You'd be safer there."
"Well," Han fingered the cuffs around his wrists,
"I was thinking of Arden or Tamron. It's not so far away. I could get home to see Mary and Mam now and then." "There's a war going on, boy, or hadn't you heard?" "I thought I could go as a line soldier," Han said.
This was his latest idea. Lucius slammed down his cup.
"A soldier? A soldier? What kind of fool idea is that?"
Han hadn't expected this reaction from Lucius.
"Well, it's good money, and I wouldn't need an apprenticeship, or schooling, or—" "You've got schooling, boy. Schooling enough to know you don't want to go as a soldier. Here I just got done feeling guilty because I thought you was dead. Soldiers' lives are too cheap these days. If you was an officer, you'd have a chance anyway." "Officers come from the academies," Han said. "I've got no money for that. I thought I could save up some money from soldiering and then go to the academy." "Course you can,"
Lucius said sarcastically.
"You think Weanhouse'll take you one-legged? Blind like me? With your lungs burned out by the poisons the Prince of Arden uses? Do you want to end up like your father?"
"You're right, Lucius. I have all kinds of other options," Han said, wondering why everyone had a license to lecture him lately.
"How to decide? I could be a rag picker. I could keep mucking out stables. I could be a fancy boy. The money's good, and the clothes." "Doesn't Jemson want you for a teacher?"
Lucius interrupted. How does he know these things? Han thought.
"Well, I'm not going into orders, if that's what you mean. Besides, I kind of burned that bridge,"
he added, thinking of Corporal Byrne and Rebecca with the green eyes that could pin you to the wall. It seemed a lifetime ago, but he'd bet no one had forgotten it. They both fell silent, each wrestling with his own thoughts.
"Funny they've not come after you," Lucius said finally. "The Bayars, I mean." "Maybe the Jinx piece isn't as valuable as you thought," Han suggested.
Lucius scowled and shook his head, and Han added,
"Or maybe they don't know who I am."
"Humph!
"Well, we can hope for that, boy," Lucius said. "We can hope for that."
Chapter 19. Name Day. Despite feeling left out of the ceremony itself, Han couldn't help getting excited as the name day celebration approached. Every year at summer solstice, all the clan children who turned 16 during the warm weather months were celebrated at a naming ceremony. It was one of the few times during the year that Marisa Pines and Demon Eye camps came together for dancing and flirting and matchmaking between the clan families. It was also a time for show-off cooking, so it was bound to be the feast of the year. The guest houses were full 3 days before solstice, and visitors spilled over into the other lodges. Even the matriarch lodge had its share of guests. Bird had secluded herself in the Acolyte Lodge with the other oath-takers, as was custom, but Dancer disappeared into the woods 2 days before the feast without a word to anyone. Han could tell Willow was worried. She was busy with preparations for the ceremony, but several times she went to the door and peered out, saying, "I thought I heard someone coming." She flinched at every sound and slept fitfully. Insignificant Han slept fitfully also, sharing the floor of the lodge with 6 young Demon Eye cousins, who giggled and whispered and yanked out strands of his hair. When Han emerged from the matriarch lodge the morning of the ceremony, haunches of venison were already roasting on spits, and the succulent scent of roast pork wafted from fire pits in the ground. Long trestle tables had been set up under the trees. Han and the younger children brought back armloads of wild onions and garlic, and freshly baked pies were lined up on the cooling racks in the cooking lodge. Han helped lay the fire in the outdoor temple, dragged more seating into place for clan elders, and flirted with some Demon Eye girls he hadn't seen for 6 months. Willow dressed in her matriarch's robes, then carefully laid out Dancer's clothes, unfolding them from the trunk at the foot of her sleeping bench: leggings and moccasins, a soft shirt, and fringed buckskin jacket painted and beaded in her distinctive style. Han studied it for clues. It was a non-traditional, somewhat jarring design, incorporating the familiar Marisa Pines and matriarch symbols with Rowan and Jinx signs. Willow even pulled out a beaded buckskin shirt for Han, the lone hunter symbols embroidered on the back yoke. Han stammered out a thanks, and Willow smiled and shook her head. "Thank you for being a friend to Fire Dancer," she said. "He'll need you in the coming days." Han blinked at her. "What do you—" She shook her head. "You'll see," she said, turning away, dismissing him, and sitting down at her loom as if it weren't a feast day. And still, Dancer didn't come. "Do you want me to go look for him?" Han asked, unable to stand the suspense any longer and wanting to do something useful. "He will come," Willow said, throwing her shuttle and catching it. "He has no choice." The feast began in late afternoon, the long tables groaning with platters and bowls, dogs circulating hopefully underneath. Han wasn't as hungry as he thought he'd be, eating on his own. His friends were all sequestered, preparing to cross into the future. Finally, at the last possible moment, Dancer slipped back into camp, looking haggard and dirty, like he'd slept for 3 days on the ground. Willow silently handed him a basin, and he sluiced water over his head and face, scrubbing away the grime with a towel. He then dressed for the ceremony with quick, fierce movements, making no comment on his new clothes. Han opened his mouth, but his voice died in his throat. He was angry with Dancer for acting this way, jealous of his friend's place in the world and the ceremony that would confirm it. Whatever vocation had been chosen for him, he needed to accept it. Han wished someone would tell him what to do with the rest of his life. And then it was time to go. The torches were already lit as they made their way along the path to the outdoor temple, even though the light would linger far into the night on this longest of days. A soft breeze kissed Han's skin, carrying the scent of night lilies and the promise of the brief upland summer. Dancer left them when they reached the temple, circling around to join the others in the Acolyte Lodge. Willow split off too, to join the elders at the front of the temple. The grown-ups wore the ceremonial garb of their chosen vocations, a flower garden of colors. Han, feeling foolish, sat on the ground with the younger children, folding his long legs up out of the way. The ceremony began with speeches from the elders of both camps. Han recognized Averil Lightfoot and resisted the urge to fade back into the woods. He'd last seen the traitor during the disaster at Southbridge Temple, when he'd kidnapped Rebecca and escaped into Ragmarket. It's all right, Han told himself. The traitor hadn't recognized him then, and by now the red-brown dye had nearly washed out of his hair. Who would expect to find a Ragmarket street lord at the Marisa Pines naming ceremony? Sinestra Elena, matriarch of Demon Eye Camp, told the familiar story of how the clans were carved from spirit stone, and the breath of the Maker brought them to life, and how, to this day, the queens of the fells returned to the spirits at the end of life, each claiming a peak as her final dwelling place. Han found himself relaxing, the cadence of the familiar old stories soothing him as it always did. Why couldn't real life be that orderly? Instead, it was a tangled fish line with knots and connections you couldn't see. For instance, Averil was the consort to the Queen of the Fells, the father of the Princess Heir. Han couldn't help but think it strange, this linkage between those glittering Vale folk who lived within the frowning walls of Fellsmarch Castle and the members of the upland clans, whose camp seemed like an extension of the landscape, who walked so gently on the land. It was time for the first of the Summer-born to be introduced by their sponsors. Ironhammer, a blacksmith, came forward, followed by a tall, broad-shouldered girl in a leather vest and leggings, decorated by horses and flames burned into the leather. She must be Demon Eye, Han thought, since I don't know her. "Who do you bring before us, Hammer?" Averil asked. Hammer cleared his throat. "The girl, Laurel Blossom, came to me, saying she dreams of metal and flame. She has been examined, and it is a true calling. I have agreed to be her sponsor. She has meditated on her name. I present to you Flame Shaper." And he grinned broadly, as if it were his own daughter he was presenting. And so it continued. An apprentice basket-maker was named Oak-weaver. A would-be storyteller was named Tale-spinner. A jewelry-maker became Silver-bird. Now 2 Demon Eye warriors came forward, a man and a woman, heads high, knives at their belts, bows slung over their shoulders, silver Demon Eye emblems hanging from chains around their necks. They were clad in the green and brown leggings and shirts that made them invisible in the forest. Anyone who went up against wizards had to have a bit of magic of their own. Excited whispers rustled through the temple. The Demon Eye didn't often sponsor a named warrior.
"Who is that?"
someone behind him whispered.
"Reed and Shiloh Demon Eye,"
someone whispered back. All of the Demon Eye warriors took the surname Demon Eye. So that's Reed Nightwalker, Han thought. The tall, muscular warrior was only a year or 2 older than Han, but he was already famous, or as famous as a warrior can be during peacetime. Shiloh was smaller, with a bulkier build, but there was a resemblance among all the Demon Eye, a kind of shared veneer of arrogance. "We have received a petition," Shiloh said, as if the warriors required no introduction. "We have accepted it," she went on, as if the assembly deserved no explanation of Demon Eye warrior ways. The two warriors turned, looking into the forest. Bird emerged from the trees, eyes downcast, as befitted one humbled by such a great honor, yet the lightness of her step told Han she was practically floating. She was already dressed in Demon Eye green and brown, and her unconscious grace matched theirs. She came forward until she stood just in front of the warriors. Her sponsors didn't bother to speak of her history. "We accept this girl, Digging Bird," Reed said, "a Demon Eye warrior candidate under our sponsorship. If she is successful, she will receive a new name and the Demon Eye amulet before next solstice." What if she isn't? Han thought, feeling a little resentful. What happens then? And what does she have to do to be successful? Reed Demon Eye presented Bird with a bow, a quiver of arrows, and a knife with the Demon Eye emblem engraved into the hilt. She slid the knife into a sheath at her belt and stood, cradling the other weapons in her arms, then raised her head and looked around the circle. She allowed herself a brilliant smile, that familiar curl falling down over her forehead. She's happy, Han told himself. It's what she wants. Which made him think of Dancer. All of the other Summer-borns had come forward. Willow was conversing with Averil and Elena, their heads close together. Everyone looked solemn and grave. "There is one final Summer-born to name," Averil said. "I call forward Fire Dancer, also known as Hayden, son of Willow, matriarch of Marisa Pines." After a moment's breathless pause, Dancer emerged from the woods and walked forward, all alone, his beautiful jacket reflecting the light of the torches. His face bore the stony expression that was becoming familiar. Where is his sponsor? Han wondered, peering into the surrounding forest and seeing no one. Then Willow stepped forward and stood beside her son. Dancer glared at her, but didn't move away. Now Sinestra Elena Demon Eye stepped forward, mother of them all. The firelight deepened the lines on her face, the map of her long life. Her eyes were like woodland pools, reflecting the common memory. Her voice assumed the cadence of the storyteller. "I will tell you a story about a girl born and raised at Marisa Pines." Typical clan, Han thought. The relevance of a story wasn't always clear until the end. And sometimes it was just a story that needed telling and had nothing to do with the situation at hand. For Dancer's sake, he hoped that wasn't the case this time. "This girl's name was Watersong, and the magic was strong in her," Elena went on. Some of the elders in attendance exchanged significant glances. This story was known to some, at least. "She was so beautiful that young men came from all over the 7 realms to see her, hoping to catch her eye. And when the time grew close for her to choose her vocation, everyone paid attention, because she was good at everything. She had no lack of possible sponsors." What's this all about? Han wondered. Isn't it bad enough that Dancer has no sponsors? Why bring this up now? Not long before Watersong's naming ceremony, she was out walking in the woods one morning when she encountered a young man, a handsome stranger, someone who was not clan, someone who should not have been there. She paused for effect, then went on. The young man wore an elaborate ring on his finger, studded with emeralds. He asked Watersong if she would like to try it on. The word no rippled through the temple. The storyteller, Elena Demon Eye, held them in the palm of her hand. Except Han, who was distracted by Dancer's misery and the pain in Willow's face. She put on the ring and fell into a dream, Elena said. When she awoke, she was alone in the woods.
It was night-time, and she was shivering with fear and cold. The young man had disappeared, and so had the ring. Watersong went back to camp, and soon after discovered she was with child. Watersong was big with child when she attended her naming ceremony. Because the magic was strong in her, she was apprenticed to Elena Demoni, matriarch of Demoni Lodge. She was renamed Willow Song and called Willow. Elena paused and looked around, and everyone knew what she would say next. Willow Song had a boy child, and they called him Fire Dancer. You see him before you. Han sat stunned, looking from Willow to Dancer and back to Elena. So this was the story that had gone untold about Dancer's missing father, that Dancer's father must have been a wizard. Dancer inherited much from his mother, Elena said, smiling sadly at Dancer. He is a beloved child of Marisa Pines. He has many gifts, and would have no lack of sponsors in choosing a vocation. But he has inherited gifts from his father as well, and so must follow his own path. Dancer has chosen a vocation none of us can sponsor. Bird had apparently reached her limit for silence. "What are you saying?" she demanded, looking from Elena to Averill to Willow. "What have you chosen, Dancer?" "It wasn't a choice," Dancer said, barely audible. Comprehension dawned on Reed Demoneye's face. "He's a jinx-flinger," he said, groping for his knife. "Here!" Then everyone was talking at once, like a clamor of crows in a cornfield. Willow stepped between Reed and Dancer, but spoke to the entire assembly, her voice clear and steady, and nearly loud enough to rise above it all. "Although we cannot sponsor him here, we have arranged for Dancer's training. He will go to Odin's Ford, to the Charmcaster Academy there, and learn to harness the magic he's inherited." Han's head spun as scenes and images came back to him. Dancer's moodiness over the past months, the conversation Han overheard in the Matriarch Lodge when he'd wondered if Dancer might be ill. But no, he'd taken Rowan, meant to protect against sorcery. Dancer had been trying to damp down the magic. Willow would have bent all her skill to that task, and if she couldn't do it, no one could. He'd seen Willow and Dancer in Fellsmarch when she'd healed him at Southbridge Temple. Maybe they were consulting the temple healers, or maybe they were there to make arrangements for Odin's Ford. Han studied his friend for any telltale signs of wizardry. Dancer looked the same as always, except for being desperately unhappy. There were the blue eyes, which must be a gift from his father, so incongruous against his dark skin and hair. "You're going to train up another wizard?" Reed spoke contemptuously. "When there are far too many already?" Elena stood her ground. "We are going to give Fire Dancer what he needs to control the gift he's been given." "That's not a gift," Reed said. "It's a curse, and the world would be better off with one less wizard in it." Shiloh nodded, regarding Dancer as if he were a viper she'd found under the porch. "He can't stay in the spirits. The naming forbids it. You know that." "The boy has stayed here this long," Averill said sharply. "He can stay until he leaves for Odin's Ford." Han processed this in fits and starts, seemingly a few steps behind the others. Dancer was leaving? No, he was being exiled, evicted like a tenant from a slumlord flat. He remembered the meeting with Micah Bayar and his friends on Hanalea, when Dancer had confronted the young wizards with this very rule. Wizards weren't allowed in the Spirit Mountains. But Dancer, couldn't an exception be made? He belonged here. This was his home. Han stood, meaning to say as much, even though he had no right, since he was only a guest himself. But Willow caught his eye and shook her head. Confused,
Han sat down again. Did Willow really mean to let this happen? Would she allow her son to be sent south to live among strangers? Elena faced Dancer, thrusting her hand into a pouch she wore at her waist. She pulled out something glittering, which she dangled in front of Dancer. It was an amulet, carved from a translucent caramel-colored stone, a glowing figure of a clan dancer ringed by flame. Dancer stared at it with a terrible fascination, as if it were a poison he was required to take.
"Fire dancer,"
Elena said gently.
"We in the clans have long been the makers of the tools of high magic, even though we are unable to use them ourselves. For hundreds of years we have been in an uneasy truce with those who can use them. When these gifts are abused, we control access to them. Each mistrusts the other, but each depends upon the other. The Maker, in her wisdom, has decreed that her gifts be distributed thus, to protect us all."
She slid the chain over Dancer's head so the amulet rested on his chest. He stood stiffly, hands clenched at his sides, as if moving might set it off. A long moment passed, and the amulet began to glow. In answer, something kindled under Dancer's skin, an incandescence that hadn't been apparent before.
"You are a summer born, a child of this camp, and so we bestow this gift directly on you, the amulet that you will take to Odin's Ford."
Elena shrugged her narrow shoulders.
"Still, we hope you will remember where you came from. Perhaps you will be the one who brings wizard and clan together."
The hatred on Reed's face said that would never happen.
"You should hold the amulet until the Jinxflinger leaves Hanalia," he said. "Else it isn't safe."
"The elders have spoken, Reed Nightwalker,"
Averill said.
"Fire Dancer has no sponsor. The amulet will be the connection between us. It is all we can offer him now."
"You needn't worry," Dancer said. "I've no desire to use anything left to me by my father, and I'll be gone before you know it."
With that, he ripped off the jacket Willow had made for him and flung it into the fire. Then he stalked off into the woods, leaving silence behind him. Chapter 20. Willow and Bird. The backwash from the naming ceremony persisted for several days. Dancer disappeared again, and Han spent fruitless hours searching the woods surrounding Marisa Pines, visiting all their familiar haunts. When he did find him 2 days' walk away in a hunter's shelter on the shores of Ghost Lake, Dancer wasn't fishing, or hunting, or reading. Just sitting, staring out at the lake. Dancer had little to say to Han's suggestions. He seemed to feel he'd exhausted all possibilities.
"We could go down to the temple in Fellsmarch," Han said. "The speakers know all sorts of things. Maybe they could help."
"We've been to see Jimson,"
Dancer said. He picked up a rock and sent it skimming over the water.
"He tried some things, but none worked."
Dancer glanced over at Han.
"Besides, didn't you say you're a wanted man down in Fellsmarch?"
"Well, yes, there was that."
"What about one of the other camps? Maybe there's a healer there who would have a new idea." "My mother's the best. You know that. And Elena knows the other matriarchs. She's always traveling. If there was something else to try, she would know about it." "If you don't have an amulet, mightn't it just stay dormant?"
Dancer didn't honor that with an answer. Han felt compelled to offer increasingly desperate plans.
"We could go to the Northern Isles. That's where wizards come from, right?" "You think that's better than going to Odin's Ford?" Dancer asked. "Sailing across the Indio to some place I've never been to find the people that invaded us centuries ago?" You could talk to the Wizard Council. You could try to find your father."
The only reason I would look for my father is if I decide to kill him, Dancer said, his blue eyes hard as topaz.
Stunned into silence, Han didn't say anything for a long time. He'd never seen Dancer so bitter. Dancer was the one who always saw the good in people, who was always the peacemaker. "I'll go with you," Han said finally. "To Odin's Ford, I mean."
"And do what?"
"I'll go to the warrior school at Wien House." Dancer looked him up and down and actually grinned.
"You? In the army? It's all about rules. You wouldn't last a week. You'd be asking why all the time. You'd be better off going into temple orders."
"It could work," Han persisted. The more he talked about it, the better he liked it. "All the armies are eager to take on Wien House graduates. I could find one that I fit in with."
"How would you pay for that?"
Dancer asked. "You don't have any money." "How are you paying for Mistwork House?" Han countered.
"The camps are sponsoring me, over the Demon Eye Warrior's objection. It's one way to get me to go away."
"What's the Demon Eye's problem?" Han asked. Dancer shrugged.
"Ask them. But you're not a soldier. I'm not sure what you are, but you're not that."
When Han arrived back at camp, he told Willow where Dancer was, making it clear that Dancer was frustrated. "It's all right, Hansalone," she said, looking up from her dye pot. She was stirring a cauldron full of bright blue yarn over the fire in front of the matriarch lodge. "Leave him be. Dancer needs some time alone. Hanalea soothes him."
"What's he going to do when he has to leave? What's going to soothe him then?"
Han was angry with Willow, like this was all her fault. "He will find his way. He has to," Willow said simply.
"How long have you known about this?"
Han demanded. "That Dancer is a jinx-flinger." Willow blotted her sweaty forehead with her forearm. "I knew it was a possibility from the beginning. But wizards don't manifest until they're older, and I had hopes it wouldn't happen. I began to see the signs 3 years ago, and finally he noticed too, and came to me."
"There has to be something you can do."
After all, Willow was a gifted healer. Couldn't she heal her own son? It was like she read his mind. "Wizardry is a gift, not an affliction. It's not amenable to healing. I tried Rowan, of course, and certain talismans." Her voice trailed off, and she looked down at her blue-spotted apron. "I should have acted sooner, when he was just a baby. Sometimes wizardry can be held at bay if the intervention is early enough. Otherwise, it's like a cancer that spreads until you can't cut it away without killing the host." Right, Han thought. It's a gift, like a cancer. Willow seemed as confused as everyone else. Maybe now was the time to press his suit. He felt nervous. Willow had turned him down before, but surely she'd see the sense of what he suggested.
"I've been thinking,"
he said.
"I need a trade, and I can't go back to Fellsmarch any time soon. I could go to Odin's Ford with Dancer and enroll in the Warriors' Academy. We'd be in different schools, but I bet we could see each other anyway, and we could travel back and forth together. It would be safer for both of us."
Willow was already shaking her head.
"You're no warrior, Hansalone," she said dismissively. "It's my choice," he said. "I'm nearly grown. If I was clan, I'd already be named."
"Why are you asking me, then?" Willow asked, sitting back on her heels.
"I'll need money to enroll. I asked Jemson about it, and it costs at least 20 girlies a year, plus board. That's not counting travel money."
Willow studied him. "Are you asking me for money, so you can throw your life away fighting in the Flatlander War?" This wasn't going well. Han extended his wrists toward her.
"I can pay my own way. I just need you to take these off," he said. I know traders who'd pay good money for thick silver like this. They should bring more than enough to keep me on the way south, plus get me enrolled once I'm there." "No," she said. "I've told you already. I can't do that." "Willow, I have nowhere to go," he persisted, perilously close to begging. "I need to make a living somehow, and I can't go back to Fellsmarch. There's nothing for me here. Dancer's going to Odin's Ford, and Bird is going to Demon Eye. Everyone else I know is apprenticed. Nothing's going to be the same." "There are trades you can learn here at Marisa Pines," Willow said. "You're already good at plants and potions. I'll take you on, if no one else will." "I can't hide out up here all my life," Han said, thinking there was little adventure in doing what he'd been doing all along, only less. "You're not a warrior, hunts alone," Willow said flatly, "and no amount of money will make you one." She tossed down her stirring stick and swept into the matriarch lodge. Han spent the next several days sulking. The continuing presence of the guests from Demon Eye were as irksome as a pebble in his boot. It was like having house guests in the middle of a family fight. You just wanted them gone so you could speak your mind. Not that he was exactly family, as he kept reminding himself. The Demon Eye warriors in particular frayed his temper. Bird spent all her time with them, of course, all solemn-faced, hanging on Reed Demon Eye's every word. That was another thing. Han was disappointed in Bird. She could have defended Dancer when Reed Demon Eye attacked him. Just like Han could have defended him, too, no matter what Willow said. The Demon Eye warriors fell silent when Dancer passed by and left the fire circle when he joined it. They watched him constantly, like he was a mad dog or a venomous spider. Han couldn't help worrying that the Demon Eye warriors might go after Dancer if they caught him on his own. So he became a self-appointed spy, lingering near their fire, watching their comings and goings from camp, and listening in on their conversations. Until one day he was slipping through the forest, following Reed Demon Eye, probably to the privy, when Bird stepped into his path. She was dressed in her Demon Eye clothing, and she seemed to materialize out of shadow and sunlight.
"What do you think you're doing?" she hissed.
"Doing?" He shrugged. "What does it look like I'm doing?"
"You're playing a dangerous game is what. Do you think they don't notice? They're Demon Eye warriors," she said, as if he hadn't noticed.
He gave her a so-what look. "I've been walking in these woods all my life," he said. "If it makes them jumpy, they should leave."
"It's only fair to warn you, Reed's patience is wearing thin. He's about ready to cut your throat."
"He can try," Han said, affecting indifference, though his heart beat faster. A confrontation with Reed Demon Eye seemed appealing.
"You don't understand," Bird persisted. "They've trained for this all their lives. They're dangerous."
"Really? Well, I'm dangerous too." He felt like he was bragging in the schoolyard, but he couldn't help himself. "Looks to me like they're all bristle and no brains."
"Shh!"
Bird glanced around. Reed might be behind a nearby tree, listening.
"Come on."
Moving with her usual cat-like grace, she led him off the trail, down into a small ravine, to a place where two slabs of rock had slid together, forming a small cave-like shelter. Maiden's Kiss and Columbine cascaded from the crevices, and a small stream tumbled along the floor of the canyon. "Sit," she said, waving him to a flat rock. He sat, and she sat across from him. "I've tried to talk to Dancer," she said, "and he won't speak to me." "Do you blame him?" Han asked, and then, after a pause, "I can't believe you'd want to be in a group that would treat your friend that way." There, he'd said it. Bird bit her lip and stared down at her clasped hands.
It's nothing personal," she said, "but that's why the Demon Eye exist, to fight wizards.
and the presence of any wizard on Hanalia is sacrilege.
We're talking about Dancer, Han said, thinking of how Dancer had challenged Bayar and his friends. He was born here. He belongs here.
I know.
She swallowed hard. But think about when the Jinxflingers invaded the Fells. They were ruthless. They put Litlings to the sword. They captured our queen and forced her into marriage. They evicted the priests from the temples and launched a reign of terror. But the clans held the spirits, and they were our sanctuary. If not for that, we would have been eradicated as a people.
It was a pretty speech. Han wondered if it came from Reed Demon Eye. He imagined them sitting hip to hip by the fire, Bird looking into his eyes, spellbound. He blinked the image away.
"That was a long time ago," he said. "I'm not sweet on wizards either, but—"
"That was a long time ago, but these are dangerous times," Bird said. "We have a weak queen. The power of wizards is growing. We in the clan feel less welcome in the Vale. We wield less influence at court."
"Averil Demon Eye is consort to the queen," Han said, "and father to the Princess Heir. That sounds influential to me."
"Appearances can be deceiving," Bird said. "Reed says it's more important than ever to maintain the traditional boundaries against wizards."
"And I'm not really interested in what Reed says," Han thought. "So what's the plan?" he asked. "Will you be going back to Demon Eye with them, or what?"
Bird nodded.
"We leave soon. It's just, Reed doesn't want to leave while Dancer's still here."
"Well, they won't have to worry about him much longer, will they?" Han said, his own guilt driving the knife home.
"Once he leaves, we may never see him again."
Bird raked her curls off her sweaty forehead.
Do you think it's a good idea, Dancer going to Odin's Ford, training as a wizard?"
Han stared at her.
"What choice does he have? You just said, maybe he should just move down into Fellsmarch," Bird said, not meeting his eyes.
Han leaned forward.
"And do what? He's no Flatlander. The things he's good at have no value in the city. He could learn a trade," she said, "and then we could visit him sometimes." She looked up at him hopefully. "Maybe, without training, the magic would just go away." "You think so? Or is that what Reed says? Do you think Willow would send Dancer away if it was as easy as that?"
She shook her head.
"No, only the Demon Eyes don't want Dancer to go to Odin's Ford."
A great cold fury was growing in Han's middle, spreading into his extremities.
"You don't want him here, but you don't want him to go to Odin's Ford. You just want him to disappear, is that it?" "No, I love Dancer. It's just, Reed is worried about training up a wizard who knows the spirit so well, who is privy to clan secrets. What if he comes back on the wrong side?"
She looked at Han appealingly.
"I don't know much about politics," Han said, his voice brittle as river ice. "I just try to get by. But if you ask me, you're treating Fire Dancer like the enemy, and I can't think of a better way to drive him to the other side. You do what you want, but whatever side Dancer's on, I'm there."
That was what he'd been trying to tell Dancer. So he'd know he wasn't alone, that Han would go with him and help him if he could. Han looked up and saw that Bird was crying, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. Han couldn't recall ever seeing that before.
"Hey now," he said after a few minutes of this. "Come on. We've been together forever. We'll work it out." "All I ever wanted was to be a Demon Eye warrior," she whispered. "And now, whatever I do, I'm betraying someone." "You just have to remember who your friends are, is all," Han said. "Maybe you have something to teach the Demon Eyes about loyalty." "I didn't speak up for him at the ceremony," she said, swiping at her nose. "I didn't either."
He sat next to her and put an arm around her, and she turned toward him, burrowing her face into his shoulder. He patted her back awkwardly, trying not to notice her chest pressed against his. She smelled of pine and leather and summer in the uplands. Bird raised her head and looked up at him, her lashes wet and clumped together. She slid her arms around his neck, pulling his head down, and suddenly they were kissing like desperate people, like it was the last kiss either one of them would ever get. He lowered her down to the rock, kissing her nose, her eyelids, every part he could reach, and she slid her hands under his shirt, pressing him closer, her hands warm and rough against his back. It was the first thing in a long time that made him happy. Chapter 21. Blood and Roses. The day after the Bayards' party, word came down from the Queen that since Raisa was ill, she was to stay in her room and rest. Raisa wasn't sure whether this was 1. Mariana's genuine concern about her daughter's well-being and desire to have her well recovered in time for her own party, 2. Punishment for being foolish enough to be ensnared by Micah Bayard, or 3. A strategy for building anticipation for Raisa's name-day party to a fever pitch. Raisa sent several messages to her mother, requesting an audience, but Mariana didn't reply. Hadn't Lord Averill told her mother what the Bayards had done? Surely he had. Then why was she being punished? Raisa fumed and fretted, but it did no good. A basket full of cards and invitations graced the table in Raisa's entry hall, but Margaret had her orders and declined them all on the princess's behalf. As word of her purported illness circulated, gifts and flowers flowed in until the mingled fragrances made her half sick for real. A dozen roses arrived each morning from Micah Bayard, a different color every day. When Margaret refused them, they accumulated in the hallway until it looked like a shrine to some forgotten goddess. Soon Raisa was sending them out to all of her ladies-in-waiting and to the healers' halls at the temple. Micah sent her several messages, asking permission to visit, but she didn't reply. Margaret continued to sleep in her room, and a member of the Queen's Guard always seemed to be lingering outside her door. Clearly, the Queen meant to prevent any clandestine trysts or further wizardly intrigue. This prevented any meetings with Eamon as well. Raisa wished she could slip out through the tunnel and climb up to the garden and find him there, pacing the cobblestones or waiting on the bench. She found herself dwelling on him more and more. When she wasn't thinking of Eamon Byrne, she was haunted by Han Alistair. The street lord ambushed her in her dreams, swaggering up the street as he had in Ragmarket, with his quick wit and sardonic smile. She remembered the way he'd pushed her behind him, pressed a knife into her hand, and faced down 6 raggers on her behalf. "If you're going to knife someone, don't think about it so long," he'd said. And now he was dead. Had he hesitated at some critical moment and been lost? Was there something she could have done differently that would have saved him? Was it her job to save him? "I need to go to parties," Raisa mused, "so I don't think so much." Her only visitors were dressmakers and combers and her chattering ladies-in-waiting, who slept till noon, then spent the early afternoons in Raisa's chambers, going on and on about the parties they'd been to and the dresses they'd worn and planned to wear, before retiring to their chambers to prepare for the evening ahead. It was considered a social coup to host Southern royalty, even if they had fallen on hard times. So, with Raisa unavailable, the Tomlins and Lady Herrisford were swept from dance to dance and dinner to dinner, with scarcely a chance to visit the garter-robe between. Raisa missed Melissa Hackham's name-day party, but Missy came the next afternoon to tell her all about it. Missy was all baggy-eyed and yawning, having stayed out till the wee hours.
A shame you couldn't have been there. Mother was so disappointed, Missy said. She kept pairing me up with this dreadful Arno Manhold. Can you imagine? Lady Melissa Manhold? How awkward.
Who is he? Raisa asked disinterestedly to stop the flood of words.
He's a ship owner from Chalk Cliffs. Well, he's actually from the Northern Isles, and he's at least 50 years old. He does own 10 ships, and he has loads of money and 3 houses, one in Fellsmarch, one in Chalk Cliffs, and an estate along the Durnwater. But he's a tradesman, after all, and he trod on my feet all night, and he only knows 2 old dances.
What if he owned 4 houses, Raisa said, and a hunting lodge in the Hartfangs? How many dances would he need to know then? Missy blinked at her, confused.
Well, I'm sure I don't know. I'm hoping for a southern match. Prince Liam is so handsome.
Missy heaved a great sigh and batted her eyelashes.
And he says such wicked things. He's a wonderful dancer, too, unlike the Cleemaths. How does this sound?
She struck an elegant pose, tossing back her excessive hair.
Princess Melissa of Tamron.
Some people say matters are rather unsettled in Tamron, Raisa said, unable to resist deflating Missy. They say there's a chance the war in Arden will spread west.
Some people are tiresome and gloomy, Missy said, completely undeflated. We could both be princesses. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I might even become queen before you.
Prince Liam has declared himself, then? He's spoken to his father?
What wonderful news,
Raisa said, stooping to cruelty. Now Missy looked flustered.
Well, of course not. His father is in Tamron, and Prince Liam is here. But no doubt when he returns home...
Just then, Margaret tapped on the door to Raisa's bedroom, entered, and curtsied.
Lord Averil Demoneye, royal consort, to see you, your highness.
Margaret always went formal when Raisa had company. Good, Raisa thought. Maybe I'll finally find out what's going on.
I best go, your highness,
Missy said, rising and curtsying herself.
There's a tea this afternoon for Lady Harrisford. I only wish you could come.
She backed from the room under Raisa's scowl as Averil entered. Raisa embraced her father.
Thank the Maker you're here. I'm going crazy not knowing anything. What's going on? Are the Bayards in trouble?
Averil took a deep breath and shook his head. Well, no, not exactly.
What?
Raisa backed away from him.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Then she noticed that he was wearing traveling clothes, his trader pouch slung over his shoulder.
You're going away again,
she said, her heart sinking. Briefly, Averil said, with a wry smile. The Queen has decided I should ride to Chalk Cliffs and speak with the garrison commander about port security. It seems there's a problem with pirates.
Why you?
Raisa said.
And why now? It's the middle of the season, and my party is only 4 days away.
Why, indeed, he said lightly. Your mother isn't pleased with me these days, I'm afraid, he said. But don't worry. I'll be back in plenty of time for your celebration. I wouldn't miss it.
Why doesn't she send Captain Byrne? Raisa muttered. Or General Cleemath?
Captain Byrne is coming with me, in fact, Averil said. He paused, as if to let the weight of his words settle.
She's sending you away while I feel like I'm being held captive,
Raisa grumbled, pacing the floor.
I haven't even had a chance to properly meet Prince Liam and Princess Marina. I don't get it. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing right now? Going to parties? Meeting prospective suitors?
Why do you think she's doing this, Briar Rose? Averil gazed out through the windows over a city without shadows, stark in the noonday sun. Raisa pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead, trying to massage away the headache Missy always left behind.
Is she blaming me for what happened at the Bayards' party?
I told her about the amulet.
She should know it wasn't your fault, but she seems angry with me for raising the issue."
"Angry with you? But why?"
Raisa felt stupid. She hated feeling stupid. Averil sighed. When she confronted Lord Bayard, he explained to Her Majesty that the Jinx pieces are harmless reproductions of old magical pieces, that they gifted you and Micah with matching jewelry to symbolize the long connection between the Queens of the Fells and the Bayard family. He turned away from the window and looked at her straight on. Lord Bayard showed the Queen the serpent necklace and ring, which were, indeed, very well-crafted reproductions. Raisa's hand crept to her neck. A faint welt lingered where the pendant had rested. Was it possible? Could it really have been a matter of too much wine and Micah Bayard's kisses?
"Are you saying you were mistaken?" she said. "That the necklace wasn't really—"
"No." Averil shook his head. "I wasn't mistaken," he said, without a trace of doubt in his voice or expression.
"Why hasn't Mother come to talk to me about it? Why is she asking Lord Bayard instead?"
Averil hesitated, as if debating how much to say. "Lord Bayard suggested that you and Micah simply got carried away. You violated the rules against Congress between wizards and the Grey Wolf line, and so were looking for an excuse." Raisa snatched up a bouquet off the mantel and flung it into the fireplace. The porcelain vase shattered, sending chips flying in all directions and scattering lilies and orchids across the hearth.
"Your Highness!"
Margaret exclaimed, poking her head in from her quarters next door.
"Blessed lady!"
she added when she saw the mess. "Briar Rose," her father said, shaking his head and putting his finger to his lips. Raisa read the message in his eyes. "Traitor face," he was saying. It wasn't easy. Raisa was in the mood for breaking things. But she mastered herself and said, "It's all right, Margaret. It slipped. I'll clean it up later." Averil waited until the door closed behind Margaret before he went on. "Mariana has forbidden Micah to see you. He's restricted to Airy House. She's confined you to your room. She seems to believe that's appropriate punishment."
"What is Micah saying?"
Raisa asked glumly. Averil shrugged. "He's saying nothing at all. That I know of, anyway." Raisa gestured vaguely at the floral display.
"He's been sending flowers, asking to visit."
"You know your mother doesn't like trouble," Averil said. "She'd rather not know about some things, so she doesn't have to confront them. It may be nothing more than that." Raisa nodded.
"I even thought maybe she wanted to keep me away from the other parties to, make my party more special," she said. "She seems determined to make it the party of the year."
It sounded foolish now that she was saying it. "That may be," Averil said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Apparently, Mariana sees no need to show you off before then." He hesitated, then plowed ahead. "Your mother may worry that I have a clan match in mind for you. There's been talk about you and Reed Demoni."
"Reed?"
Raisa frowned. She and Reed had shared some kisses, some long walks in the woods, a few dances at clan gatherings.
"I like Reed, but there's been talk of him and every girl at Demoni."
"It didn't help that I supposedly spirited you off to Demoni without telling her," Averil said.
"That's my fault, and I'm sorry," Raisa said. "It was a stupid thing to do, going to Southbridge Temple without an escort. It could have ended much worse."
She'd never have met Han Alistair. She wouldn't have to feel bad that he was dead. Averil waved her regrets away. "You have to take chances, Raisa. What seems safest on its face may not be in the long run. Your ministry is making a real difference in Southbridge and Ragmarket. Speaker Jemson is working wonders with the money you've provided."
"I've meant to go and visit," Raisa said, pacing again. "But everything is so hard right now. I feel like a prisoner."
Averil fingered the demon eye pendant that hung around his neck. "Could it be that your mother already has a match in mind for you?" Raisa stopped pacing and swung around.
"I've told her I don't want to marry any time soon."
Averil shrugged. "Sometimes monarchs must act on a match, whether the timing is ideal or not. You've heard of child marriages among the nobility, I know, especially in the South. Not that you're a child any longer, Raisa." Raisa studied her father's face, hoping he was teasing her, but he looked completely serious.
"There's so much I want to do before I get married," she said. "With the war going on, I haven't even had the chance to travel. I'd like to go to Tamron and Wiehenhaven and Arden and see how they do things there. I want to see Odin's Ford. I want to go sailing on the Indio and visit the Northern Isles."
"And get captured by pirates, no doubt." Averil held up his hand, laughing. "You are too much like me, daughter. Unable to keep still for very long." "I take it your mother hasn't mentioned a specific suitor, then?" Raisa shook her head.
"She does seem to be opposed to a Southern match, though. She said things were too unsettled, that I might marry someone who'd lose his throne the next week. I said, fine, I have my own throne. I told her we should wait until the war is over and it's all sorted out."
"What did she say to that?" Averil asked.
"Well,"
Raisa thought back to her conversation with the Queen.
"She seems to be in a hurry. You know how she is. She wants to see me settled."
A cold dread settled under Raisa's breastbone. Did the Queen really intend to marry her off before she'd had a chance to do anything? Who would it be? One of the Clemaths? John Hackham? About the best that could be said for them was that they'd be easy to manage.
"I'm going to wait until after I'm crowned," Raisa said, "and then I'll marry whoever I like."
She scowled fiercely at her father, and he grinned back, shaking his head. They both knew that was unlikely to happen. Queens married for the good of the realm. "Just be careful, Briar Rose," Averil said. "You have good instincts. Listen to them."
"I will."
Raisa nodded.
"Well,"
she said shyly, taking his hands,
"I guess this is goodbye for a few days."
"The next time I see you, you'll be officially grown," Averil said, "named heir to the Grey Wolf throne. Breaking hearts all around, no doubt."
"Pursued by every spotty, ambitious lord and second son between 12 and 80,
Raisa replied, shivering. She'd been looking forward to this season in her life, to dancing and flirting and kissing and love poems and notes ferried by trusted friends and secret meetings in the garden. But when it came down to it, who would she have if she had a choice? Micah was intriguing, but she didn't really trust him, even if a marriage to him were possible. No one else came to mind except Eamon, and that would never be either. She looked up to find her father gazing at her sympathetically, as if he could read her mind. "Save at least one dance for me." He kissed her on the forehead and was gone. Following the incidents in Southbridge and his lack of success in having Mac Gillen booted from the guard, Eden Byrne had proposed reassigning Eamon to a less treacherous neighborhood, where there would be less opportunity for Gillen to take revenge. Eamon had refused the reassignment. Absent a posting to Raisa's personal guard, which carried its own risks and temptations, there was nowhere else he'd rather be than on the meanest streets of Fellsmarch. So instead of reassigning Eamon, Eden transferred his Odin Ford classmates to Southbridge Guardhouse so he'd have someone to watch his back. One thing was true: Southbridge was a great place to learn. Eamon learned more in 2 months than in a year at Odin's Ford, though, to be fair, it was a different curriculum, to a different purpose. He knew he'd need the theory and strategy and history he'd studied at Wiehenhaus as an officer. In Ragmarket and Southbridge, He learned how to defuse a potentially violent situation without drawing his sword. He learned to look into a man's face and predict whether he would run or fight, whether he was lying or telling the truth. He learned how to put a victim at ease so he could get the information he needed to track down a thief. When trouble was brewing, he could smell it in the air. Eamon developed networks of residents who began to trust that he wouldn't betray them if they fed him information about thieves or tipped him off to a gang fight. The other soldiers at Southbridge Guardhouse, the good ones, learned that he wouldn't betray them either, and they began to turn to him for leadership of sorts. All in all, Eamon felt that he was doing some good, despite Mac Gillen. Best of all, his successes were a constant irritant to his sergeant. One night, he and his patrol returned to Southbridge Guardhouse to find his father waiting in the briefing room, maps spread over a long table. It was 2 a.m., and a rumble of snores came from the next room. Jack Barnhouse, the duty officer, was hovering, practically wringing his hands.
"I know Sergeant Gillen would want to speak with you if he was here," Corporal Barnhouse said. "I don't know where he is just now." "The rest of you give your reports to Corporal Barnhouse and get some sleep," Eden said, waving off Eamon's squadron. "I need to speak with Corporal Byrne in private."
They shuffled off with Barnhouse, looking over their shoulders like they were hoping Captain Byrne would relent and they'd be asked to stay.
"Sit."
Eamon's father gestured to a chair.
"At ease."
The captain's face was etched with lines of weariness, and Eamon felt a twinge of worry. Eamon sat, resting his hands on the table.
"What is it, Dawn?"
"I need to ask a favor."
"Anything."
"I know you, prefer your posting here in Southbridge." Here a trace of a smile came and went.
"But I need you and your triple to come back to the castle close and serve as personal guard to the Princess Heir."
Eamon frowned, confused, then looked around to make sure no one could overhear.
But I thought you said it was best if I kept my distance since the complaint from the Bayards, that people would talk."
His father studied Eamon's face for a long moment, then said,
"People will talk. That is a risk, but greater risk has come up, so I'll deal with this one." "What do you mean?" "Queen Mariana is sending Averil Demoni and me to Chalk Cliffs to look into reports of pirates," Eden said. "Tomorrow."
Eamon still didn't understand.
"What does that have to do with the Princess Heir?" "I have a bad feeling about it, that's all,"
his father growled, raking a hand through his salt and pepper hair. Then, after a long pause, he added, as if the words were difficult to say, "My connection with the Queen has been muddied. Usually I can predict what she'll do, guess what she's thinking, but lately, I don't know. Something's changed. I almost feel as though she wants to get us out of the way."
"Why would she want to do that?"
Eamon felt stupid, asking question after question, but he'd figured he'd rather know than take a guess.
"And if she does, I mean, she is the Queen and all."
Eden pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead as if it hurt.
"I'm just not sure she's making good decisions. She may have good reasons for doing what she's doing. I just don't understand them. But I'm going to do what I need to protect the line. And if I'm wrong, then—"
He shrugged.
"Well then, you sent my triple to bed."
Eamon rose to his feet.
"Shall I wake them and tell them to get ready to leave?"
His father shook his head.
"There's something else. Something important."
He waved him back to his seat. Eamon sat down again, waiting, smothering a yawn. He'd do whatever his captain, his father, wanted him to do. That was a given. So why couldn't they all get some sleep? His father cleared his throat.
In the clan, as you know, there is a naming ceremony in which the young are confirmed in their vocation. Among the gentry here in Fellsmarch, name-day parties mark passage into adulthood.
Right, Eamon said, and was tempted to add, I know, but didn't.
We Burns have our own rite of passage, his father said.
We Burns? Eamon looked up at his father's face, thinking he was joking, but found no trace of humor there. What do you mean?
Our family has a special bond with the queens of the Fells, going back to Hannaleah. It often passes to the eldest in each generation, unless he or she refuses. Then it goes to the next child.
The captain of the Queen's Guard has always been a Burn, Eamon said. Is that what you mean?
It's a Burn for a reason, his father said. A soldier named Byrne died for Hannaleah when she was taken by the Demon King. That soldier's son helped to free her. When she returned to the throne, she proclaimed that henceforth the captain of her guard would be bound to the Queen, blood to blood, so he would be better able to do his job. That soldier's son was the first to be bound. Your many greats' grandfather.
So, Eamon said, trying to understand, you are bound to Mariana. Is that what you're saying?
And my mother was bound to Lissa, and her father to Lucia.
How does that work? Do you swear an oath, or?
It's more than an oath. There is a temple ceremony, a binding ritual, and after that, your destinies are linked. We serve the line of Grey Wolf Queens. The bond cannot be broken. We cannot knowingly act contrary to the good of the line.
It's magic, then? Eamon said, and his father nodded. What happens if you do act contrary to the good of the line? Eamon asked. His father shook his head.
We don't. That's the thing. We are physically incapable of doing so.
This was more than surprising. Eamon had always considered his family the least magical of any he knew. In fact, he'd always felt left out and rather colorless next to those that had it, like wizards, clan royalty, even the queens. The Burns were dependable, steady, honest, hard-working, loyal, courageous to a fault, the kind of men and women you would want to have fighting beside you, or covering your back, or guarding the treasury. But magical? Eamon struggled to come up with something to say other than, "Are you sure?" or, "You're not serious." "You have magical powers, then?" he asked. His father laughed, rubbing his chin as if embarrassed.
"Well, it's a subtle thing."
"The Queen, she knows about this?"
Byrne shook his head. "The queens do not. That's the way Hannaleah wanted it. She was more interested in preserving the Grey Wolf line than in supporting an individual queen."
"Are you bound to the line or to an individual queen?"
"I'm bound to the line, but in effect, each captain serves one queen, unless that queen somehow endangers the line."
His father paused, then added softly, "We don't discuss that particular charge with our queens either." "So, there may be times when we act contrary to the interests of our sovereign queen in order to serve the line?"
"Aye,"
his father said, without apology.
"Even if Mariana knew, I doubt she'd take it all that seriously. You know how she is about the temples and the faith. For her, it's rather like believing in garden pixies."
"So," Eamon said, looking for the point in this bit of history, "you'll choose your successor when the time comes."
"The next captain in line would serve Raisa. I've chosen you."
Eamon sat stunned, his thoughts swirling, a kaleidoscope of images and memories. How had he ended up here, in this place, poised to assume the role that fate had handed him? His father had tutored him in swordplay and horsemanship, but no more so than any other father. He'd spent long hours around the guard barracks and stables at the castle because his father was posted there, and he was interested in horses, and he loved to hear the talk of tactics and weaponry. No one had ever said to him, "Go to Odin's Ford and learn to be a soldier," but he had. And no one had ever said to him, "Join the Queen's Guard," but he had. Serving in the Guard was a family tradition, though he had many aunts and uncles who had not. But always, of course, at least one per generation had. Since he had been named to the Guard, he'd considered the possibility he might end up captain if he performed well and stayed with it. After all, he'd come in as a corporal, based on his performance at school and the recommendations of his father's friends. He was a skilled swordsman, the best in his class, and excelled in his coursework, and received high marks in field operations. Everyone said he took after his father, and he was proud of that. He'd always assumed, however, that he'd chosen his own way from a range of possibilities, that if he'd wanted to be a trader, or a blacksmith, or an artist like his sister, he could have done it. And now it turned out he'd been treading a narrow path, committed from birth, walled in by magic, and a bargain made 1,000 years ago. "You do have a choice," his father said, as if he'd read his thoughts. Eamon looked up at his father. "How do I have a choice? Lydia becomes captain?" "She is a Byrne," his father said. Eamon thought of his dreamer of a sister, sitting on the river bank, skirts spread about her, head bent over a charcoal drawing. He shook his head wordlessly. "And if she says no, there's Ira," his father said, naming Eamon's 10-year-old brother. "Though he's still young, and we need to choose a captain now." He paused. "You have cousins, of course." "Why now?" Eamon asked. "There can be only one captain of the Guard, and that's you." Perhaps by the time a decision needed to be made, he'd have time to get used to the idea. "I'm worried about the Princess Raisa. Right now, we have no direct connection with her, and my connection with Queen Mariana seems to be failing. If you're willing, bonding with Hannah-Leah's line through Raisa will give you something of a sixth sense. You'll be able to anticipate trouble, to know when she's in danger, to predict what she might do. It's also supposed to give us some influence over them where their safety is concerned." He smiled wryly. That won't do any good, Eamon thought. They'll do whatever they want anyway. "This is permanent, I take it?" Eamon asked. "What if I change my mind?" "It is permanent," his father said, toying with the ring on his left hand, the heavy gold wolf ring he was never without. "You won't change your mind once it's done." He paused, smiled faintly. "Don't worry. It's not as if you're going into orders. You can marry, have children, all of that. To continue the line of Burns, of course." "And if it comes down to a choice between family and Queen?" His father looked into Eamon's eyes, his hazel gaze clear and direct. "The Queen, of course." Of course. Eamon already knew the answer when he asked the question. In his heart of hearts, he'd known his father's priorities all along. "What about Odin's Ford? Would I go back, or—" "We'll see how things stand when the time comes. It may be you'll go back, whatever serves the line." His father sighed. "I'd wanted you to complete your training before your naming, but I don't think we can risk waiting." But there was this other thing Eamon had avoided thinking about, his feelings for Raisa. Even now his heart beat faster when he thought of her. Images rolled through his mind. Raisa, dressed as a boy in that ridiculous cap, striding unarmed into Southbridge guardhouse to save gang members who were being tortured. Raisa, delivering name-day gifts to Speaker Jemson to feed the poor. Raisa demanding that he help her become a better queen. Raisa, in the garden by torchlight, her hair hanging in long strands around her face, chin propped on her fist, green eyes deep enough to drown in. Raisa floating in his arms around the dance floor, her head against his shoulder, her small, perfect body pressed against his while he tried to control the hammering of his heart. He remembered those 2 kisses that she'd probably given without a thought. 2 kisses that still woke him up at night. Everything about her seduced him, her looks, her speech, the way she moved, the person she was and was meant to be.
"Duh,"
he said, staring down at the table, unable to meet his father's eyes.
"The thing is, I have feelings for Raisa, for the Princess Heir, that I shouldn't have. I'm worried that we might do something that would harm the line."
Eamon swallowed hard and looked up into his father's face and saw something that he never expected to see, understanding layered over sorrow.
"Eamon," he said, "we love the Grey Wolf Queens, but it's like I told you. Once named, we will not harm the line. It is our great strength and also our burden."
Eamon stared at his father. He thought of his mother, dead in childbirth with Ira, and wondered if she had known. By the standards of the day, Eden Byrne had been a good husband and an attentive father, faithful to duty and queen. Now he seemed like a tragic figure, a holder of secrets. What about my own choice? Eamon thought. Raisa would never be his. He knew that. But if he took himself off to Odin's Ford, and after that to a posting at Chalk Cliffs, chances were the pain would fade in a decade or so. He was only 17. What would it be like to be with Raisa constantly for the rest of his life, as her captain and counselor, to see her married, always within reach, knowing he could never have her? Like his father and Queen Mariana. But what if he said no and something happened to Raisa? How could he forgive himself? His father said he had a choice, and he did. The right thing and the wrong thing. Eamon reached across the table and gripped his father's calloused hands. "I'll do it," Eamon said. His father looked down at their joined hands. "You're sure?" Eamon nodded. "I'm sure." "Then let's go to Temple," Eden Byrne said, rising from his chair. Although it was now 4 a.m, Speaker Jemson was waiting for them in his study, dressed for ceremony. His father had told the speaker they were coming. His father had known what his decision would be. So much for choices. "Captain Byrne," the speaker said gravely, "and Corporal Byrne, this is most unusual, to preside over the binding of both father and son. Usually one captain passes on before the next is named." "These are dangerous times," Eden Byrne said. "Still, the line must be protected." "Yes, it must," Jemson said. He looked at Eamon. "You have agreed to be bound to Hannalea's line?" "Yes," Eamon nodded. He found himself wishing he'd been able to bathe before coming here. He felt filthy and unworthy in his stained uniform after a night patrolling Ragmarket. As if Jemson had heard his thoughts, he extended a bundle of cloth toward Eamon. "Remove your clothing and put these on. Then join us in the Lady Chapel." Jemson and his father left him alone in the study. Remove all of his clothing, or just his uniform? Eamon didn't want to get it wrong. He debated, then stripped completely. The robes were rough-spun cotton, undyed, of the sort acolytes wore. He felt rather strange and airy under the voluminous tent of fabric, as if he were still naked. Eamon padded barefoot across the cavernous sanctuary to the intimate lady chapel to the right of the altar. It was dedicated to Althea, patroness of the poor. Unlike the private chapels in the temple at Fellsmarch Castle, with their gold statuary and gilt and marble fittings, Althea's chapel was stark in its simplicity, yet obviously well loved. The simple wood altar shone with hand polishing, and there were fresh flowers and vases to either side of the image of the lady. Cool moonlight washed through the clear glass windows, echoing their design on the floor. Jemson and his father stood to either side of a long table. Several objects were laid out in readiness: a large stone basin, a glittering knife, a stone jar, a small crystal bottle, a silver goblet. Eamon studied the display, questions crowding his mind. Jemson smiled at him. "Your part is quite simple, really, for so important a rite. We mingle your blood with Hanalea's, and you drink the result. The rest we pour into the soil of the fells to bind you to the land and the Maker. A sacrifice of sorts." "I'm dreaming," Eamon thought. "Burns don't do these sorts of things." He thought of his triple sleeping in the barracks, thought of Raisa back at Fellsmarch Castle, unaware of the link being forged between them. Was it fair to do this without her permission? What if she didn't want to be linked with him? He licked his lips. Will she know? "She may feel something," the speaker said, "or she may sleep through. If she does wake up, she won't know what to make of it." "Do you really have blood of Hanalea here? After 1,000 years?" "It's taken from her descendants, the queens of the fells." The speaker rested his hand on the stoppered bottle. "This is the blood of the Princess Heir. I will speak words over it." Jemson paused as if to see if Eamon had any more questions, then said, "Bare your arm, Corporal Byrne." Eamon did. He scarcely felt the sting of the blade, and watched, a little amazed, as his blood dripped into the basin, forming a small pool at the bottom. Jemson lifted the crystal bottle and spoke some words in clan speech. Eamon made out the words Raisa Anna Mariana and Hanalea. The speaker unstoppered the bottle and tipped a few drops into the basin, then lifted it high, swirling the contents, reciting a long incantation. Eamon's thoughts slopped around in his head, mirroring the mixture in the basin. He pressed his arm against his side to staunch the flow of blood and felt the wet seep through to his skin. The speaker set the basin down, dipped the cup into it, and lifted it, dripping. Jemson broke into veil speech. "Eamon Byrne of the line of Byrnes, guardians of the line of Hanalea, we ask of you this thing, that you be bound to the line of queens, and specifically to the blood and issue of Raisa Anna Mariana, Princess Heir of the Fells. You will swear that her blood is your blood, that you will protect her and her line until death takes you. Will you?" "I will," Eamon said, his voice sounding loud in the silence of the chapel. "Then drink to signify." Eamon accepted the cup and raised it to his lips, preparing himself for the salty taste of blood. But it was sweet, like summer wine. His surprise was so great he almost choked. Thankfully, he didn't. He drank the full cup down and handed it back to Jemson. The effect was immediate and dramatic, like being hit over the head with the broadside of a sword. Eamon sank to his knees to keep from falling. Sensation flooded into him, overwhelming him, coming from wherever in the realm someone was thinking on the Princess Heir, or where something was happening that might touch on her future. It was 4 a.m, but Micah Bayar was awake, staring out his window in the castle on Grey Lady, his thoughts fixed on Raisa. The bakers in the royal kitchens shoved cakes into the ovens, thinking on the name-day party for the Princess Heir, wondering if she would notice their efforts. Averill Demon Eye prepared to leave the city, worrying about the daughter he was leaving behind. Queen Mariana's mind was muddied, clouded by a healer's draught, but she still slept restlessly, dwelling on her daughter's launch into adulthood. "Shut it out," his father said.
It's the only way at first. You'll get used to it.
Eamon pressed his hands against his head, trying to filter some of it out, focusing on the tower room 5 miles away, where Raisa dreamed in her bed under the stars. She too slept restlessly, and Eamon was surprised to find she was thinking about him and whispering his name in her sleep. "Come," the speaker said, and Eamon's father helped him to his feet, keeping a tight grip on his arm to prevent his falling. Jemson walked in front, carrying the basin, with Eamon and Eden Byrne behind. They walked into the cloister garden, where the white spots of night-blooming flowers drew Eamon's eye, and their intoxicating fragrance seduced him. "Eamon Byrne, we bind you to the bones of the queens buried in the soil of the fells. You are bound to the queendom, as you are to the queens of the Grey Wolf line. You will defend it as their dwelling place. You may leave the fells, but this will always be your home." Jemson poured the blood into the soil of the garden. It was as though Eamon were putting long roots down, deep into the soil, into the groundwater. He tasted the dern water on his tongue and sucked in the breath of Hannah-Leah. As if in a dream, the speaker lifted his hand and slid the Grey Wolf ring into place on Eamon's right ring finger. It fit perfectly. His father embraced him, and the speaker was smiling and saying, "It's done." Chapter 22. Desperate Measures. Although Bird still spent most of her time with the Demon Eye warriors, she and Han found many opportunities to meet, at the cave, at a shelter on Ghost Lake, or on the banks of Old Woman Creek. They even met at Lucius's cabin a time or two, when Han knew the old man would be out fishing. He couldn't have said why they felt like they should keep their new relationship a secret. It was as if they didn't need to deal with all the conflicts around them if they kept this part of their lives hidden away. Or maybe the whole thing seemed so fragile that it needed sheltering, a seedling that might get tromped on. Or maybe, as it turned out, it was an instinct for self-preservation. Bird made Han feel connected, like less of an outsider because she'd chosen him. He wished she weren't going away. If she weren't leaving, he might have settled into clan life and accepted Willow's offer to teach him a trade. Still, as the time drew nearer for Bird to leave for Demon Eye Camp and Dancer for Odin's Ford, Han felt more and more as if he were sitting on a sandbar in a river of events, and it was rapidly washing away beneath him. Soon he'd be alone, marooned at Marisa Pines, while his friends among the clan moved on to new adventures. Unless he left Marisa Pines and went to Demon Eye with Bird. He'd never been to the high country camp in the Western Spirits, and he didn't know anyone who lived there except a few of the traders. Still, if he was going to be in exile anyway, he might as well see the small part of the world he had access to. If he couldn't go with Bird and the Demon Eye warriors, maybe he could find work with a trader who traveled between the camps and still see her sometimes. He knew he'd need to ask Willow for permission, so he sought her out one morning when she was mixing medicines in the hearth room of the Matriarch Lodge. "Bring me the blue bowl, Hunsalone," she commanded, gesturing toward her storage shelves. Willow was never one to let a person sit idle when she was working. He handed it to her, and she emptied what looked like chunks of yellow chalk into her mortar and began grinding them into a brilliant powder. "Willow, I've been thinking about moving to Demon Eye," he said, squatting next to her. She said nothing, but scraped the yellow powder into a cup. "There's a lot more trade going that way into Tamron because of the war in Arden," he added. "Fetch me the turtleweed," she said, without looking up. He lifted down the aromatic branches that hung under the eaves of the lodge and handed them to her. She pulled the leaves free one by one and dropped them into the mortar. "So, I could work with one of the traders over there," he said.
unsettled by her lack of response. "Maybe you could introduce me." "I said I would find you work at Marisa Pines," Willow said. "I know. Thank you. But I just think Demon Eye might—" "You cannot go with Bird." She rammed the pestle into the mortar as if to emphasize her words. He blinked at her. Willow had always been good at reading people, but he thought he and Bird had been discreet. Was it possible everyone knew they were seeing each other? "I wouldn't have to travel with her. I could go on my own," he said, "or travel with one of the pack trains." "It won't work," she said, finally setting aside her mortar and dropping her hands into her lap. "You and Digging Bird, I mean." "What do you mean? We aren't—" he began. But the look on her face shut off the lie. "Why wouldn't it work?" "You're not right for each other," she said. "How can you say that?" he said. "We've been friends forever." "You were friends as children. Now Bird has been named a Demon Eye warrior. She must follow that path. You must go another way." "I don't understand," Hans said, and he didn't. "She's not allowed to have friends? Or is it because I'm not clan?" Willow didn't look as if she was enjoying this conversation any more than he was. "It's a calling, the Demon Eyes. You must accept it. It's not easy for any of us. There's a barrier between Bird and Dancer, too, that wasn't there before. Because of who and what they are." "That's Reed Demon Eye's fault," Hans said. He stood, towering over Willow, and that should have made him feel powerful, but it didn't. "I think the real war with wizards was over 1,000 years ago," he said. "Since then, the Demon Eye have been living off their reputations. They're all saber-rattling and stories." "It's not Reed Demon Eye's fault," Willow said, her voice like silk plied with steel. "It's tradition built on more than 1,000 years of conflict between wizards and the clan. It's the role of the Demon Eye to keep wizards in check, by force if necessary." "So they're fighting Dancer? They can't find anything better to do? Or is it because he's an easy target?" It was a long time before Willow answered, and Han felt himself shifting from one foot to the other. "He is an easy target," she said finally, looking up at him, her dark eyes swimming with pain. "Why do you think I'm sending him to Odin's Ford? They'll kill him otherwise." Han quit shifting and settled his weight squarely. "Then you can't let Bird join the Demon Eye," he said. "Make her stay here." "It's out of my hands," Willow said, picking up the pestle again. "She is cold. You are not. You cannot go with Bird." She looked up at him, appeal in her eyes. "Why don't you stay here with me and learn about healing? You already know plants, and you'd be closer to your mother and sister." "I'm no healer," Han growled, thinking he seemed to be better at causing pain than relieving it. "I don't know what I am, but I'm not that." He turned around and stalked out of the lodge. Bird wasn't any more help. That night, they lay side by side on the bank of Old Woman Creek, connected by their clasped hands and recent kisses. The branches overhead leaked moonlight onto their faces. For once, the music of water over stone failed to soothe him. "I want to go with you to Demon Eye," he said, staring up at the canopy of trees. "I wish you could," she said. "I want to go," he'd said, not "I wish I could go." Maybe he should have said, "I'm going." When Han didn't reply, Bird hurried on. "It would be hard. Reed says we'll be traveling the rest of the summer, and I'll be learning wayfinding and weapons and the rest. But you'd be based there, right? After all the training?" "Based there, but I won't be there much. The Demon Eye warriors spend most of their time on the move." Turning onto her side, she propped up on her elbow and brushed the hair off Han's forehead. He resisted the urge to flinch away.
Maybe after I see how things are, maybe once this summer is over, you could come, she said.
Maybe, he said non-committally, wanting to wound her.
We'll see.
With that option closed to him, he turned back to his plan to go with Dancer to Odin's Ford. He wondered how he could make it happen when everyone around him seemed opposed to it. He tried going around Willow, approaching several of the silversmiths at the Marisa Pines market, asking if they knew how to remove his cuffs and if they'd make him an offer for the metal. They tried their saws and cutters and knives with no effect. When he told them it didn't matter if the cuffs were damaged, they tried their irons, heating the metal, burning and blistering Han's wrists in the process. He needn't have worried about damage to the cuffs. The silversmiths got nowhere. They didn't even scratch the surface of the metal or damage the runes inscribed there. The answer was always the same. They were interested in the silver, intrigued with it, in fact, but had no idea how to get the bracelets off, or how to work the silver if they did. The only other thing he could think of was to retrieve the amulet that still lay hidden in the stable-yard and find a buyer for it. He saw no reason why he couldn't turn the amulet into enough girlies to support Mam and Mary and a Tanwean house, too. No reason except Lucius, who'd told him to keep it out of the Bayar's hands. But he wouldn't need to take it back to the Bayar's. He knew lots of dealers from his previous life as a thief. He could sell it in Southbridge Market. What were the chances that the Bayar's would ever go to Southbridge? They never had before. He chose not to listen to the voice in his head that said that it wasn't his to sell. That said, if he sold it in Fellsmarch, it might still make its way back to the previous owners. Anyway, he'd had nothing but bad luck since he'd picked the amulet up off the ground on the slopes of Hanalea. Maybe this was a chance to change his luck and improve his fortune. The idea grew in his mind until he became convinced that he had no choice. He decided to leave for the city in the late afternoon, reasoning that he could arrive there under cover of darkness when the guard changed. He'd go straight to Rag Market and fetch the amulet. He could be back in Southbridge when the markets opened and be on his way up Hanalea while the bluejackets were still wiping sleep from their eyes. He slid his money pouch under his shirt next to his skin. He'd made a little money working for Willow and running errands in camp for anyone who'd pay. Not near enough. He wrapped some smoked trout and flatbread in a napkin and tucked it into his carry-bag. Finally, he pulled a cap over his pale hair, hoping it would make him stand out less and not more, and it was cool in the mountains. In the Vale, the weather would be warm, but when people described him, they always said, "the fair-headed one." There was little traffic on the trail into Fellsmarch at that time of day, mostly hunters and traders on their way home. He made a wide circle around Lucius's place, not wanting to run into the old man. Han hadn't seen Lucius since the day he'd found him mourning Han's tragic death. Han wondered if Lucius had got another boy to take his place. That stung a little. He passed through the city gate just at dusk with a crowd of acolytes from the local temple, all about his age. They'd been gathering blackberries on the slopes of Hanalea. He kept to the back ways until he reached Southbridge. It seemed that things had cooled off after all. 2 sleepy bluejackets manned each end of the bridge, and no one seemed to be looking for Han Alister. Lucius had told him word was out that he was dead. Han decided that being dead made travel through the city much easier. Once across the bridge, Han wove through the familiar web of Rag Market, heading for home. It was still not fully dark, though the sun had descended behind Westgate and a few stars pricked the pale sky. This far north, the days were long in midsummer. Those enterprises that required the cover of darkness were compressed into a few intense hours. Han's heart beat faster. He loved summer nights in the city, when music poured from the open doors of taverns and vendors grilled sausages and fish on the sidewalks, and the drunks in the alleys never froze to death. Fancy girls joked with the bluejackets, and people played hard, intoxicated by the notion that anything could happen, and probably would. The streets were more dangerous, yet in some ways more forgiving in the summertime. The last time he'd been home, Rag Market and Southbridge had been unnaturally quiet, spooked by the series of Southie murders. Now it was more like he remembered it when he was running with the raggers. As he neared home, he began seeing yellow flags nailed onto doors or hanging out of windows, signifying the presence of remittent fever. In the summertime, the yellow flags sprouted in certain neighborhoods like a crop of garish death flowers, or the bright yellow brain fungus that sometimes grew on dead trees. That was the dark side of summer. Some said the fever was due to bad air. Willow said it was caused by bad water. Whatever it was confined to the Vale. It was never a problem in the upland camps. When he reached the stable yard, he looked up to the second floor of the stable and saw a yellow rag stuffed between sash and sill. Hans slammed his way into the stable and took the stairs 2 at a time. When he flung open the door, he was met by the stink of every kind of sick. Mary lay on her pallet next to the hearth. Although the air in the room was stifling, the fire was lit, and Mary was piled high with blankets, shivering uncontrollably. Mam sat on the floor next to her, leaning against the wall. She blinked up at Han like she'd fallen asleep sitting there.
"She was better this morning," Mam said. "But the fever's coming back."
She said this matter-of-factly, as if she was too weary to react to his sudden appearance after a month away. Her hair had crept out of its plait, half of it hanging around her face. Her bodice was soiled and stained, hanging loose on her body as though she were using herself up. Han crossed the room and knelt next to Mary's bed. He laid his hand on her forehead. She was burning up.
"How long has she been sick?"
Mam rubbed her forehead.
"This is the 10th day."
The 10th day. She should be recovering by now, if she was going to.
"Is she eating and drinking?"
Willow said a high fever dried people out, so you had to keep getting them to drink. Plus, the fever gave you the runs. Mam shook her head.
"She don't want to take anything when the fever is high." "Are you giving her willow bark?"
This was the extent of his knowledge of healing, the botanicals he collected for Willow and others.
"I was."
Mam stared down at her hands.
"We're out now."
She looked up at him, hope kindling in her eyes.
"Do you have any money?"
"A little. Why?"
"There's a healer up in Catgut Alley. People say he can work wonders, but he costs money."
Han took his eyes off Mary and focused on the room around them. It was more barren than usual. There were no baskets of laundry, no sign of food, nothing. Mam put a hand on his arm.
"Would you send your washing where they have the fever?"
she asked, as if she could read his mind.
"Besides, I haven't been able to leave her on her own to pick up and deliver."
A bucket of water with a dipper sat next to Mary's bed.
"Where'd this water come from?"
Han asked Mam.
"The well at the end of the street," Mam said, "like always."
He grabbed up the bucket and poured the contents into their second-best cooking pot and set it over the flames.
"Let this boil a while, and when it cools down, you can use it for washing."
"I know how to do laundry, Hans and Alistair," Mam said, with a little of her old spirit.
"I'm going to go fetch some water from another well,"
he said. And he did that, walking blocks uptown to the pump at Potter's Square and back. He spent his remaining money on a bit of willow bark and some barley soup for Mary, though he had to wake up the apothecary at the market for that. He got sworn at for his trouble and paid a pretty price for it, too. By the time that was all done and delivered, it was near dawn. Mary took some clean water and willow bark and barley soup, though she complained she wasn't hungry. After that, she looked better and slept more peacefully, and he told himself the color in her cheeks wasn't only fever, and the improvement wasn't just the lull before the fever roared back. So here it was, more bad luck, worse than he'd ever had before. It had to be the bloody amulet. He had to get rid of it before somebody died. He needed money. Mam and Mary needed money, for a healer and for everything else. He couldn't expect them to keep hanging on by their fingernails while he lived in relative comfort at Marisa Pines, or wherever else he went. The guard wasn't looking for him now, but that would change once they spotted his formerly drowned corpse all lively and walking the streets. Leaving Mam and Mary sleeping, he descended the stairs, murmuring to the horses he'd ignored on his way in. Under cover of darkness, he slipped back to the stone forge in the stable yard and wrestled the stone out of its niche. The leather-wrapped bundle still lay where he'd left it. He could feel the heat emanating from it before he lifted it out. Carefully, he pulled away the wrapping, revealing the serpent amulet. It flared up, excruciatingly bright, illuminating the yard as if it meant to betray the thief who'd stolen it. He hurriedly rewrapped it, glancing around to make sure no one had noticed. He slid the amulet into his carry-bag and slung it over his shoulder, pulled his cap down over his face, and headed for Southbridge Market. When he reached the bridge, he nodded to the sleepy bluejackets, once again passing between the temple and the guardhouse, wondering what Jemson would think of his former student and who Mac Gillen was beating these days. The butcher was just cranking open his awning. He had one of the few permanent structures at the market. The mushroom man was setting baskets of morels and chicken head fungus out in front of his shop. Han walked past them without speaking and without making eye contact. Han's home market was Rag Market. He didn't know most of the vendors at Southbridge, which was a good thing on this particular day. Taz Macney was another prosperous vendor at the market. His shop was larger than most, filled with exotic fabrics, seductive fragrances, rare artwork, and precious stones, loose and set into jewelry. What most people didn't know was that much of Taz's prosperity derived from his side business in magical pieces, many of them stolen, or at least of questionable provenance. The naming might forbid the buying and selling of talismans and amulets made before the breaking, but for the right price, Taz could find most anything for a discreet client. Han only knew this because he'd sold goods to Taz in the past. He didn't always get the best price from Taz, but he liked dealing with him because he had a permanent location, unlike many of the fences who worked the streets. Taz knew the raggers could always find him again if he cheated them. He also had connections with rich clients who could pay big money for a rare piece. Taz had another, more prestigious location in the castle close, frequented by the gentry, including wizards. The bell over the door jangled as Han entered the shop. Taz was sitting in the back, his bald head bent over his books. Without looking up, he growled, "Not open yet. Come back later." "If you want," Han said, "but it's your loss. I'll see who else is ready to do business." Taz looked up, startled. "Cuffs? Blood of the demon!" He lurched to his feet with amazing speed for one so bulky. The dealer glanced out of the front windows and then jerked his head toward the back. "Let's go in the back room." Han followed him back, past bins of beads and shelves lined with bottles of potions, larded with time-darkened wax. Rolled-up rugs in brilliant colors stood in the corners, and intricate puzzle boxes, sconces, and candles lay everywhere. Once through the back door, Taz took refuge behind the large desk that Han knew housed at least 3 knives and an assassin's dagger. The dealer wore a long velvet coat and a froth of lace at his neck. His belly poured over his breeches, poking out through his coat. Here was someone who was eating well.
"I hear you're dead,"
Taz said bluntly. Han nodded, assuming a mournful expression.
"Got done in by the Southies," he said. "I sort of like being dead."
Taz laughed his great, booming laugh that made you think he wasn't as smart as he really was.
"Understood, my boy. To what can I attribute this extracorporeal apparition?"
Taz liked to use big words.
"I've an amulet you might be interested in," Han said.
"Thought you were out of the game,"
Taz said, his eyes narrowing.
Han shrugged. "I am. Special case. I'm vamping it for a friend."
"Ah, a friend. Of course."
Taz's eyes lighted with interest. He'd bought some rare pieces from Han in the past.
"It'll be pricey," Han warned. "I won't let it go for a smile and a promise. If you're short on iron, just say so."
"Have no worries on that account,"
Taz said, trying to look disinterested.
"However, you should know that, given the idiosyncrasies of the current market, I may not be in a position to make a very generous offer. Unfortunately, I've seen less demand for magical objects in recent months."
Han reached into his carry bag and pulled out the amulet. He took his time, all part of the game. He set the parcel on the desk, carefully pulled away the leather. The light from the stone turned Taz's face a sickly green. The dealer stared at it for a long moment, then looked up into Han's face.
"Where'd you get this?"
he whispered.
"I said, from a friend. He's going out of the magic business,"
Han said. Taz impulsively reached for it, but Han gripped his wrist.
"Don't touch it,"
he said.
"It's dangerous." Taz swallowed hard.
"Right,"
he said, his supply of big words seemingly dried up.
"Well, it's a shame it's so unstable. That will make it hard to sell."
He thought a moment.
10 girlies, he said. "Take it or leave it."
Han could have used 10 girlies just then, but he knew he was being lowballed. He shook his head and began rewrapping the amulet. Taz watched this for a few seconds, then said,
25.
Han stuffed the amulet into his carry bag.
"Thank you for your time, Taz,"
he said, turning away.
"Wait,"
Taz said quickly. Han turned and waited. Taz licked his lips. Beads of sweat stood out on his broad forehead, evidence that he wanted the piece, and wanted it bad.
"I could turn you over to the Blue Jackets, you know. It's in your best interest to come to terms."
Han shrugged and ran his hand over the interior wall.
"This place could burn down, you know. Maybe even with you inside. That'd be a shame."
Taz cleared his throat.
"I thought you were out of the business," he repeated.
Han lifted his hands, palms up.
"Can you ever really leave the business?"
Taz nodded grudgingly.
"Cuffs, you've always had an astute head for commerce. Very rare in one so young."
Han grinned.
"Well, thank you, Taz. That and 3 coppers gets me a pork bun. What do you want for it?"
100 girlies, minimum. But I'll be showing it around the market and taking the best offer I get, so you'd best aim high." Han kept his voice casual, glancing around the shop and fingering a silver chalice as if he might be in the market. 100 girlies hadn't passed through his hands in his lifetime.
"Look, I'm not in a position to buy it outright for the money you want, but I may have clients who would be willing to make an offer. Leave it with me, on consignment, and we'll see what the response is."
Han shook his head.
"Can't do. I only have the one, and I have several other dealers to show it to. I ain't giving it up until there's money in hand."
Taz clearly didn't want to see the amulet walk out the door.
"Where can I reach you?"
"You can't," Hans said. "Better work fast. I won't be in town for long. I'll check back day after tomorrow."
Chapter 23. Name Day 2. Raisa awoke the next morning unrefreshed. She'd had the strangest dreams. They seemed to involve Eamon, but they slipped away each time she reached for them. She snuggled down under the covers, hoping to enmesh herself again, but her mind raced and sleep eluded her. Her name day. The day she was officially proclaimed eligible to marry. The day she was officially named heir to the throne and began training for her role as queen. Tonight, finally, the formal dance of suitors would begin. Her dress hung on its form, a silhouette against the window, the shape of the person she was supposed to be. She'd issued no proclamations about dress for her party. She hoped for a riotous garden of color, but expected that most would wear virginal white. Raisa looked awful in white. This was another bone of contention between her and her mother. She would have chosen black, but she'd have settled for crimson or even emerald green to set off her eyes. She'd ended with a champagne-color satin and lace that exposed her shoulders. There was nothing girlish about it, at least. Yawning, she climbed out of bed in her nightgown and padded into her sitting room. Margaret had breakfast underway.
"I thought you'd sleep later so as to be fresh for tonight," Margaret said. "I could have brought you breakfast in bed."
Raisa stared at Margaret. Her nurse was encouraging her to sleep in so she could stay out late. It was an entire season of firsts.
"Well, I just couldn't sleep anymore," she said, sorting through the piles of cards, notes, and letters in the basket by the door.
"Any word from my father?"
"No, Your Highness," Margaret said.
"But don't worry. If he's not here already, he's on his way. He wouldn't miss it."
"I know." Raisa couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Could you send to Kendall House and tell them to let me know as soon as he's arrived?" Her father had remained at Kendall House since he was still out of favor with the Queen. Margaret enfolded Raisa in her arms, patting her back.
"Don't worry," she said. "It's just name day jitters. Tonight will be a night you'll always remember."
There are different reasons for remembering things, Raisa thought. Some good, some bad. The rest of the day passed in a blur of bathing, buffing, combing, and coloring.
"It probably takes less time to fit out a ship to go to sea," Raisa complained when the nail painters left and the hairdressers filed in. Still, no word came from Kendall House. At 6 p.m., Raisa was laced into her dress. It fell in long silken folds from a high waist and had wide romantic sleeves with insets of lace. In truth, she liked it very much. There was the problem of Elena's ring again. Raisa was determined to wear it, yet her mother had given her a smoky quartz, citrine, and topaz necklace for her name day, a perfect match for her dress. Raisa slid the ring off its chain and tried it on every finger. It had seemed large before, but now she was surprised to find that it fit her middle finger perfectly. Her long trailing sleeves hid it from view. At 6:30, her mother swept in for a final inspection prior to the name day party. Queen Mariana's dress was a deep hunter green that perfectly set off her golden hair and luminous skin. Her necklace and tiara were set with emeralds. Even in her name day finery, Raisa felt unimpressive in comparison. What would it be like to reign after such a queen? Would she be known as the short, dark, snappish queen that followed the golden one? Queen Mariana gripped Raisa's elbows and held her out at arm's length.
"Oh, sweetheart," she said, eyes brimming with tears. "You are beautiful."
It would have meant more if she hadn't sounded so surprised.
I can't believe that this day has finally come. Please know that I only want what's best for you, always. Do you believe that, Raisa?
Raisa nodded, that prickle of unease returning.
Have you seen Father since his return? She asked. He's to escort me into the hall, but I've not heard from him.
Queen Mariana frowned. Really? You've not heard from him? I was sure he would be here.
Of course he'll be here, Raisa said. It's my name day.
Mariana hesitated.
That's true, yes, but remember, you've already celebrated the occasion at Demon Eye Camp. Perhaps he thought he'd already made his obligation.
Raisa blinked at her, confused a moment before she remembered. Supposedly her father had taken her to Demon Eye when she went missing in Southbridge.
It's not an obligation, Raisa said. He said he'd be here. He'd want to be.
She paused, then rushed on.
Why did you have to send him to Chalk Cliffs now?
Her mother sighed, sounding exasperated.
It's not that far, sweetheart. It should be no trouble to ride there and back over 4 days. Your crowning is important, but affairs of the realm cannot come to a halt for a week because of it.
The Queen smiled, her tawny eyes searching Raisa's face.
Don't worry. I'll send for him at Kendall House and tell him to come to you immediately, just to ease your mind.
She kissed Raisa on the forehead.
All will be well, Raisa. You'll see.
She turned and left the room in a rustle of silk. But time passed, and soon they would have to leave for the temple, and still her father didn't come. Raisa peeked out into the corridor, and a stocky young guardsman snapped to attention outside the door. "Your Highness," the soldier said. "How may I assist?"
"Oh, I was just looking."
They stood there awkwardly for a moment. Then Raisa said,
"Well, carry on,"
and pulled the door closed. Unable to sit still, Raisa threw open the doors to the terrace and walked out into the sultry evening. Thunder grumbled over Hanalia, Rissa, and Althea. Great pillars of clouds tumbled over the peaks, underlit with green and yellow lightning. The air was thick with the scent of rain, almost too thick to breathe, and the hair on Raisa's arms and the back of her neck prickled. The wind picked up, setting the clouds in motion like gray wolves prowling over the distant hills. Raisa hunched her shoulders. "Jitters," she said to herself, "just jitters." Magret was as jumpy as Raisa. She picked through the messages on the front table as if she might find an undiscovered note from Averil. She fussed with Raisa's hair, her hemline, her makeup, and tugged at her laces until Raisa had to struggle not to scream at her. Every time Magret opened her mouth, words spilled out in a nervous cascade.
"Did you hear? Prince Gerard Montan of Arden is here. Right in the middle of the war, he's come up here, probably meaning to go home with a marriage contract in hand. He's the youngest of 5 brothers, so I don't know why he thinks the Princess Heir of the Fells would give him the time of day. That Prince Liam, now, he's a handsome boy, and such good manners. He's the heir to the throne of Tamron, you know."
Finally, there was a knock at the door. Raisa jumped to answer it, but Magret, of course, beat her to it. It wasn't her father. It was Gavin Bayar, High Wizard of the Fells, resplendent in silver and black to match his mane of silver hair and thick black brows.
"My Lord Bayar," Magret stammered. "I thought... we were expecting..."
Lord Bayar stepped past Magret and bowed low to Raisa.
"Your Highness, you are a vision. I wish I were a younger man."
He paused, his eyes traveling over her from head to toe.
"Unfortunately, your father still hasn't returned from Chalk Cliffs. The Queen has asked me to escort you to the temple."
He offered his arm.
"It would be my honor."
Raisa backed away, shaking her head.
"Perhaps he'll still come."
Everyone is assembled, Lord Bayard said. It is time. The Queen requires your attendance.
Raisa bumped into her dressing table and leaned back against it, suddenly dizzy. There was something wrong about all of this. Every instinct screamed at her. The lamp on the table guttered in the breeze from the open door, and wolf shadows loped along the walls. The stocky guardsman stood in the doorway, gripping the hilt of his sword.
"Your Highness," he said.
Margaret stepped between Raisa and Lord Bayard, her face crinkled with dismay.
"Her Highness doesn't feel well," she said. "Perhaps if you gave her a few minutes—"
Anger kindled in Lord Bayard's blue eyes.
"Step aside," he said. "We don't have a few minutes. The princess must come with me by order of the Queen."
"It's all right, Margaret," Raisa said, even though it most certainly wasn't all right. She straightened, shook her head to clear it, and nodded to the guardsman.
"Be at ease. I'll go with Lord Bayard. It's kind of him to come and fetch me. I'm sure Papa will be here in time for the dance."
Still ignoring Lord Bayard's arm, Raisa gripped her skirts on either side, lifted her chin, and walked ahead of him into the corridor. The guardsman followed along behind. It was difficult to stay ahead of Lord Bayard's long legs, with her more limited stride and fancy shoes. Eventually, she allowed him to take her elbow, feeling the sting of power through the wizard's fingers. "Use your traitor face," she said to herself. They followed the covered walkway from castle to church, crossing the courtyard that represented the separation between church and state, between holy and profane. The weather was growing worse, and the wind lashed strands of her carefully coiffed hair around her face. At any moment, it appeared the skies would open. She wondered if her father was out in the storm somewhere, trying to get home. She said a prayer to the Maker, and to Maya, the weather maker, for his safe return. The nave of the temple cathedral was candlelit and solemn, her path a long red-carpeted corridor between crowds of the glittering nobility, all craning their necks to catch their first glimpse of the princess heir. Raisa felt like a bride walking into temple on her father's arm. Except this wasn't her father, and this wasn't her wedding. She could tell that the last-minute substitution of Lord Bayard for her father hadn't been announced. She heard a whisper roll through the crowd, saw a ripple of heads turning, driven by the usual gossips. Where was Averil Demoni, and why wasn't he here, and what did it all mean? She wanted to stamp her foot and say, "This wasn't my idea." Ahead of her, she saw her mother sitting in the Queen's chair, her skirts spread around her, the heavier ceremonial crown on her head. And standing next to her, Raisa was surprised to see Speaker Jemson from Southbridge Temple, resplendent in gold and white. Even at that distance, she could see the surprise on the speaker's face as Raisa entered with the High Wizard. Then Raisa understood. Her father would have been in charge of the elements of faith. He would have been the one who invited Speaker Jemson to officiate. Raisa walked the length of the temple, doing her best to ignore the wizard beside her, doing her best to keep her face a mask of solemnity, while her heart pounded within her chest. Despite this distraction, a few images crystallized in her peripheral vision. For instance, the smile frozen on her cousin Missy Hackham's face. Missy stood next to her brother, the handsome and equally vapid John. Kip and Keith Cleemath were nudging each other, probably laying bets on who would win the game of courtship at the dance. Her grandmother, Elena, stood with a handful of clan elders in Marisa Pine's and Demoni ceremonial robes. With the elders were several Demoni warriors, including Reed Nightwalker, Raisa's rumored Highland suitor. As Raisa passed with the High Wizard, Elena leaned over to whisper something to Reed. Elena's face was impassive, but Reed was scowling. Miphis and Arcada Mander stood toward the front with Micah Bayard, a triple of wizards. Micah's banishment was over, it seemed. He was impeccably dressed, as usual, breathtakingly handsome, as usual, but he had a pale, rather feverish look, as if something didn't agree with him. His dark eyes followed her to the front of the temple. A small honor guard stood to either side of the dais. Raisa looked for Captain Eden Byrne, who had accompanied her father to Chalk Cliffs. He was missing also, but Eamon was there in dress uniform, standing ramrod straight, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He stared straight ahead, cheeks flushed, but she knew he saw her. "I dreamt about you," she thought. And finally, she was before Speaker Jemson and her mother. Lord Bayard released her elbow and stood to the side, next to her sister, the Princess Melanie. Raisa looked into Speaker Jemson's eyes and saw compassion there. The speaker smiled. That buoyed her somehow, and she smiled back. Her pulse quieted, and her fears ebbed. She would be queen, and queens ruled over wizards in the fells.
"Friends, this is the season for name-day ceremonies, and I have presided at many already," Jemson said. "It is always a privilege to launch a child into adulthood and to welcome a new citizen of the realm. But today we are assembled for a very special naming, one that builds on a tradition that has lasted for 1,000 years. Today we name Raisa Anna Mariana, heir to Hanalia and the Grey Wolf throne."
Jemson looked out over the assembly.
"The princess has already proved herself to be compassionate beyond her years. Her Briar Rose ministry at Southbridge Temple serves hundreds of people every week. Families are fed and clothed, and children are educated because of her generosity. She is a fitting heir to Hanalia's legacy."
The Queen looked up at Raisa, a startled expression on her face. Comment rustled through the crowd like wind through winter branches. Speaker Jemson's voice flowed over Raisa, prompting her as she rededicated herself to the Maker, the Fells, and the line of queens. Her mother asked her the 3 questions, and she gave the 3 answers in a loud, clear voice so she could be heard to the far end of the hall. Raisa mounted the stairs onto the dais and knelt before her mother. Queen Mariana set the glittering Grey Wolf tiara on her head and said, "Rise, Princess Raisa, heir to the Grey Wolf throne." Outside the temple, the storm broke, and hail clattered against the leaded windows, her ancestors proclaiming their approval. Or were they shouting a warning? Applause rolled from one end of the hall to the other, probably because it was time to go to dinner. The main ballroom had been transformed into a fairy forest, its borders softened by groves of bare-branched trees, sparkling with tiny wizard lights. The dining tables were set up at one end in a woodland bower. The trees were hung with silver cages filled with songbirds. At dinner, she sat next to the Queen at the head of the table. Raisa insisted that Speaker Jemson take the chair on her other side, which should have been her father's, mostly to prevent Lord Bayard's occupying it. She was surprised when the Queen readily agreed. Mariana seemed eager to please her often difficult daughter, anxious to fill the hole left by Averil's absence in any way she could. While protocol would dictate that the southern princes be seated next in line after the royal family, Raisa noticed that her mother had seated them rather far down the table. Not only that, the Tomlins were seated across from a stranger, which, from his elaborate dress, must be the ambitious Gerard Montan, the youngest prince of Arden. He was slender, with hair the color of wet sand and pale, almost colorless blue eyes. Elena Demoni and the other clan representatives were also seated at the far end of Raisa's table. Raisa ate very little, feeling the weight of the tiara and her new title and the sting of her father's absence. She said very little, too, but Speaker Jemson and Queen Mariana and Lord Bayard made up for her lack of conversation. Their voices splattered against her skin like rain on canvas, scarcely penetrating. The Queen seemed nervous, her smile forced, and she glanced anxiously in Race's direction, as if unsure what the new princess heir might do. Speaker Jemson pretended to be relaxed and chatty, but Race thought the speaker missed nothing.
"The Princess Race has been a wonderful ambassador for the Grey Wolf throne in the city," he said.
"Has she now?" the Queen said, fussing with her napkin.
"Oh, yes. The street musicians sing her praises. The children at Southbridge Temple School leave flower garlands beneath her portrait in the sanctuary, and the temple dedicates have opened a new healing hall in her name."
"I had no idea," the Queen said, poking at her roast quail, a faint frown on her face.
"Everyone praises you, Your Majesty, for raising a daughter with such a compassionate nature," he added, and the Queen smiled.
Eamon Byrne caught Race's eye several times from his post against the wall. He raised an eyebrow as if to say, "What's going on?" Race began to relax a little when dinner was cleared away and they descended to the dance floor. Her dance card was already full, according to protocol, once they got past the awkwardness of the traditional father-daughter dance. They skipped it. The evening passed quickly, a kaleidoscope of male faces and brilliant plumage, a cacophony of flattery, the sting of wizard hands, the clemaths resurfacing repeatedly like a bad dream. She danced with Prince Gerard Montan and found him cold, intense, and condescending, a remarkable combination in a boy so close to her own age. He made no effort to woo or even flatter her, but cut right to politics.
"Does it concern you, Princess,"
he asked, in his harsh Flatlander accent,
"that though I'm the son of a king, I'm the youngest of 5 sons, 4 of whom are living?"
"That depends," Race said, unable to resist. "Do you have older sisters as well?"
He stared at her a moment, with eyes as pale and hard as glacier ice.
"I have 1 older sister," he said, "but in Arden the crown passes through the line of sons only."
"I see. Do you hope to marry a queen, then, so that your daughters will have an inheritance?" Race asked.
"Well, I hadn't thought it," the prince stammered. "I thought it would make sense to, marry our kingdoms and our resources together."
"I see. Our kingdoms. Well, then, I believe I didn't answer your question. You asked whether I'm concerned that you're the youngest son."
"Yes," Gerard Montan said. "I wanted to assure you that, given the situation in Arden, these are not insurmountable obstacles. If you can be patient, Your Highness, I fully expect to wear the crown in the end."
"I'm not at all worried about your 4 brothers," Race said, "although I think they have reason to be worried about themselves. I would, however, be very concerned about the succession in Arden if it seemed at all likely that we would marry."
Fortunately, at that point, the song ended. Race stepped back from Prince Gerard, pulling her hands free, though he didn't seem to want to let go of them.
"Thank you for the dance, Your Highness," she said. "Have a safe journey home."
She could feel his eyes boring into her back as she walked away, head high. There's one Southerner to cross off my list, she thought. He gives me the jittery shudders. She was apprehensive when Micah's name came up on her dance card. She didn't know what to expect. Some sort of proposition, a protestation of love, conspiratorial whispers, something. But she needn't have worried, it seemed. This time, he was a perfect gentleman. He seemed so distracted, in fact, so distant, that Raisa asked him, a little sharply, what in the world he was thinking of, just as the music stopped.
"I'm thinking of nothing, Your Highness," he said,
bowing stiffly.
"Nothing at all. It's a good skill to have. I recommend it.
And he walked away, back straight. Eamon was a different matter. He gripped her hand so hard she squeaked in pain, and he relaxed his hold.
"Sorry," he said. "What's going on? Where is your father?"
"I was hoping you could tell me," Raisa replied. "Have you heard anything at all?"
"A bird came from Chalk Cliffs yesterday, saying that they had left for Fellsmarch yesterday morning," Eamon said. "I expected them to arrive last night. I've heard nothing since."
He paused.
"They've probably stayed over somewhere for the night, what with the storm and all."
Rain clattered against the tiled roof of the temple, and the wind howled around the towers.
"And yet they should have been here long before the storm began," she said. I have a bad feeling about this, an intuition. Something's happened, or it's going to happen, or both."
She rested her head against Eamon's shoulder, shivering a little.
"What could happen?"
Eamon murmured, his warm breath tickling her ear, his firm hand at her back, guiding her around the dance floor.
"You're here in Fellsmarch Castle, in the middle of a party, with your guardsmen around you."
He sounded as if he were trying to convince himself.
"This intuition, how reliable is it? And is there any way of knowing what or when?"
Typical, practical Eamon.
"I don't know,"
Raisa said, trying to sort through her feelings. She felt oddly safe there, enclosed within the circle of Eamon's arms, connected to him in a way she hadn't been before. It was as if a channel had opened between them, power and emotion rippling through, and she wished they could just circle forever. Raisa cleared her throat, trying to concentrate on that other, more nebulous danger.
"Margaret says it's just name-day jitters, and maybe she's right, but I would feel so much better if our fathers were here. I worry that something has happened to them."
"We can't do anything about them," Eamon said. "So let's focus on you right now. If you're in danger, what's it likely to be?"
Raisa looked up at his face, afraid he was making fun of her, but he looked completely serious.
"Let's think now. When would you be most vulnerable to, I don't know, assassins or kidnappers?" he went on. "After the party, you'll be going back to your room. Maybe then."
Raisa gripped his elbows.
"Stay in my room tonight, Eamon," she said impulsively. "I'd feel safer if you did."
"Raisa, I can't do that,"
Eamon said, his expression a mixture of what looked like regret and propriety.
"I don't really care what anyone thinks," Raisa persisted. "Besides, Margaret will be there. She can chaperone."
"Right," he said. "Isn't she the one who fell asleep in the garden?"
He chewed his lower lip.
"I'll get the wolf pack involved. We've been assigned to your personal guard, beginning tomorrow."
Raisa stared at him.
"Really? I thought your father wanted you to stay away from me."
"He changed his mind," Eamon said.
He took a breath as if he had something to add, but then shut his mouth and said nothing for an entire circuit of the dance floor.
"Anyway, I'm still worried about the tunnel that you haven't boarded up," he said finally. "When the dancing's done, I'll send some of the wolf pack to watch the corridor to your room. You'll have your usual guard outside your door. I'll go up in the garden and watch the tunnel entrance. That's one night taken care of. And maybe by tomorrow, our fathers will be back."
That settled, they circled silently a moment. Eamon still looked troubled, though.
"What's wrong?"
Raisa asked.
"What if they don't come back? I'm supposed to leave for Odin's Ford in another week."
"Already?"
Raisa felt a flicker of panic.
"But the summer's not even over yet. It's only the end of July. You have all of August and—"
"I'm taking the long way back to Odin's Ford. We're doing a little scouting for Da. But if he's not back, I can't leave you here on your own."
"He'll come, Eamon. They both will. You'll see."
The music had stopped, signaling the end of the dance, and they coasted reluctantly to a standstill. Eamon was leaning down, and their faces were inches apart. Gripping both his hands, Raisa whispered, "Thank you." She went up on her toes, sliding her arms around his neck, meaning to finish the dance with a chaste kiss, but just then they were interrupted. "Your Highness," the accented voice came from behind. "I believe I have reserved this dance." Raisa whirled around and saw that it was Prince Liam Tomlin of Tamron. The prince offered a graceful bow. "Of course, if it's no longer convenient—" "Your Highness," she said, and curtsied, her face burning with embarrassment. She really needed to pay better attention, especially since Prince Liam was a possible match. "Of course it's convenient. I'm sorry. I was just—" "Distracted," he said. "It happens." His smile was dazzling against his coppery skin. Raisa looked over her shoulder, but Eamon had disappeared. The prince took her hand, and the orchestra launched into a waltz, a safe dance for Southerners, in deference to the royal pair. The musicians needn't have worried. The prince danced with the unconscious grace of someone who'd grown up at court. He wasn't especially tall compared to Micah or Eamon, but he was exceedingly well dressed, in a blue coat and white breeches that displayed his lean aristocratic build. Tamron was known for being the arbiter of style in the Seven Realms. Next to glittering Tamron Court, Fellsmarch was a backwater. "It's not often that I must reserve a place on someone's dance card," Prince Liam said, "and wrench my partner from the arms of another. See how far the fortunes of the Tomlins have fallen." Startled, Raisa studied the prince for evidence of arrogance, but found only a kind of self-deprecating good humor. She liked him at once. "Right. Well, I'm trying to get used to the idea of being put on display like a fresh side of beef," Raisa said. Prince Liam laughed out loud, a surprising, full-bodied laugh. "Perhaps you subscribe to the notion that princes actually have control over their own lives. I beg to differ. We strut the boards, improvising like mad, only to learn that the script is already written and we've got it wrong." "Not always," Raisa countered. "I have to believe that sometimes we can write our own." "You love your soldier, then?" The question was like a bold blade between the ribs, but Raisa deflected it. "I'm not talking about love," Raisa said, amending silently, "Well, not only about love." "I have a chance, then," he said, turning his head and displaying his handsome profile, framed by his tumble of black curls. He peered sideways at her to see if she'd noticed. She laughed. "You are quite the poseur," she said. "That is what I was going for," he replied cheerfully. "Everyone else in the room, they're all imposters." "I'm not playing a role," Raisa said. "I want people to know who I am." "You're young, Your Highness," Prince Liam said, sounding like one of her cynical elders. "Why, how old are you?" Raisa demanded. "I'm 17, he said. "I'm almost as old as you," she thought of saying, but didn't, since it sounded like something a child would say. "How goes the hunt for a wife?" she asked. "Any prospects?" He laughed again. "They said you were blunt." "They did. What else did they say?" "They said you were willful and stubborn and smart." He looked into her eyes. "And the most beautiful princess in the Seven Realms." It was flattery, but it was still pleasant to hear. "Indeed, I have no way of knowing, since I've never been out of the Fells," Raisa said. "One day I'll visit Tamron and the other southern realms. How have you been affected by the war in Arden?" "We choose to ignore the war," Liam said, leaning close to speak into her ear, as if confiding a secret. "We distract ourselves with parties and entertainments and other vices, as if that will make it go away."
And yet you're here, seeking an alliance against the Montans, Raisa said, grateful for her tutelage from her father and Eamon Byrne. Liam waved a heavily ringed hand.
I'm looking for a rich wife to pay my gambling debts, he said. We hear the queens of the fells are very frugal, that they still have the first coins ever minted with their images.
The music stopped, and he led her from the dance floor to a table in one of her mother's temporary groves. Raisa signaled a server to bring them drinks, and then kicked off her shoes. Her dance card was finished. Prince Liam had been the last on the list. Although the orchestra still played, and would until the Princess Heir officially departed, Raisa was surprised to find that the room had nearly emptied. She hadn't realized it was so late. Somehow, she'd got through her name day party without really noticing. It was kind of a letdown after the months of build-up. She refocused. Prince Liam was raising his glass to her.
You are the most beautiful princess in the Seven Realms.
He raised his other hand to stop her protest.
I'm a very good judge, Your Highness. I've seen more than my share.
Raisa laughed. Prince Liam's agenda might not entirely coincide with hers, but he was charming.
You should come visit us, the prince went on. Tamron lacks the physical beauty of the fells, but I think you would find the city of Tamron Court very interesting.
He made a wry face.
Though summer is not our best season.
So I hear. Your father, King Marcus, invited me to visit his cottage on Leawater.
The cottage is lovely in summer, Liam said, though it can seem crowded when all 3 wives are in residence.
Raisa couldn't help wondering if he'd mentioned them on purpose.
I prefer summers in the city, where we sleep during the heat of the day and stay up all night. Soon it will be autumn, when the nights grow cool and lovely, and the rains revive the flowers. We call it the wooing season.
He closed his hand over hers.
Tread carefully, Raisa said to herself. This is the princeling Missy Hackham fell head over petticoats for.
Raisa tended to use Missy Hackham as a kind of trail marker to warn herself away from foolish behavior.
Are you here on your father's behalf, or do you represent yourself? Raisa asked.
Liam laughed, but there was a bitter edge to it.
My father doesn't need my help in matchmaking, he said. I'm here on my own.
Well then, what's your position on multiple wives? If you have 2 or 3, can your wife have multiple husbands?
Liam was taking a drink of wine as she asked that, and he very nearly splattered it all over the table.
Princess Raisa, he spluttered, I think any man who marries you will find he has more than enough to handle without complicating things.
Raisa laughed also, but noted that he'd not really answered her question. He was looking at her, though, as if he found her absolutely fascinating. His gaze traveled from her mouth to her eyes and back again. He leaned closer, resting his hands on her bare shoulders, raising gooseflesh there.
At this point, I would usually suggest a walk in the garden, but it's still raining buckets from the sound of it. Perhaps there's somewhere else we could go to talk, away from the ears of the court.
It occurred to Raisa that maybe Liam was the danger she'd anticipated, but an interesting kind of danger after all. Just then, Raisa heard a step behind her, and Liam looked up over her shoulder and frowned.
Your Highness.
Raisa knew before she turned around who it was.
Your Highness, the Queen requests your attendance in her privy chamber, Micah Bayar said. She asked me to fetch you.
Raisa eyed him with distrust. Why would her mother send Micah to fetch her, after all that had happened already? She looked around for Eamon, but didn't see him, nor any others of her guardsmen. She wondered if he'd already gone up to the garden. Micah turned to Liam.
Sorry, Your Highness, but you'll have to excuse Princess Raisa. It is growing late. Yes, it is,
Liam said, without rancor. He smiled at Raisa.
Princess Raisa, I'll be here for a few more days before I return to Tamron, he said. I'm staying in Kendall House. I hope to see you again before I leave.
He bowed and turned away. Micah looked after him for a long moment, then took hold of Raisa's arm to lead her from the ballroom. She pulled free.
I know the way,
she said, and walked away, leaving him to follow. She would have liked to have spent more time with Liam Tomlin, and was tired of being dragged around by the Bayards.
"What does my mother want?"
Raisa asked, as they threaded their way between groups of people still talking in the corridor.
"I haven't seen her for hours. I thought by now she'd likely gone to bed."
"Not yet,"
Micah said, not answering her question. He seemed tense, and Raisa suspected he'd been drinking again. Raisa herself had been careful not to drink anything but water and oversweet punch. It was her custom to try to learn from experience. As they neared the Queen's apartments, the corridors emptied out. Automatically, Raisa turned off the public corridors into the narrower, private ones used by the royal family. As they passed the small library established by her father, Micah said,
"Raisa, before we go in, give me a minute, please."
She turned to face him. He nodded toward the library.
"Just hear me out. I promise it won't take long."
He fussed with his sleeves, seeming uncharacteristically awkward. Against all common sense, she believed him. After a long moment, she preceded him into the library, putting a table between them.
"I've been trying to get in to see you ever since the party," he said. "I wanted to tell you that I didn't know about the ring and the necklace. I didn't realize they were enchanted."
He was admitting they were jinx pieces then, that Lord Bayard had lied to the Queen. Raisa folded her arms.
"Why should I believe you?"
He shrugged.
"Because, as you'll see, I have no reason to lie to you."
She tilted her head.
"What do you mean, as you'll see?"
He ignored the question.
"And because I'd like to think I'm able to attract a girl on my own."
"Depends on the girl,"
Raisa said acerbically.
"I hear you've had some success in the past."
He half smiled, shrugging his shoulders, reminding her of why she'd always found him so attractive.
When you seemed receptive, I assumed you'd finally succumbed to my personal charm," Micah said. "Imagine my disappointment when I learned that you had been bewitched, not by me, but by an amulet."
"And several glasses of wine,"
Raisa couldn't resist saying. Micah dismissed that with a wave of his hand.
"No, wine doesn't work on you. I tried that already."
"Well," Raisa thought, "you are being uncommonly frank."
"Why can't you be satisfied with having every other girl at court falling at your feet?" she asked. "Why do you always want what you can't have?"
"Why aren't you asking me who was responsible for the seduction amulet, if not me?" he countered.
"Because I don't have to," she said.
"Tell me this. Why would your father want you to seduce me? Was he trying to cause a scandal, to prevent my marrying a Southerner?" "Well," Micah said, rolling his eyes, "that would be a side benefit. The last thing we need is to have you marrying a Southerner."
"I don't understand this. Your father is magically bound to the line of queens. Why is he able to act contrary to their interests?"
"How do you know he is? Acting contrary to their interests, I mean," Micah said. He scanned the volumes on the nearest bookshelf. Running his hand along the dusty spines, he examined his palm, then wiped it on his trousers. Somehow it made him seem very young.
"Blood of the demon, Micah! Spelling the princess heir against her will? That is treason. What did he hope to accomplish?"
"My father expects we will be at war before long," Micah said, "as soon as the civil war in Arden has ended."
That was just what Eamon had said.
So, what does that have to do with me?
We have to win against the Southerners at all costs. That might mean discarding some of the archaic rules that have made us weak.
Me? I like some of the old rules,
Raisa said, such as rules against treason. You know the Church of Malthus sees wizardry as heresy, right? Micah said. They burn wizards in the South. The Church of Malthus had the reputation of being humorless, stern, and conservative. Raisa knew that much, but she'd not known their position on wizardry. We'll need all of our weapons if Arden attacks us, Micah said. We have to win. The clan must be made to see reason. We need unfettered access to the tools of magic.
You had that,
Raisa said, weariness trumping diplomacy.
And you made a mess of things.
Why did they have to talk about this now? She felt tired and irritable, confused by this conversation, under siege by everyone.
Look, can we just go see what my mother wants so we can all go to bed?
Micah raked back his dark hair.
I just wanted you to know that none of this is my idea. I'm hoping that you'll keep that in mind.
Her intuition pricked her again. Why was Micah Bayar giving this speech, taking her to see the Queen in the middle of the night? What if she didn't want to go? In fact, she wouldn't go. She'd go back to her room where Eamon was waiting. Sort of. She circled around the table, meaning to slip past Micah and into the hallway. He must have seen something in her face because he moved to block her path.
Come on now, he said. We'd better hurry. We're expected.
She shook her head.
Actually, I'm exhausted, and I'm not feeling well, she said. Please give my apologies to the Queen, but I think I'd better go on to bed.
Micah sighed.
Raisa, I'm sorry, but I have to bring you. If it makes you feel any better, neither one of us has a choice, all right?
Raisa looked into his face and saw that he meant it, so she walked past him and turned toward the privy chamber. All the while, her mind raced, struggling to make sense of it. Neither one of us has a choice. Who was giving the orders, then? Her mother or Gavin Bayar? Chapter 24. Unholy Ceremony. 4 guardsmen flanked the doors of the Queen's apartments. Holding her head high, Raisa swept past them, with Micah following behind. Raisa heard voices within, but as soon as she pushed the door open, the conversation stopped, and several people turned toward them. Queen Mariana smiled, her cheeks flushed with excitement and wine, still wearing the stunning green dress she'd had on at dinner. Beside her, Gavin Bayar, also in his formal garb, and Micah's sister, Fiona, her pale face alight with... what? Triumph? Satisfaction? And there, like a plump, giddy turkey among the foxes, was Speaker Horace Redfern, chief cleric of the Cathedral Temple. Raisa had never cared for Redfern, who, in her opinion, spent too little time tending to his flock and too much time cozying up to the aristocracy. Redfern, too, looked as if he'd had a little too much to drink. He seemed rather frenetically cheerful.
"And here they are now," Queen Mariana said.
She swept forward and kissed Raisa and Micah in turn. Raisa scanned the room. It had been transformed from the last time she'd seen it. There were flowers everywhere, 2 extravagant arrangements of lilies and roses on either side of an altar, bowls of blooms on all the tables, tucked in with thousands of flickering candles. An altar cloth was embroidered with entwined roses and falcons, a peculiar design. To one side was a serving table with wine buckets and glasses. Why, it looked almost like a...
"How do you like it, sweetheart?"
Queen Mariana took Race's hands and gazed into her face as if eager for her approval.
We had very little time to put it together, but I think you can appreciate the importance of discretion. I know it may not be exactly what you pictured, but...
Race's mouth was so dry she could scarcely spit out any words.
What is this? She whispered. Isn't it late to be having a party?
Your Majesty, Lord Bayard said, his blue eyes glittering in the candlelight. Perhaps you should explain.
Raisa, Queen Mariana said, you know we've been talking, strategizing about the best match for you now that you are eligible for marriage.
Raisa glanced at her mother, then at Gavin Bayard.
Who's been talking? You and I, or you and them? All of us, of course. Remember, we agreed that a southerner is not the best choice just now, with all the upheaval in Arden and Tamron. We never agreed on that, Raisa said. The war has to be over before long, and then we'll have more options, she said, thinking of Prince Liam. An alliance between Tamron and the Fells might be enough to prevent invasion from Arden, if we time it right.
Mariana stared at Raisa as if her daughter had grown another head with an inconveniently talkative mouth.
It's not necessarily in our interest to prevent a war between Arden and Tamron, Your Highness, Lord Bayard said, verbally patting her on the head. Such a war would deplete Arden's resources and distract them from consideration of an attack on us. If Arden wins, it will be more of a threat than ever, Raisa said, recalling her conversation with Prince Gerard. And there's no one among the clan royalty who would be a suitable match, Mariana rushed on. Avril is your father, and the matriarch of Marisa Pines is unmarried with a bastard son. There are cousins at Demon Eye Camp who might be suitable, Raisa said, thinking of Reed. When father returns, we can see what he says. Your father's opinion might be interesting, but not especially important, Queen Mariana said, looking put out that Raisa was being so uncooperative. We also need to think about the role wizards may play in any upcoming conflict, and what we might need to do to cement our interests more closely together. The High Wizard is magically bound to the Queen of the Fells, Raisa said. Therefore, our interests already coincide. Besides, what does our relationship with wizards have to do with my marriage?
If she hadn't been so tired, she would have seen it coming. Looking back, she concluded that she was being extraordinarily thick.